Marlborough, I think.
Mm.
But yeah, if you're gonna smoke, what's the point of sucking in oxygen, Truss? I kind of get what you're saying there. It's like, what's the point? You're just kidding yourself at the end of the day.
Yeah. But I mean, it's 7-Eleven used to have a great brand of cigarettes over here. Let's just going back a bit. They had a brand called Death cigarettes.
Oh, really? Oh, damn.
Yeah. In a black packet with a skull on them, so just
no way,
cool.
no way. Oh, I would have been all over that. Anyway, continue, guys. Didn't mean to kill the conversation. Terribly sorry about that.
Yeah, you guys heard of this deep scattering layer?
Sorry, I've just got to put something really, really cool up before we get into the woo of woo-ness. This is just for Mandy. This is just for Mandy. There you go, mate. How fucking cool is that?
Oh, lordy lord, look at that. Oh, damn. Oh, man, they are brilliant. Oh, man, I would have had 3 of those things hanging out my mouth at any one time, Druss. Oh,
and they came in 2 packet versions as well.
Oh, black and white. I love it. Oh, that's
Sorry, Jeremy. I will now concede the floor. I just wanted to finish that up.
So deep scattering light.
Think that got something to do with the ocean?
No, it's light penetration.
Is it?
Yeah, that's to do with the ocean as well.
That's
what's so deep about it?
I forgot.
No, it's the deep scattering layer. Listen, they didn't even know. They just found this shit in '98.
What
I
is
think
it?
in the '90s somewhere. They didn't even know where the bottom of the ocean was because there's this layer.
I knew it. Yeah.
There's this layer of fish that it's so dense that they say it makes up like 95% of all the biomass in the ocean. This layer of fish, you can't even see the floor. So it was fucking sonar and shit up.
No way.
What?
Yeah.
You got any papers on this? Something we can check?
It's a real thing. Yeah, that's a real thing.
Yeah.
You just Google it real quick. Yeah.
It's a real thing, yeah. I remember that.
So there's a layer under the water which can't be seen. Is that what you guys are saying, or did I hear it wrong?
No, the deep talks about the how light penetrates through water, and that there is a certain concentration of certain organisms where that scattering layer starts to fade out before you get into sort of the darker piece of the ocean, and that used to sometimes be mistaken for the ocean bottom.
You cut out.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So yeah, the sonar and shit. They'll call it the phantom bottom or the phantom floor of the ocean or something because it's not the actual floor.
So what about it, Jeremy?
I'm just wondering. I mean, they only found this in the '90s, right?
I think we're still in the so what phase.
Yeah, I mean, I remember hearing about this when I was a kid. Does it have something to do with the shape of the Earth?
No, not really. I just thought it was neat that we didn't even know where the bottom of the ocean floor was.
Yeah,
I mean, we had already went to the moon.
No, Jeremy. It's not like we didn't know where the bottom of the ocean was anywhere. What it was is some readings were kind of like not quite correct because of this. There are lots of places. So deep sounding is sounding of depth. It's not just done through sonar. Sonar is not the way that they tend to say this is how deep the ocean is.
Yeah, but they can't penetrate it though.
Yeah, you can. You put a fucking bit of lead on an end of a bit of rope and you drop it over the side. That's how we've gauged the depths of oceans for hundreds of years.
Yeah, but I mean, there's certain parts of the ocean where that just isn't going to work.
No.
Exactly.
You know what's freaky? The different layers formed by, I don't know what it was. You guys seen that that bubble submarine there bouncing off what looked like, I don't know, a different saltine layer of under the ocean, like an ocean under the ocean? You guys must have seen that.
You get thick salt currents, and you also get freshwater uprisings. So freshwater uprisings are really, really dangerous to shipping and submarines.
No, not that, Dress. No, I don't think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So deep water,
talking about
freshwater uprising is what reduces the salinity, and saline flows is where we see an increase in the salinity.
I just want to say, Britannica said about this deep scattering layer. It's a horizontal zone of living organisms.
Horizontal. Huh.
That's what
it's
Britannica,
a horizontal zone, yeah, where a lot of organisms live because there's good light there. It's not the fact that I think the sonar was just bouncing off them, because the thing most of the time, those are organisms that rise up during the day. So if you were ever doing sonar readings in the evening or night, then you wouldn't have that problem, would you?
Well, it's horizontal, though. That's the
At night they vary between 200 to 1,000 meters. Oh, sorry, and at daytime.
Well, where it must be curved though, right? Because if the fish are horizontal and the water is curving, it must be different depths.
Yeah.
Oh God, Keith, is that what you're going for, Jeremy?
No, that's not what I'm going for. That's what Britannica went for. They said it's a horizontal
zone. Do you think
zone.
that Britannica is talking about in the context of a horizontal layer in a colloquial sense, or a horizontal layer when compared to a spherical object?
I don't know. Does Britannica know what horizontal means, Dross? I mean, you want to argue horizontal with them? You should send them an email or something. They're the ones that said it.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's a colloquial use of the word horizontal. Don't get caught up on it, Jeremy.
What's the official use of the word? So, what is does the colloquial use of horizontal mean curving, or like does it mean straight? What's going on? What's the difference between the colloquial use and the geometrical use of horizontal?
Because we're just using it in a general article, sort of to give a visualization. Most people in the world don't think the Earth is flat. Most people don't read it like that, so they're writing it for the audience they're addressing. So they're not saying, well, obviously, as this horizontal layer goes on, there'll be a deviation of 8 inches per mile squared as it goes forward. So these fish will be out of the water. Nobody's thinking that because they're not in your mode of thinking.
Because it's nonsense. That's why.
They don't mean horizontal. So they don't mean horizontal. They mean curved horizontal.
No, they just mean it colloquially to give a visualization and description.
They described it as horizontal. We see what they described it as horizontal. We know what that means. I mean, do you think there's a different? Do you think they had a different definition in mind?
So, are they talking about a consistent depth, Jeremy?
They're talking about horizontal, Dross.
No, I'm asking you a question in that article because I haven't read it. Were they talking about a consistent depth or depth range?
Don't know. They're talking about this horizontal layer of fish.
Cool. Okay, so we don't know. That's fine.
We don't, but we do know the fish layer is horizontal, right? Or do you think they meant bending?
No, they just basically meant it's at a constant depth, Jeremy. That's what I think.
So if it's at a constant depth and the fish layer is horizontal, that means the water is horizontal.
No, it doesn't, Jeremy.
That's not really, Dross?
That is a stretch to fucking back, mate.
How could you have the fish at a horizontal layer and then have the water?
I think I've explained that quite clearly in my thinking and my opinion on it.
Dross, how could you have the fish be at a horizontal layer and then the water be at a constant depth of the fish? The fish be at a constant depth from the water, and the water's not horizontal. It doesn't even make sense.
I think I've answered that question, Jeremy.
No, you haven't. You just told me they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what horizontal means or some shit.
No, that's not what I said. I think they know exactly how they were using the word. They were using it colloquially. That was my point.
What's the difference when you use the word horizontal colloquially as opposed to geometrically? I'm just curious, Dross.
Well, geometrically, it has a definitive meaning that we're going to use in a mathematical model or in a physical representation, where what they're talking about here is probably, I think, a constant depth. And considering it's a tiny article, It's very difficult to say that.
So they're using it colloquially as a constant depth, meaning not horizontal?
Yeah.
What kind of bullshit game are you playing? I can't stand talk. I'm going. Goodbye.
See you later.
Play your bullshit game with somebody else.
Sure. You go and cherry pick another article, mate.
Yeah. Go play your bullshit ass game with somebody else.
Oh, stop trying to wind people up.
For them, it's easy, Jeremy. You just go, and their brain is very simple how it works. Level, horizontal, just means curve. It's very simple. This globe, right from the get-go.
You know what's interesting, SE, that I just read about this thing about this what did they call it?
The lake under the lake?
The deep scattering layer?
Yeah, the deep scattering layer. But this one of these they call them a biomass, right? And one of these biomasses can be as big as 5,000 tons.
Whoa!
Yeah,
that is huge. That is huge.
Yeah.
Nah, I mean a 120-foot trawler will bring in 70, 80 tons of fish.
You know what? It's pretty small, Druss. It's pretty small. You're right. It's absolutely
Druss, you are
tiny.
being a bit of a contrarian
It's not
now.
big at all.
In that case, I just meant the fact that there are fishing trawlers out there that will take hundreds of tons of biomass in.
Yeah, maybe so. I'm talking.
That's what I'm saying. But yeah, it's a lot of fish.
Hundreds of tons, right? And I just said one biomass can be 5,000. One on its own.
Actually, did you see the on a more sort of colloquial sort of so did you see they've identified what they believe to be the largest piece of plant life recently? And I think that was in Australia, and it was like 180 miles long.
Well, that ain't big. What are you talking about?
This biomass that you're talking about, first time I hear it, does that include all animals, Bandy, or a certain type of fish, or what? Just whatever's in that layer, whatever.
Yeah, it's basically they're estimating it as one biomass, so it could be the fish and everything else that's in it, I suppose.
And that's at a certain depth, right, where the light meets the darkness. Is that it? I got it right?
Yeah, and that's anywhere between 200 and 1,000 meters. And during the day, they come up higher. During the
Right. Wow, interesting.
Yeah, like it is. It's fascinating.
Yeah, you learn something new every day if you're willing to listen. Yeah.
Day without learning is a day wasted.
Now, what's even more freaky than that is what I was talking about, the lake under the lake. That is like Star Trek stuff. So there's an area in the ocean which is like water within water. There's the guy posted it. Thanks, Bremen. There's even a beach with waves lapping up. When I saw this, I blew my mind. It's like we don't know shit about our own planet, and we think we know the stars. Yeah,
and it's like you see waves on the bottom of the ocean. It's incredible.
Yeah, there's a beach. There's a beach there.
Yeah,
it's crazy, man.
You expect to see some umbrellas and a few deck chairs, a few ladies in bikinis, this sort of thing.
So we don't even know what's in our oceans fully. Never mind what's out there. Yeah.
I'll tell you something just to put you at ease. We don't know everything about what's in someone's back garden.
Right, Dress. Yeah, that is like biblical, bro. Or you're on a roll today.
No, I'm serious. I mean, the number of things that we don't know just in 300 or 400 square meters of land is crazy. I mean, unidentified insects, uncategorized soil sort of bacteria. There's a whole host of things. Yeah, there's huge amounts. We live on a big planet. It doesn't
that's
mean
my
that we
whole
don't know.
point,
It doesn't mean because we don't know something here that we don't know something over there. That's a non sequitur.
Not really, because look, I'll give you an example. We don't know what's between us on the beach and a couple of 100 feet down or 1,000 feet down, but yet we think we know what's between us and light years of stars, and we say, "Oh, we took a spectroscopy and we know." No, it's ridiculous, bro. I mean, and this like really nails it down.
Yeah, but we've sent probes to the moon, and we've collected samples from the moon. We brought them back. We've analysed stuff on other planets as well.
Wrong.
So whilst we,
Wrong.
we know a very small amount of what's out there. It's not like we have no data, and that's the whole thing. As we go forward, we collect more data, we find out more things. That's what's so cool about life.
Yeah,
That's speculation on your part.
Yeah, we know we've got absolutely zero data from outer space.
Well, that's a claim. The claim is that we have. You claim that we don't.
Yeah, you can't. You can't prove your claim that you do.
You can't prove your claim that you don't. I will accept there's a certain amount of belief involved.
NASA said that every single space rock and moon rock has been destroyed or lost, along with all the technology that took them to the moon. NASA says this.
No, they
that's
haven't.
the fucking evidence, mate. You
show
no
me,
evidence
show me where,
at all, because it's all been lost.
Yeah,
it was never there to begin with.
Show me where NASA says every single moon rock has been destroyed.
Speaking of which, look at what I just posted. I was waiting for the right moment. Check this out, guys.
Well, it seems like NASA isn't saying that
they did say
the moon rock.
They said every single moon rock has
I'm
been
happy
lost
for you
or
to
stolen.
post that. But
I'm sorry, I don't have a folder for it, but this has been said by NASA. I'm not taking the piece. They lost
Gerald, they
all
kept
of it
some
along with the
regolith.
technology.
They kept some regolith, bro. They even grew plants with it.
There you go.
Boom.
I freaked out when I saw this.
In lunar soil. Damn.
Yep.
Happy days.
So they're missing 180 objects out of all the ones they brought back. That's what NASA said. That's from NASA's own website.
Excuse me. You try and find a moon rock that they claim is real today, that they have somewhere in a museum? Doesn't exist, mate.
So SE, is the plan to take these plants the next time they go to the moon and plant them in their rightful spot?
Well, they're way ahead of that, Bandy. They're searching landing sites in the south where there's water, so they don't have to bring everything with them. That's the story. So damn, regolith can grow plants. It's amazing.
Well,
yeah,
maybe they should hook up with Russia, because apparently Russia's sending a probe there, SE, with a drill on it to take boring samples. So why don't they just bore down a little deeper and hit an artesian well, so they have an endless supply of water?
Yeah, and they got the regolith. The Americans got the plants all figured out. Boom, we got us a farm.
Happy days. Now, and before you know it, in your P900 there, SE, you'll be taking photos of forests above your head. Above your head, you'll see a forest flourishing.
Yeah, I'll have to make videos saying how wrong I was. I have to eat my words. They really did go to the moon.
Yep. There'll soon be new jobs for lunar lumberjacks. That's what's going to happen.
Farmers first.
First
you got to grow the trees.
Why I'm delivering
Bandy,
the level of sarcasm I am today, Bandy.
Sorry, what?
And you wonder why I'm delivering the level of sarcasm I am today, Bandy.
What the hell? You're the one that brought up the moon. We were talking about here on Earth, under the water. You brought up the moon.
Yeah. Well, no. Actually, ST said, how can if we don't know what's under the ocean, how can we know what's somewhere else? Which I said was a non sequitur or a really false premise. And then he tried to justify it by talking about the fact in moon rocks, and then we went on to I said we've obviously got data from the moon. You said we don't. So no, I didn't start that.
Hold on. I'll replay. I reckon you did.
I could be wrong, and if I am, I'll own it.
Yeah, I think you are wrong.
But that's how I remember it. But it all happened pretty quickly, so I don't want to say that.
Yeah.
Aha! I am right. You're all cunts.
Yeah, no,
I might be right on that. To be fair.
Yeah, you are wrong. 100%.
Well, whoever does it, eventually we end up to the stars, right? We all know that. You guys always bring us up to the stars.
We always
They're cool.
Because you know why we've got to go to the stars, SE? You know why we've got to go to the stars?
Yeah.
Well, because they know that they can't deal with water. Right? They know they just can't deal with it.
Exactly.
So they've
Yeah,
got to go.
you're right. The fact we have radar horizons, the fact that we can use theodolites to show that zenith angles are not are not reciprocal. Sorry, the zenith angles are not parallel to each other. The fact that we get some perspective. If I'm like 1 millimeter away from your mum, it's very difficult to recognize if it's your mum. If I'm standing 5 feet away, it becomes a lot easier. I understand these arguments you're putting forth.
Okay, and you think perspective isn't scientific either. So you have little understanding about these things, which we proved yesterday about perspective. Actually, it is very scientific and used in a very scientific way. Perspective, actually.
Really? I was waiting for someone to post a paper, showing the laws of perspective and how they're used to define optics. But okay, no one actually rose to that challenge.
Oh, you wanted a paper? Oh, do I have to Google a paper? Do I? Hold on.
Yeah,
hold on.
Laws of perspective when it comes to physics, not laws of perspective when it comes to 2D drawing and art.
To physics, so it's got to mention the word physics, does it? You're going to put these constraints on.
Of course, because it's a bit like saying, let's talk about geometry, but let's not talk about geometry.
Hold on, the science of perspective. That's what I'm going to put in. That's what
and it will come up with art. It will come up with technical drawing. It will come up with Brucheli.
Hold on. Don't tell me what it's going to come up with. I'll find out.
I'm predicting. I'm a prophet.
Nah, you're not ugly enough, Druss, to be a prophet.
I think Druss had a Vegemite sandwich today. He sounds excited.
Nah. I don't infer other people's mood or attitude, Essie, because I think that's just poisoning the well.
I'm kidding.
How do you know what a Vegemite sandwich is, how it affects people, Essie?
You see that? I knew I would get an Aussie response on that one. Actually, I didn't know what it was until a few weeks ago, because I heard it in the song. When you guys had your Olympics there, you had the Vegemite, and I go, "What the hell is that?" And Bandy explained it to me.
Don't forget the butter, mate. Only put a little bit on the sandwich.
No, you
come from a land down under.
You toast it.
You need like 3 inches of butter for starters. That's melted into your toast.
There you go.
And then you smother it with Vegemite.
Oh.
You see, you know why Marmite is superior to Vegemite?
No, it ain't.
No, and I can prove this to an Australian standard.
Okay.
So with Vegemite, you don't need to have beer to make it. With Marmite is a byproduct of making beer. Now that's a fucking good argument.
No, I think you'll find Vegemite is a byproduct of the brewing process. I think you might.
Is it?
It's a yeast extract.
Yes.
Oh fuck! That's not fair.
Yeah, Vegemite.
I didn't know that. I know Marmite's a yeast extract and a brewing byproduct.
Yeah, no, it's definitely Vegemite is a byproduct of the brewing.
It would have been a good argument if Vegemite wasn't.
Yeah, well, once again, you were wrong, Druss.
Hey, I'm a fallible human being. At least I have the honesty to admit it, unlike some.
But I'm about to. I'll find something. Don't you worry. On the
laws of
perspective.
perspective in physics. I'm looking forward to it.
In science. That's what I'm
No,
doing.
no.
In
Physics.
science.
You know, again, if we're talking about curves and angles and that's geometry. You know, we want to stick to our topic. If we're talking about the physical world and how shit works, like, you know, how light moves and, you know, all these other things, then we're invoking physics. So can we keep it to the right science? Because that is the category I'm defining.
Oh, here we go. The science law. Here we go. The law of
perspective.
The science law of optical perspective is what I wanted. Yes, I knew I'd search something. Optical perspective. Let's have a look. Oh, what have I found? Let me have a look. This could be interesting.
I'll let you read the article first, because that's a reasonable thing to do before posting it.
No, I'm gonna whatever article I read, I'm gonna cherry pick from us. I assure you of that.
I don't believe that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I think that's one of the things I haven't accused you of. Accused you being a cunt, but you know, we all know that's true.
Hold on. That's not the one I'm looking for. I'll find something. Don't you worry.
I know. I did actually have a look. That's why I made the prediction, Bandy.
Yeah.
You know, all good bets are ones you know the outcomes of.
Yeah, no, I will find something that mentions science and perspective. Don't you worry.
I can show you stuff. So I mean, I can show you the laws of perspective as defined in mathematics to deal with two-dimensional drawing. So that's definitely something that you know.
I'm talking very specifically science, not mathematics, science. So I'm looking for that word, science.
Physics.
And I'll find it. Nah, science I'm looking for.
Cool. You can change my category, but you know that means you're not meeting the requirement.
No, this is my
Yeah, that's cool.
category that I am looking up. And you can either accept it or not.
Hey, if it's to do with physics, you know, I'll eat some crow.
Foolish decisions is taking the piss as usual. He knows perspective is a law. You can't say otherwise. Try and disprove it.
Yeah, I actually brought up the law of perspective and I defined it. It's mathematical principle from about 1579 by a guy called Bruscelli. And it's basically how to create 3D representation on 2D images. So it's just, you know, it's used by technical drawers, it's used by architects, it's used by artists.
No, it has nothing to do with putting on a 2D surface. It's what we experience in our waking lives. So according to you, our pupils take in a 2D sample of the outside world, and that's what creates the illusion of depth. Well, that's what you've just explained right now. You've just explained it. So our pupils take in binary code, and I've been seeing it for probably 2 months on this server, and you just confirmed it.
I don't say it's a binary code because you got 3 codes for starters.
We're talking about dimensions for starters. Okay.
Yeah, no. I think we take in images exactly how they've done.
What you explained.
I don't know. I haven't had a chance to actually talk because every time I start talking, you start talking again
on a
like
2D surface, and that's what we see the depth on. Go on, come on, tell me.
Yeah, which is why people who have vision in one eye have much poorer depth perception.
Exactly. They can't see the reference that we're talking about, which is optics. That's the whole point. So if they can't see with their eyes...
Optics is a science. I agree with you. That's a physical science.
And that's what we're referring to.
No, we're talking about perspective, which is something different.
Is in reference to what? 3D visual illusion right? It's hard to put in words when we're saying.
Which, if you're invoking the laws of perspective, that's really to do with 2D representations of a 3D world that seem to portray depth.
Exactly, and is that not what we experience in our waking lives? If you look around you,
Yeah, no, I as I say,
it's a
colloquially, I use perspective.
information.
Oh God!
Go
I'll tell
on.
you what. I'll wait for you to get 2 words into a sentence, and then I'll start talking. We'll see how that goes as well.
My point is, it's binary code, like you said originally. That
I never said it was
perspective
binary
is
code.
showing 3D. It's the dimensions of showing 3D on a 2D plane. So it is the illusion of 3D in 2 dimensions, and that's what our optics receive. 2-dimensional vibrational frequencies, right? And it creates an illusion of depth within the pineal gland. And that's what we see. So that is a law. And you can't really scientifically prove that other than being aware of how you experience your own bloody eyeballs, mate. So there's no argument here about the law of perspective, right? Regardless if you want to call it scientific or not, you know. This only comes into play when we're dealing with simulations and things like this and drawing.
Yeah.
It's just common
Yeah.
sense. If you can't apply that way of thinking to yours, then I don't know what to tell you.
When did you say to us 1500 or something?
I think 1579. I think the guy was Bruno Shelley. I've been pronouncing his name horribly. It's a bit of a weird spelling. I'll look it up on me.
What is 1041 CE? What's that mean?
Don't know. Oh, 1041 CE. So that's Common Era. So that's a date.
Okay, then. So that's AC.
AD, you mean Anno Domini?
Or AD, yeah, BC, AD, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we tend to use BCE and CE nowadays.
Oh, okay. Then I actually didn't know that. So I found one that goes back 1,000 years.
Yeah. There's somebody, but the guy that actually put it down as kind of like, oh, let me just look it up. Let's see if BICHELLI. Really Shelley. There we go. Oh, I can spell. Actually, not.
Do you know why we use BCE today?
No,
because it's secular.
No, because it offended one group of people. Guess who they are?
Oh,
No idea.
The nation of Israel.
really?
Really. They were the ones single-handedly that got offended and changed this. And me, I always refer to it as before Christ. And I always will. Never going to change that. Before Christ. Not before the Common Era. Before Christ.
Good for you.
Hell yeah.
Before
yeah, but
crap.
I mean, it's not just. I mean, you know, it's a convenient thing. Just because our calendar is kind of based on the, you know, I don't really have a problem with BC or AD or, you know, CE or BCE. You know, neither of which really bothers me. You know, it's just a label we give to. Yeah, it's just a label that we kind of use, which is it's cool enough. But
no, it's more than that. It's more than that. It's a group of people trying to control your thought and your speech. It's way more than that. Don't fall for it.
Well, it's actually inclusive of the entire world rather than just one segment of the world. And since it's a timing system, it really should reflect everybody on Earth rather than just a group of people. Don't you think, moron?
Well, they can use it. If they don't want to, they can use their own, make their own time, make their own history. Like
no,
the
that
Chinese
doesn't work.
have their own, like the Israel. Let me finish. Like the Israelis have their own. It's like 5,000 years. This is ours. Let me finish, man.
You don't have your own timing system. Okay.
Why are you cutting in here, man? Why are you doing that?
I actually, since you're asking a question, I actually just yielded the floor. I realized that I was wrong, and I continued on. Now you're fucking making a thing of it, so you can actually talk about it.
Oh,
for a
my
while.
bad. No, I don't do that.
Why don't you just continue, Mormon?
Hey,
I'm not a Karen. Don't get triggered. Just let me finish my sentence.
Okay, good.
Please don't call people morons.
I called him a Mormon. Yeah.
or Mormon or whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah, you got triggered.
Sorry. Well, I misheard the.
No, I was kidding. I did say it.
Oh, you did say it. Oh,
yes.
There you go.
Yes.
So I was right. I did hear it right.
Yes.
I'm thinking to myself, I've got to clean out my bloody ears here. What the hell's going on?
I just got to ask, Essie, you're not a Mormon, are you?
No.
If you are, that's cool. I didn't think you were. Okay.
No, I was born Christian, just like the rest of you guys. Well, most of yous.
Speak for yourself.
I know you're a druid or yeah.
No,
he's not the druid, mate. I'm the druid.
Oh, sorry. Like, I don't want to offend anybody, right? But I just believe that this is our thing. We started our thing with Christ. Whoever doesn't like it, it's just too freaking bad for you. We're not going to change it for you. That's our culture, and we're going to say before Christ every single time, whether you like it or not.
That's your choice. It's your choice. It's just in academia we tend to use CE and BCE. So in academia you're lost. Deal with it. It's the same as the war on drugs, cocaine one.
Like I was saying before, it is something that's used commonly across all peoples across the world. You don't want to have a separate timing system or a separate naming convention for something when you're trying to use something common across the world. So we all agreed, or at least most people agreed, and it's okay that you don't. I mean, you can keep your own word. That's fine.
No, you don't understand. It's not the world that was offended. It was one people that were offended. You don't get that, do you? They want to take Christ out of the picture because they hate Christ. And I'm not a religious guy, but I'll fight for the right of the religious any day of the week.
It wasn't just the Jewish people that had a problem with it. It was also secular people that had a problem with it. Also non-Christians had a problem with it. It wasn't just one specific group. Now, they may have a more powerful lobby. I don't know. I will look into who lobbied to have it changed and why was it changed. But I suspect it probably came out of historians. I don't know, but that would be my suspicion.
I suspect, and I'd put money because I heard some things like, I'm not sure 100% on this, right? I'm just telling you what I heard. But I'm willing to put money even on that suspicion that they were behind this. It's like just like the woke movement. They're trying to rewrite stuff. They're trying to make things like politically correct, Oh, don't offend this guy, don't offend that guy. But by not offending somebody, you're taking people's rights and history away,
No, you're not.
No rights taken away? What right was you had the right to say BC? Yeah, you still do.
Well, you're frowned upon. Didn't he say if I was to submit a paper? What did Dress say just moments ago?
No, I didn't say it was frowned upon at all. I just said I suspect it comes from historians because it means there's a common dating method that we can all use that isn't religiously specific, and that's the problem with Anno Domini and before Christ is it's religiously specific, and that means that it's a particular cultural invective, if you like, from Christian culture. So by taking that away and just making it, even for everybody, and still using, the Christ's birth date or the supposed alleged birth date, which was decided much later on by the church, as that reference point, it's still kind of, you're still in there on the referencing, right? So there's nothing really we've lost for Christians on the cultural point of view because we're still using that year date. But what it means is we're not kind of like slapping it in people's faces all the time.
So that means they get offended? They're offended by that? Is that why we changed
Well,
it?
I'm a pagan, and I'm quite often offended by Christians.
You're a
But,
pagan.
you know,
So
yeah.
you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Can you
pagan
explain
to
that?
us.
I was fucking born a pagan, mate.
You're sorry. What do you mean?
Come from a pagan family.
What does that
You know
mean?
that?
He's the real deal, bro. Druss
It
is the
means my
real
parents
deal.
were pagans.
Okay,
Yeah.
give me like, come on, you can't just say pagan. You have to have something specific.
Sure, I'm Celtic tradition, earth goddess.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He's the real deal, man. He didn't
He's
just
taking
wake
the
up
absolute
one day
Mickey
and
out of you.
decide.
What is that? So apparently the Celtic belief hasn't been around for fucking 2,000 years actually. And he's telling me he's still today practicing Celtic. He's taking the piss. That'd be
No, I'm
awesome
really
if it
not.
was true, man.
Sound jealous.
All right,
No,
come
no, he
on,
really
prove it.
And,
Jealous.
and
Talk about
I'm a member of the Obod tradition in the UK. Yeah, you're right. That the neo-paganism movement is quite problematical. But we, again, part of the Obod tradition is
You're telling me
to
this is
use
a
as
real
much
thing.
cultural. Go on, you carry on, mate, because obviously you can't wait for a sentence to finish.
No, go on. I'm just asking if this is real, like neo-pagans is
He's
real.
real. He's the real deal, man. Don't be jealous.
All right.
Yeah, he said it
Mate,
before. It's not the first time he said it. He is a pagan.
Believes in God, isn't a Christian.
Born and
Simple
bred.
definition for it.
Mate,
Born and
foolish. I'm
bred,
open
yeah.
to listen, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm a member of the Obod tradition in the UK. I'm a practicing pagan. You know, I do ritual. And I've been doing so pretty much all my life. My parents didn't kind of sort of foist that on me at an early age. That was something I got to make a choice into. But yeah, I'm a tree hugging hippie, mate. Have been all my life.
Happy guy.
Where do I sign up, mate? What sort of rituals do you do?
Well, obviously Monday. That's the next important one for me.
What's Monday again?
Give us a rundown, Dress. Give us a rundown of a ritual or a holiday or.
So Monday is summer solstice. So you know, dawning of the solstice sun.
Yeah, boy.
So I'll normally go up to a place called Uffington Dragon Hill for that. And we'll be gathering there, and there'll be nice chats going on. There'll be a bit of singing going on. There'll be some drumming going on.
Any baby
There'll be a lot of
sacrifices?
hugging going on. Might get laid if I'm lucky. You know, yeah, cool.
Ah, righto.
Sounds good, man. That sounds good.
No
Now we know
sacrifices?
the interest. Okay, Dress.
See, I put that in just to see if it would fish hook anybody, and
Not even one chicken
always does.
being sacrificed.
Nah, we don't tend to do that, and we're more into sort of
piss
perpetuation of
up.
life rather than
It's just a
cessation of
bloody
life.
piss up.
No,
Is
I
it
don't drink.
You can't
sun-based?
be that spiritual if you believe in a globe. Sorry, that's just my take.
You sound jealous, Vino. Gerald is jealous. Oh my
I'm a
god.
little bit, if that's real, bro. I think
You're
it's a bit of
not.
a
You're
piss
not a
up.
real druid.
Do
You're not
you
a
know?
real
Do you know
pagan
where I
like
live,
Druss.
Gerald?
I'm sorry, man.
I'm going to make him really fucking jealous now. I live around the corner from a place called Avebury. I'm less than 35 miles from Stonehenge.
Yeah,
West
I'm jealous
Kennet,
of that.
Wayland Smithy is just around the corner from me. I live in a beautiful fucking landscape that is just incredible, and I'm connected to the land I live on. It's fucking magical, mate.
Well, you know, you can say all this. You may be on the land and the historical artifacts, but I don't think you have the spirit in you.
No.
That's cool. You can think that. I'm not here to proselytize you or to try and convince you of my correctness. I understand the difference between faith and certitude because I'm not a moron. You know,
Who's a moron?
but I didn't say you were a moron. I said if you say that you're certain in your faith, that is by definition a contradictory term, and it makes you a fucking moron.
Man, I'm
Faith
taking the
denies
Mickey.
certainty.
I'm taking
Yeah.
the Mickey.
Yeah. No, I'm just
You
being
probably
serious.
live in a better area than he in bloody the old bush. You know, you got apparently the Aboriginal elders are putting curses on us around here. That's what some spiritual bloody person around here said. Apparently on the land that we live on, there's an Aboriginal old lady who put a curse on us recently. She feels the energy.
Yeah,
So,
maybe
mate, I'd
maybe.
rather be back over in Ireland or the British Isles, mate. But
But have you gone
camped
and
here, that's
embraced
for
those
sure, mate.
people?
I get sunburnt in about 5 minutes going outside. Sorry.
Yeah, have you gone and embraced those people? Have you gone and actually talked to them and tried
No,
to
they don't
understand their
exist
anger?
anymore. Apparently, they've all been exterminated, and these
Right.
souls have been in contact with, and they're placing curses. That's what it's like, a cursed land. I'm not even
Yeah,
Can you
joking.
give us a little rundown, Dress? Dress,
I mean,
can you give us a little
blood is
rundown on the religion? Like, is it sun-based, moon-based? What's the crux of it?
it's earth-based. Hence, it's a Gaian religion.
Yeah, but I mean, is it a sun worship? Is it a season worship? What's the worship here? What's the crux of
It's
the
a
religion?
reverence for life. It's a reverence for the land. It's a reverence for the fact that all things around us contain spirit. So if you want to take it on, if you want to look up something nice and easy, look up a belief system called animism.
Animism.
You're talking about, I know exactly what animism is. That's what I identify with, mate. That's my belief. That is what Gnostics believed, animism. That's what the ancient people believed. The old Norse, the old Celts, even Hindus are animist. Mate, you're taking the piss. I know exactly what animism is, and
How
that
am I
doesn't
taking the piss?
necessarily mean
Seriously.
pagan. Come on, man.
Oh, no. Do you understand the difference? The definition of a pagan. So the pagan is a label applied to us by the Judeo-Christian religion sect, and it basically means anybody who has a deistic or theistic view that does not follow the Abrahamic God. That is the definition of a pagan. So
Isn't it
basically, most
monotheistic?
religious people on
Isn't
earth
it
are pagans.
monotheistic? Dress?
Sorry?
Doesn't it mean like one God? Monotheistic?
Yeah, monotheistic means one God. So the Jews, Islam, the Christians are all monotheistic. You can be a monotheistic pagan.
You can?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll give you a simple example. So Zoroastrianism believes in one supreme deity. It has what's called the Great Opposition, which is kind of where Christians get Satan from. It's a Persian religion. It's been around for a pretty long time, 14th, 15th century BC. I'll do that as respect for you.
Zoroaster, yeah.
And that's a monotheistic religion. Akhenaten, who introduced the idea of the Aten, or the Aten Ra, that was a monotheistic pagan religion.
How do you know
How
this
about
stuff,
your
Trust?
belief?
How do you know about Zoroastrianism?
Because I study contemporary theology. It's probably the thing I'm most fascinated in. I have a strong background in history, and I studied archaeology at uni.
So,
Nice.
did you say paganism is based in animism? Did I hear that right?
No. Animism would be generally classed as a pagan faith because it is not referencing the Abrahamic God.
Oh, okay then. Because I just did what you said. Just look up animism, and then I'm looking at what that means, and you said you're a tree hugging hippie, and I'm going, that's pretty much what animism is at the crux of it.
It's a pretty simple way of explaining it to people that aren't into
Oh
the
yeah,
theology.
no. That's actually really.
I was under the impression that it meant just not believing in a single God, like multiple.
No,
but you're saying, Dress, it was specific against the Christian. Is that what I?
So you have monotheism, belief in a singular God. Polytheism, believing in multiple gods, also tends to be referenced as pantheism as well. You have a theistic view, which is an interventionist view of spirituality, versus a deistic view, which is a non-interventional view of spirituality.
Okay, wow. What a hodgepodge.
I know. I have spent many, 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 many years trying to get my head around this shit. And I've read the Bible, I've read the Rig Veda, I've read the Mahabharata, I've read some of the I Ching, I've read the Ode of Ebba, I've read an awful lot of different theologies. My favorite actually is the Iliad, and most people don't realize that's a religious book. They just think it's about a war on Troy.
What? Isn't it like a poem?
Yeah, it's
Like
an
a
epic
story?
poem, but it's an epic poem that is basically the nearest equivalent the Greeks had to a Bible.
Yeah, because it details their whole pantheon, right?
But it's not just that. What it is it's the sort of the main thrust of the narrative, if you like, is really between Achilles and Hector. Hector is portrayed as a very honourable man. In defence of his city, doing the right thing. Obeying his father, the King Priam. And then you have Achilles, which is seen as, the ultimate warrior, but also the undefeatable warrior because, he's basically immune to damage because his mother dipped him into the river Styx. He also has a semi-divine origin, so he's effectively a demigod. And the moving moment, and it's about the only really, really good bit in the film Troy that I really like, is when Achilles has killed Hector and he's back in his tent with Briseis, who's Hector's niece. And Priam comes and begs for his son's life, not for his son's body, so he can do him funeral honors. Because without those funeral honors, without having the 2 coins on your eyes, you don't have the fee for the ferryman, Charon, to take you across the Styx, which means you're doomed to wander in the dusk and the darkness for eternity. You don't even get to burn in hell. You're just lost in this area. It's the worst fate you can face as a Greek. And it was the humanity of Achilles recognizing Priam's pain, not as a king, but as a father. The same way as he felt the pain when his cousin was killed, whose name I forget, Patroclus, was killed. And that empathy is the whole poignant point of that story. It's an amazing epic. Sorry, I get quite into that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you went deep, Drew.
No, I've had the pleasure of listening to Druss talk about this before, actually.
That's one thing Truss knows. He might not know shit about cosmology, but he knows his history.
Yeah.
Well, actually, what we're discussing is cosmology. We won't go there. Yeah. I think you mean astronomy.
Uh-huh.
That was pretty deep.
Yeah, but it's the same. And one of my favorite things to listen to is the Beowulf epic in Old English. I don't understand a huge amount of it. I'm getting better.
Oh, trust my boy is just doing that in drama, so that's cool.
Oh no, and in Kornig, in Beowulf, Unstan, and and it's just so fucking rhythmic, so fucking amazing. And even if you listen to it in English as an epic poem, the cant, the rhythm, it just captures you. It's amazing. It shows the power of words and the intonation of words and the rhythm of words and how they impact us, not just at a cerebral level, but at an emotional and a spiritual level.
Druss, do you have any deities in paganism?
There are thousands, my friend. The main difference between the belief systems that people like myself hold, to say a monotheist, is I can look at someone else's religion and go, yeah, fair play. Rather than say, you're wrong, you'll burn in hell, you're evil, you're worshiping Satan. We can look at different belief systems and they're I use a phrase which is it's very rare to find a war, an atrocious war done in the name of a pagan religion.
Is there a main deity? like a Zeus or a Thor?
Yeah, I mean, so Earth tradition, we worship the Earth. So the Earth is the deity.
The Earth itself.
What do you call
Yes,
it?
the Earth produces
Okay.
life.
What do you call the Earth deity?
Gaia is just a nice simple term, which is
Gaia.
a Greek word, but yeah.
Cool.
Gaia means Earth.
Yeah.
Ye, like
Gaia with a
ground,
G.
literally. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. My mate, that's his deity, Gaia and Jar.
And the sky covers her, and the water nourishes her. And
How
the
about
humans
life
abuse
after
her.
death? Is there such a thing as life after death?
We return to the Earth, so we return to the spirit. I don't believe in a sort of anthropomorphic happy hunting ground. I don't know about that. To me, it doesn't matter. You know, if I get to have an anthropomorphic happy hunting ground, then all good. If I come back for another life, having learned something or having something new to learn, I'm happy with that.
Is that
It's
the form of heaven, an eternal hunting ground?
Well, no, it's just a nice sort of pithy term. You know, most people see heaven as an anthropomorphic exchange. So you leave your body and then you go up there and you're just who you are. I don't necessarily believe that's a good piece of faith.
So there is a notion of the afterlife in paganism.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, again, paganism is a hugely broad sweeping term. So, you know, you can pretty much figure out any belief system you want, and there'll probably be a pagan viewpoint on it. So it's not like a nice little closed circle with an instruction manual like you get with sort of Christianity.
No, is it?
This is
Call yourself a
fascinating.
pagan, bro.
So even what we thought are godless heathen actually believe in God.
Yeah, rich, deep,
Yes.
cultural viewpoints.
I would even say, Essie, as a pagan, I would even say I believe in the same God you do.
Oh, you're a pagan as well, Don?
Yeah, I'm
Fuck
more of a
no, I may
neo-pagan.
as well start calling
Wow.
myself
Yeah,
a bloody
but
pagan.
you know, Don and
I wasn't born into
Don and
it.
Gerald
For
want like the real deal, like drugs.
4 years, I converted into a pagan.
I don't want to say I'm the real deal, Phil.
You're not the
That's a
real
label
deal,
I
bro. That's what I'm
I
saying.
don't want.
I know you aren't.
I'm just happy in my
I'm
belief
just rubbing,
system.
I'm just teasing them, bros. Because I could tell Gerald's taking this personally, you know.
No, it's
He's
funny.
not happy.
Funny. Just
I've
is
had
more of the real deal
multiple
than me.
arguments on
I'm
this
a
subject.
recent convert. That's what I am.
Yeah, Gerald isn't
Yeah, it's
happy
the
to
same
hear
God.
that.
That's it. For me, it's the same God. I just see it differently. It's not a different God.
What's this horned earth beast? What's that all about?
That's just the
But you could
bull,
be
the bull and the goat. It's just a personification of the masculine in a bull and a goat, and that's one
Or
way
he
to
could be
see
talking about Serenos.
God. Yeah, it's all the same to me.
So Karanos or Serenos, depending on how you want to pronounce it, is the antler god, the god of the hunt.
Yeah.
So that's another aspect. There's also the aspect that one of the viewpoints is you had a spiritual marriage. So you heard in King Arthur, for instance, Morte Arthur, where the land and the king are one. That's a pagan viewpoint. That's a pre-Christian viewpoint, and it basically says that there are three classes in sort of classical European society. There is the scholar priest, there is the warrior, and there is the worker. Well, you know, the people that think, the people that fight, and the people that do.
So a caste, there's like a caste system?
Not strictly, but yeah, you got sort of certain advantages. The idea of a king is a king represents the best of the priest, the best of the warrior, and the best of the worker, and his spiritual marriage to the land is important because that's where he gets his, you know, the effective Christian version of divine right to rule.
And he consummates that marriage by fucking everybody.
I had to step away for a sec, and you may have already mentioned it, but I've heard you mention the hunt. Is the hunt one of done in a ritual in any sort of way?
No. I mean, it's not a ritual thing. It's just the fact there are representations of tasks and there are it's like archetypes is a good way of thinking
You
about
do
it.
the ritual
Right.
before the hunt, Bansor, but the hunt isn't a ritual. The hunt's just a hunt. You do the
Right,
ritual
okay
first,
then. Yep,
but
yep, 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 yep.
the ritual would carry over to the hunt, so you take on the power from the ritual and then hunt.
Yeah, it's all
But-
kind of one.
I
But
think Josh made a
the-
good point, but it's older than Christianity. It is archaic, but it's a good point that it's older.
but with the whole thing with, again, if you're into sort of the sort of what we call Earth tradition, is that when you kill an animal, there is respect in that sacrifice that the animal is giving for you, however unwilling it may be in certain cases. But part of the respect that you show to that animal is to utilize it.
So from snout to tail and everything.
Exactly. So I mean,
Exactly.
I've got
yeah.
I've done sort of deer and sheep, and back in the day when I was
You
on the
ate the
farm,
bollocks,
pig.
did ya?
Yeah.
I've got
There
a.
you go.
Oh fucking yeah! Do you want me to describe how you gut a pig, mate? I'm happy to do that.
Nah, mate, not too
you're right.
interested.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
actually, I've got a.
There's very little that I eat that I have not at some point put on my plate, Gerald.
I've got a mate who's a hunter, and his whole attitude is exactly that. Snout to tail, and it's just like, yeah, no, I can't. But he has respect for the animal, like
Yeah.
that way. It's just pure respect. If you're gonna kill it, utilize every single part of it. So
For me,
don't waste it.
For me, it would be more just to get meat and survive. So I'd still be happy to do a hunting ritual, go out hunting, find the animal, and just eat the breast. For the rest
I'm now
of
gonna really
Fucking
piss
oath,
off.
mate. The bloody breast, that's what you want.
You cut out there, Dross.
Sorry, I'm just taking a picky.
Dross. Is that your name?
Yeah, but Gerald, I mean, why are you so upset by all of this?
Hey? But we
Like, I mean, doesn't it make you happy knowing that Druss is the real deal? You can learn stuff from him, right? He has
yeah,
all
you're
this knowledge.
yeah, it's just you can take the piss a bit.
I do take the piss a bit, so I don't really object to it that much, mate.
It is interesting that you have your like first hand in the whole deal with it, though.
So there you
Yeah,
go. This
like,
is
you
what
know,
this is what you call respect for an animal.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, so that's a ballroom that I made some of. My ex-wife made most of it, to be fair.
Yep.
Because she's better at that shit. But that's basically a deerskin ballroom. Yeah.
what do you do with it?
So
That's-
how long would something like that take to construct?
Well, if you notice, there is absolutely zero metal involved in it. It's
Yeah.
all sinew and skin. And that took about 3 days to make.
Okay then.
And then you drum with that, and you get your energy going to go hunt another one. That's the great bit of it.
Yeah, you can kind of picture it, just holding it there and boom, boom.
Can I just make a point here
There you go.
to the ballers?
Yeah.
You notice how we're listening to Druss, taking in information, accepting what he's telling us, questioning him without ridiculing him?
Yeah.
Guys,
Huh?
notice that?
There's a little bit of ridicule going on, Essie, but not much. No.
Yeah.
But Essie, how often do I have conversations with you guys when I don't ridicule you? I do listen to you. I do answer your questions to the best of my ability. If I don't know something, I don't say, I go, I don't know. If someone says, well, I think you're wrong about that, I go, no, I'm right, and that's why. Or, oh, actually, yeah, I am wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, it wasn't a swipe at you. I'm just saying that, we can do
Yeah,
it civilized. That's what I'm trying to. I'm making a point.
And
We
I-
can
and
do
I
things
agree.
civilized.
I know, I agree.
Definitely.
I mean, I left yesterday because things were being very uncivilized.
Yeah, but I mean, I would say that if Druss's way of belief said Earth was a sphere, if that was a big part of it, I don't know if he would be free of ridicule all of a sudden. It's just because I don't think it really has to do with the main topic of discussion that brings about
Contention.
yeah
Well,
contention.
he hasn't brought
Yeah.
up once, I don't think, that his faith says he's living on a big blue spinning testicle. I don't think he said that once.
That's right. That was
So-
the point of the conversation or the statement.
This was the
It was
genius
so
of,
hard to
of
hear you, Andy. It's like you were whispering. What did you say?
spinning testicle.
What? I said,
Oh, you're talking
oh,
about
it has
penis again. Oh, man, so.
go. Really? That's what you got from that? Damn.
No, I'm playing. I'm playing. I just
Stop laughing. Stop laughing, Nate. It's
But-
taken the wrong way.
This,
Don't you
this
dare.
was what was so amazing. This is why my ex-wife was so fucking brilliant. Can you see that's actually the Vitruvian Man?
Is that a drum?
Yeah.
Nice, mate. Why don't you make a video of you playing it? Can you
I could do.
fucking yeah, do it.
Pretty cool.
Yoshimana Yoshimina Testami Yoshimana Titira Dashinami.
So have you done an ancestry test of curiosity? Trust.
No, I haven't, but we've got a pretty good ancestral tree. So on my dad's side, that goes back to sort of 14th century, and on my mum's side, that goes back to sort of 12th, 13th century, but inferences to the 11th.
So you have a good family tree, straight as a bow or straight as an arrow.
And I
Yeah, well,
assume they're
what I
Scottish
can say is,
clans.
yeah, I'm Scottish and I've got a weird fucking surname, so that helps. And it's been the surname that we pretty much, it's been pretty much unchanged for
And
the
they're
last
Scottish
500
clans.
years. Well, it's northeast Scotland, so that makes it even easier. So we didn't have the same sort of lowland problems.
So Scandinavian.
No, northeast Scotland, not northwest. Look at your phenotype map.
I don't know what's your phenotype, mate.
I don't know because I haven't had a DNA test. I can tell I've got a very unusual blood group, and it's very prevalent where I come from.
Do
So.
you have freckles?
A
Do you get
little bit, not
sunburned
much,
very easily?
not particularly. I mean, I do get sunburnt, but there's enough
You probably
swarthy
have
southern in me
Scandinavian.
to
Do
protect
you
me.
tan?
Tune
You
this
tan,
drum,
so you're
Gus.
Scandinavian. You have a Scandinavian phenotype.
I don't have a Scandinavian phenotype.
Prove it. You just told me you tan. I
No,
can't tan.
just because you can't tan doesn't mean that you don't have a Scandinavian phenotype, because you have a problem between the difference between the Norwegians, the Swedes, and the Danes, and the
They're
Finns.
all, mate. They're all the same.
So the drum is actually self-tuning. That's another genius thing because of the way that the sinew dries. Yeah, it's my ex-wife she's a fucking genius. She makes me look like an idiot.
What does it do? Settle on the note that it's happy with, sort of its own.
And what instrument is it called? What is it called, mate?
It's a sounding drum or ballroom, which is, I guess, the Irish name you call it.
Of Baldrin?
If you want to pronounce it that way.
Is that what you said? Baldrin? Who's that?
No, ballroom.
Do you use this a drumstick or a sounding rod with the?
Yeah, you can do. I normally just tap it. But yeah, I've got that, and I've got quite a lot of instruments around me, so I have this thing as well, which is kind of cool.
I got a
What?
African drum in my room. There you go.
Imagine
Yeah.
Druss with that drum at the front of the rave.
Hey. But yeah, I mean, it gives me a lot of peace, and it keeps me pretty grounded, and
Yeah,
know,
do you do
sure.
grounding with the earth? Like you go without shoes on the earth?
oh yeah.
I
and
just
you
saw a
play the
story
drum.
about a woman who managed to repair her own weak muscles by building and playing a tribal drum.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, the vibrational
Bullshit.
frequency is healing. No, this has been proven to be true. If you play the drum at the correct rate, the correct rhythm,
That
it's
specific
like
exercise.
it's what the
Yeah.
Buddhists do with their beads. It's like you go into a mantra, and the mantra has been proven to
Well, it's definitely
vibrationally
therapeutic
heal
in
the
that way,
body.
yeah.
Definitely. So that is confirmed fact.
Rhythm is definitely therapeutic. I don't know if you can heal a broken wrist with just rhythm. I think it's the exercise as
Oh,
well.
yeah, maybe not a whole bone, you know.
Anyway, I'll go rock and roll because there's work to do, and I've probably spent too long
You
here
off to
already.
the ritual, mate?
No, I'm off to do some work because I work for them.
Mate, have a good
Can you
one.
drum your way to a new leg? Like if you have an amputation, should Pete be playing the drum?
Yeah, no.
You can try, but I think you'd be hopping mad about it.
Yeah, take it easy, foolish. Dross.
I will, man.
Have you seen these ritual religious healers? Every religion's got them. They've got different ways of touching you and moaning and saying that you're healed.
It's no trust.
If you want to get your mind blown, research crazy Christians in different ways, put in different words, and look at them up. There's mad shit going on. They wrap snakes around people, put snakes in people's faces. They push people over sometimes. Shout bullshit, talking in tongues.
What was
Crazy
that?
Which
shit.
just comes into the placebo effect.
Throwing
Sorry.
babies into ponds, all weird shit. Go on, sorry.
What was that? That stream you got me to come in that you were trying to get banned on. Remember that Christian stream? The kids one. I think it was the kids one, wasn't it?
I can't quite remember. It might have been LED, which is Seventh Day Adventist kind of conspiracy channel.
Oh, maybe, yeah. That was funny. And you kept on typing all this stuff in the chat, trying to trigger them.
Yeah, I'm a naughty boy, man. I do it to the atheists as well. That's the funny thing. From my position, I get to troll Christians and atheists.
An atheist. That was a pretty cool chat, I say.
There's so many combinations in what people can believe about God, isn't there? That it does make for a fun conversation sometimes.
Yeah, definitely.
The funny thing is that we just found out that there's no such thing as non-God believers. Even the pagans believe in God.
Oh, I totally agree. I see. Even atheists believe in the Big Bang and everything coming from nothing. That's their God.
Yeah,
Yep.
but they don't
There's no
pray
God.
they don't pray
What-
to the Big
could you
Bang. Come on, man. That was stupid.
It's
Yeah,
because they don't know how to pray. No, they do
that was
still worship
dumb.
it.
Though.
They
They don't
worship
pray
it
to
by
the Big
believing
Bang.
it's the fact.
No,
Dawn,
no.
could you explain
No,
what
that
is your
was
definition of God? Because I don't consider the Big Bang a God. That's like saying a car is a God.
My definition for atheists is the thing
No,
that
of God.
Yeah, my definition of God for atheists is the thing that created the universe, the event that led to this, and nature being a mystery in itself. Those two
Okay,
things.
I don't. I mean, everything I see in God is anthropomorphized type of stuff. You know,
Yes, but that's one of
it's
your
a
huge
sentient
mistakes.
being.
Because God doesn't mean a personified being. That's not what it means. Never has. That's silly. That's silly drug users that come up with a personified being. God is the mystery, the unknown, the existential crisis, the soul, the heart.
That doesn't seem to be the common definition.
No, it's not, because you've been lied to by drug users.
Well, no, I mean the common. I don't think that it's been the definition ever. I mean,
But this is the real meaning of it. The personification is a childish attempt
based
to
on who?
explain it to others.
If you're the only one who believes this, or not the only one, but if you're in the vast minority, why do you think that that is the
I've thought
word
about it
that I
so
should
much.
be believing in?
I've thought about it so much, Mark. If you ask atheists, were they once a Christian? 9 out of 10 of them will tell you, yes, I was brought up in Christianity. And you can ask them a series of questions, and they will admit they are now emotionally reacting to Christianity with a new belief system about a spiritual position. They think there's no personified being. But that doesn't stop them believing in God, the mystery of the universe, of nature. A creation
So if you want to just
exists, more
anonymously
God.
say that God is nature, then yeah, sure. I mean, but that's a kind of a
Animism.
weird
That's what
definition that makes it
animism is.
meaningless.
That's the original God, the thing that created nature and nature itself.
Okay, let's see.
So for you, it's
I
a
think
gap
everybody could agree on that.
of knowledge, Mark, for you, and then the Big Bang. It might be true. It's a bit scientific because you can actually see the edge of it if you look at the microwave background and you believe in that sort of stuff. But it
Like
was
with
theorized.
animism,
It was
there
theorized by a
seems to
Catholic
be
priest.
with animism. It seems like there is a attribution to the soul, stuff like that. So it still has this magical belief system. I don't see.
I think atheists have that.
My belief does not include
Quantum
any of
physics.
that.
Quantum physics is atheists' magical belief system.
No, it's a demonstrable belief system, at least in
No,
massive parts.
it's all theory.
Demonstrable theories, yes.
But that's not my point. I'm just saying there's always an unknown, theorized part of your belief system. And
That
atheists
gets
have
down
that
into
too.
that gets down to sort of like a philosophical argument, like can we know anything? And the answer to that is, depending on who you ask, absolutely no.
I know I've made up my own new definition, but I did it on purpose so that I can describe how atheists still have a God form, a God idea, a concept, a ground, a basis.
It's really, but that's quite a stretch.
No, it's just no one's ever spoken about it like me before, probably.
So we now learn things by only the one.
There's one underlying denominator in common denominator in all of these beliefs. You know what that is in all of these religions?
Everything, all religions.
And the non-religion as well, the Big Bang. There's one common denominator.
Human
Belief.
beings? What?
Belief.
Belief.
Yeah, faith.
Oh, belief, yeah.
You stretch from what you know to what you don't know, and you decide
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Another
But justified belief and instructed belief.
No. Don't try to skew the line.
It's a scale, Moyoc, of partly justified to not justified hardly at all, but you still believe.
Right.
Another way of saying it is maybe the Big Bang isn't your only God form. Maybe government is. Maybe because you're an atheist, you think science and government has to tell you what's real and what's right and what's wrong. And
you also have to understand,
you've
I guess,
replaced God with government and science.
One thing you also have to look at
Exactly.
when you say that I have a belief in the Big Bang, I will say that it's an absolutely insignificant part of my belief system. It falls on that fringe of, yeah, there's possibly a Big Bang. I have no love for it, no hatred for it. It seems like a good logical starting point, but it's irrelevant to anything
What about your soul,
currently
your
dealt
heart?
with in life.
What about the other
So, heart or
parts?
soul, don't believe those exist. Hey, other than the physical beating thing.
You know, when you cry as a man, that emotion.
Mm-hmm.
That's
biological.
Part of God. When you feel confused as a growing boy, and you thought, "Wow, this reality is crazy," that's the hint that God's real, whether you're a Christian or you're an atheist.
I'm not sure what you're talking about there. When I'm as confused.
Because you've never heard the language of what God really means to most people. You've only heard the personified stories.
No, that's what it means to most people. Clearly,
It isn't.
most.
It isn't. Most Christians don't believe there's a man with a beard in the sky who judges them. That's not. They just. That's what they tell you when you
Actually,
ask
I would
them,
say
because that's
that
the only
almost
language
everyone
they've
that
got.
I've ever met does.
It's the only language they have.
Almost everyone that I have believes that. That his physical form may be in question, but there is a sentient
That's the
being
point.
who's judging people and punishing them.
But a being is the only way they can think of it. It's the only.
That's fine because we don't have a shape or a smell and hair color.
Well, you can argue against it, but I still think you have your own way of believing in God.
Yes, I believe in God in that I don't believe in God at all.
You know there's a mystery to existence, and that
That
it's a
does not have to be
struggle.
God.
You know there's good and evil.
Why does it say on the back of your money, "In God We Trust"?
Because in
What are you
1950,
trusting?
because during the big communist heyday in the 1950s, somebody wrote "On God We Trust" to fight the communists or to thumb their nose at the communists.
That's true.
Or is it the people that control the money are using God as a form of control towards us? Could that be it?
Now, how often do you think about the "In God We Trust" written on money? You pass the dollar off, you don't even read it. You look at the number and say, "Yep, that's a 20." Not exactly
Now,
a
yeah,
control
but
line.
Do you think these guys that control your country are crazy religious nuts because they put their trust in
Some.
God?
Some are.
Isn't that weird that you let yourself be ruled by people that believe in things you think are stupid?
no, you go.
I don't so much consider people who believe in God stupid or even the belief in God stupid. I just don't happen to hold it because there's no evidence whatsoever toward that I see. And I also
It's
see that
crazy to believe.
I also see that humans are known for creating their own religion wholesale and being able to get followers. So, I mean, it doesn't have any intrinsic truth to it.
Why do you think
Yeah, but
all
you
of
got
these
to look at the
people?
big picture.
Why have
gotta
all
look
of
at the
these people had to invent a story always about something higher than themselves?
That's the nature of man. We want to know where we came from, but you guys are missing the big story. The big story is the people that are in charge. They know how people that are religious think and how people that are not religious think. So they use that against you. They'll use every tactic they have in religion is a very big tool for them. That's the big
Well,
picture.
I think religion is a tool that's used. I mean, definitely. When you look at like modern politicians, a lot of them are I would say, devout atheists who, for political expediency, actually claim to be Christian because there's no way for them to get their point across to the population or their contribution to the population unless they do that.
You should have seen our prime minister dress up as a Sikh in an orange thing and do a dance. It's comical, bro. It's comical.
I don't know. That sounds like just being polite. Is he a Sikh, or is he just doing that as a way of acknowledging?
Sounds like a mockery to me.
No, what he does is when there's an election, he goes to all the groups. Like he'll go to the group. He'll dance the Greek dance. He'll go to the Italians and he'll dress like Italians and dance the Italian dance. And when he went to the, he wore this freaking orange outfit. He looked like a real clown.
Well, let me ask you this: when people go to Hawaii, and I'd say a very large swath of people who go to Hawaii, they dress up in hula skirts and coconuts and whatever else, and they go and wiggle their asses.
Yeah, but you're doing
This
it
is
for fun,
something
bro.
that's not cultural appropriation. That's not even acknowledgement of the truth of something. It's either polite or fun.
You're missing the point, bro. You're missing the point.
Am I? Seems like you are.
Yeah, because he doesn't do this in any other time of his life. He just does this when the elections are there. So it's I don't know if you know
You
the
mean
way I'm trying to.
right? But when you go to an event like that, you're going to an event, let's say of Sikhs or whatever. At that point, you have a whole bunch of people together, all with the same idea, in a party, a somewhat party atmosphere, and that's the time you would do it. You wouldn't do that if you were going to a Sikh um, funeral or a Sikh any other time you meet up with these people. It would have to be a
Let me
festive
put it to
event.
you this way, bro. You're American, right?
Yeah.
Can you imagine Biden going to Scotland and wearing a skirt and dancing around, or going to India and wearing like a Sikh outfit
I
and
don't know.
dancing?
I don't know what
That's a
Biden
very good
does.
point.
I could
That's a
see
pretty good
some
point.
presidents doing that. I could see
Trump,
a
Which
person
one?
Trump, does
doing
a, Trump does a few weird meetings.
Which president?
I can absolutely see some presidents doing it,
You seen
some
that
not,
picture?
and it's also not politically correct for a lot of our presidents to do that. So a lot of them.
So they all go to the Wailing Wall.
He doing that? Which president do you see doing that?
They all go to
Which
the
president?
Wailing Wall and put on a
Yeah, but which president do you
yarmulke.
see dressing up as a
He was saying
sheik
Canada,
and putting like
wasn't he?
paint on their face? Yeah, it was the Canadian Prime Minister, but he didn't just dress up; he put paint on his face and everything. You know, going to the Wailing Wall, that's just showing like respect. You're not, you're not putting on a big plastic nose. You know, are you? Yeah, make to look like a Jew.
Some people
He
do.
try to when they go to the Wailing Wall. Which president ever did that?
Imagine
Kosho?
putting on those curlers on the side of their ears and wearing a cap. That's total ridiculousness, bro.
Which president ever did that?
Some people do that for real.
No, presidents,
Who did
not
that?
ordinary people. Which
Kosho
president
does it all the
did that?
time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
come on,
yeah.
man.
You
Like
just
you
can't
guys
you
just
can't
being
tell
silly.
because they don't make it obvious, but they wear it sometimes.
Trump
Only on
went
the
to the
weekends.
Wailing Wall, and it looks like also let's see, Obama went to the Wailing Wall.
It's not the same as going to the Wailing Wall, Moyok. Obama doesn't go to
Oh
the
no,
Wailing
you just asked
Wall.
what president goes to the Wailing Wall.
That's not what I asked. I asked what president puts on a big plastic nose
Okay, I'm sorry.
while they're at the Wailing Wall. Yeah.
Well, he put the little yarmulke on.
Yeah, but that's a sign of respect. That's not putting on a big plastic nose. If all that,
No.
if all
But
the
the president of Canada put on a plastic nose. No, he dressed up in traditional garb and had his face painted in traditional paint.
that was not
Right?
traditional
Hold on a
paint.
minute. Where's the traditional
Indians
Jewish
don't
garb?
traditionally paint their faces. You know, that wasn't traditional paint. He was trying to look like an Indian. If he just put on the clothes, I understand, you know. But I mean, why paint your face? That's not what
I have to see it.
Indians traditionally do, you know. He looked ridiculous.
I don't know what kind of paint did he put on his face.
It was just
he
normal
just put like
face
a
paint.
dot.
It
Total
was normal
face paint.
face paint.
And no
Yeah, he
Indians.
painted his whole
No Indians
face.
paint their face.
I
No
don't know
Indians
why we're
paint their face.
debating, bro. It's just
Not
the
like
Prime
that.
Minister being a
Indians
twat.
don't put on face paint the way he did. He painted his whole face one color. It wasn't traditional. It wasn't
Oh,
symbolic
I have
of
no
anything.
idea. Does anybody have a picture
Yeah.
of this?
You're talking about when he did that
don't know
for
what.
Halloween? Was that when he was like in college or something?
That's
in
another
college,
thing.
he had a blackface. Glad you mentioned that. In college, our prime minister was in blackface.
College?
Yeah, or
In what year?
university. One of those two.
In what year?
Oh, I thought he did it now. Oh,
No, the blackface was when he was young, when he was in
What year
college.
was that approximately? Was that like the 50s, 60s, 70s?
No, man. What are you talking about?
not that old.
I
He's
have
young.
no idea what year it was. So is it 50s,
I just
60s,
posted
70s?
a picture of it.
I guess 20 years ago, 30 years max. Yeah, there's the picture.
That's getting-
Yeah.
Dude, that was actually he looks more
Wow.
Indian than the other two guys.
He's cloud. What a cloud.
This is our
That's
prime
not
minister.
blackface either.
My God,
That's
man.
not blackface either. That
It's like
well, I
ghost
guess
face.
it's not considered blackface. I don't think.
I'll tell you what, he probably got laid that night.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Okay, well, okay. If he wasn't president at the time, then okay, maybe. If you're just like a normal, ordinary person.
Yeah, there's nothing.
understand.
Well, you can argue if there's anything wrong with this or not, but that's just a private dude doing his thing, right? But when you're prime minister or president, well, you know.
I came
Did
into
he-
this late.
He hasn't done it while he's prime minister, right?
No.
Has he? Oh,
but
okay.
he dressed
okay.
up as a prime minister with the
That
Indian
was
stuff.
funny though what you said about going to the Wailing Wall, the plastic nose. Can you imagine that, man?
Not just the
Yeah,
nose,
like-
you got to put the curlers on the side. You got to wear the garb with all those things hanging. What is it? 731 prayer ropes and all that stuff you got to wear.
The little black cube on your wrist.
Yeah.
On your arm, I mean.
On your head. There's one on your head. The cube there. Yeah. Why didn't he dress like that?
You got to cut the tip of your penis before you go up there and everything. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Get into it. Method acting.
What were you guys talking about? Because I think we all kind of were talking about different things. I walked into this late.
Well, you just mentioned circumcision. How did they convince? I mean, people say, "Oh, how have they brainwashed people or whatever?" They literally have brainwashed most of the modern world to genitally mutilate their children.
Yeah.
That was only about 100 years ago.
They're fucking magician wizards. That's how.
Exactly.
You don't think they could convince us the Earth is not what it is when they convinced everybody, all these mothers with their beautiful children that they just gave birth to be generally mutilated and, of course, injected with God knows what?
That's the best point you've made, Joe.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say that, dude. I think you just answered the question of why would they lie. That's all you got to say. It's like, just fucking tell people that. It's like, you think they fucking can't convince you that? They convince you fucking to
I'm gonna have to look into flat Earth again now. Fuck.
Take your a woman just went through 9 months of, carrying this baby. She's going to breastfeed it. She's dedicating her whole life to taking care of it. Thousands and thousands of hours, the next 18 years at least of her life, that whole deal. And she's just going to hand over that child to be injected and penis snipped and the whole thing. It's insane. Chopped up, spanked, and whacked and injected with God only knows what.
Look.
Well said, bro. Well said.
You made it sound so much worse.
That's how you
It's
make
not
sure your
that
kid's
bad,
part of the
man.
cult.
It's not that
Well,
bad, guys.
Sandra Bullock, for one, is very thankful for all those little baby dicks being injected into her face.
Oh, no, yeah.
You guys are fucking disgusting, man.
What do you mean disgusting? It's true.
Listen to me, dude. I fell asleep last night heating up this food. It's been in the oven for 8 hours. It tastes disgusting right now. Now you guys are talking about fucking Sandra Bullock and circumcised foreskin on her face.
Well,
She's got to hide her manly features.
she does.
Now,
So
is there any
you're a product of
scientific
God, right?
basis?
Go ahead, bro.
Is there any scientific basis for foreskin having any medicinal value? I mean, I would think like this is like almost what do you call it?
Pseudoscience.
Boogeyman stuff. It's magic.
Come on, it's got to work. Sandra Bullock does it like every second day.
Wait, you're talking about
That doesn't
using it
matter.
in some kind of serum for skincare? Is that what you mean? Or do you mean like the
Yes,
usefulness it
yes.
has on the male body?
No, dude,
No,
it's
use
skincare, yeah.
as skincare.
got stem cells in it, man.
Yeah, it's skincare. She gets the foreskins all over her face, and they needle her face and inject
They
it into
needle
her
her
face.
They
Right,
say
but there's
you
no
can grow any
medicinal
kind
value.
of.
Foreskin is essentially no different than any other part of the body. You might say that it probably has more stem cells in an infant and stuff like
Baby
that. So
foreskin,
maybe
not
but
like
that
not
would-
like a grown
but,
man's.
yeah, but that wouldn't matter if you had
It
stem
matters.
cells.
It matters,
Shut
apparently.
the fuck up.
Yeah, but
I'm
listen,
trying to answer
man,
your
these are
question.
religious people, right? That, like Gio
So-
said, you spend 9 months, God's
I mean,
creation,
everyone.
and as soon as the baby comes out, what do they say? Well, we got to chop this part. That's no good.
Like, why didn't
Let's
she
hear
get
from
her own?
Moya.
Why didn't she get her own foreskin injected into her face?
She's
She
a
got it
woman.
chopped off a long time ago.
Oh, probably true that. She should have saved it.
They get you from young. They get you to believe in fantasies from young. If they can convince you at birth you got to chop something off, they have you for life. They have you for life.
Yeah, there is ritual, mystical reasons for that, and medical reasons to be cleaner. These are all partly true, but the fact they managed to convince everyone is really scary, terrifying.
There's nothing true about any medical reason whatsoever. To keep it clean, are you kidding me? Humans have lived for thousands of years without showers, without all that. You think their dicks were all getting infected and falling out? Come on.
I know.
Yeah, miraculously, 100 years ago, they started living to be from 30 to being fucking 75.
It makes stimulation different, so there's mystical reasons for it.
Well, it's the male version of the clitoris. There's thousands of very sensitive cells that are connected to the entire functioning of the sexual reproductive system.
It's not like they asked you to actually cut off your tip of your penis, dude.
That's what it is.
Just say cut off the turtleneck.
Yeah, just the skin around it.
With the birth of our boys, the doctor actually suggested circumcision, and when we said no, he gave us this look of like, what? Why not? Why wouldn't you? Like it was really strange, actually.
Yeah, like why would you? Should be the question.
Yeah.
Why would you take this perfect perfection that was created, right? And decide, let's chop this off.
The only reason is because you're in a Jewish sex cult. That's the only reason to do it.
I've never had that thought in my life. Dude, look at this perfect penis, man.
It's
sheer control, man. That's all it is. Circumcised?
It's perfect creation, man.
Yo, Kosher, are you going to get your kid circumcised?
Say what?
Are you going to get your kid circumcised?
I'm not going to think about that. I'm fucking eating this 8-hour-old food. I'm not thinking about that.
You better.
Good question, bro.
You better think about it now, Kosher. You better make up your mind.
So cut your skin off. Don't eat pork. Pray 5 times a day. What else? Don't eat for 1 month.
Become my slave, please.
You say pray 5 times a day? Isn't that Muslims?
Yeah, I'm doing the gambit.
Oh, okay.
Of all the things that people have been
also
convinced.
Go to mass, put ash on your forehead and all that stuff. You know?
No, don't eat during the day for a whole month.
Just as weird, though. Christians are just as weird, SC. It's just y'all don't really follow your rules properly. If you guys really followed your rules, you wouldn't be that different from us.
Yeah,
we're no different. Don't eat fish on Friday, fast for a week, and all these crazy things. We're no different.
Oh, don't eat fish on Friday?
No, that's only
or
once
is it? What is it? I forget exactly.
No, that's only once a year. Good Friday, once a year.
Yeah, but don't you only eat fish?
I think it's that. Yeah, maybe I got it wrong. Yeah.
Me? Yeah, I only eat fish. Or a lot.
My point is, all these things. Don't eat pig. Why not?
Eat it all, especially
It gives you too much energy, mate. So they don't want that, do they?
You guys eat
pigs eat other pigs.
Yeah, what do you know?
Pig? Is that like? It's not really. So I can eat guinea pig.
Not a pig, man.
Pigs eat anything. You put anything in front of a pig, it's gonna eat it.
Imagine if you're Jewish or Muslim and you walk by a barbecue and it's like, oh man, I can't have that. I can't have a piece of that. I don't want to insult anybody, but man, that's pretty depriving.
It's the same for Rastas. My mate has to break the Rasta rules to eat bacon.
It's the what?
He has to break the true Rasta rules to eat pork and bacon when he wants to.
Yeah, I really did. I don't eat pork, right? But if somebody is making fucking pepperoni pizza or something like that, I don't fucking complain about it. Pick the pepperonis off. You know what I mean?
I remember an Asian friend at school was like, "Oh, that smells so good. I wish I could have that."
Psychological.
Poor guy.
I think it's disrespectful to, like, if you don't eat something and somebody's making food and you're at their house, like, "Oh, I don't eat that." I'm like, dude, this isn't fucking the Four Seasons, dude. It's like, this is what I'm making, and this is what you're gonna have.
Yeah.
I just eat. I just eat whatever.
Eat it?
No, that's going way beyond the pale now. If you're hosting a party, bro, you should honor your guests.
Oh.
It's a whole different ball game.
I can say hosting a
Yeah.
party. If you're at someone's house cooking. If someone asks you, "Hey, do you eat this?" and then they make something that's different. But if
Yeah,
those,
So if I'm gonna invite a Jewish friend home, I ain't gonna make pork or souvlaki, right? I'm gonna
Well, yeah,
be
that's
smart about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with that, man. But at the same time, if someone's like, "Hey, I'm making dinner. Do you want to come in?" and then you're already at their house, they're making dinner. I'm not gonna complain about what they're making.
What?
know-
You just don't eat it, bro. Or you ask if they have like bread, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, but imagine being confronted with something that you just don't want to eat. It turns you off. I know this fella that has a Chinese wife. Anyway, he went round to his wife's parents for the very first time, and
Tarantula starter.
had dinner around there. Anyway, they had chicken, right? So they cooked this whole chicken, right? And it is tradition there that the guest of honor gets the honor of actually sucking out the chicken's brain. And he's presented with the head of the chicken and this brain, and his wife's whispered in his ear, "Yeah, you have to suck out the brain." And he's just looked at her and gone to suck it up. And he's had this look on his face, and apparently the whole room just burst into laughter. Right? He couldn't down it at all, and then he presented it to to his wife's father. Anyway, he ended up sucking the whole thing out, guzzling it down without finishing it.
Disgusting, man. This is one of those
Oh,
sick
wow.
jokes Australians play on people.
What?
Yeah, this was in Australia.
No. We only eat our pet guinea pigs here.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, they're nutritious.
A mad guinea pig story if you want to hear it.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll go really fast. Once my dad had an affair behind my mum's back with a black man. Then my dad tried to come back to my mum, so the black man got mad and he came in my garden at night time and crushed our 2 guinea pigs in the cage and left them squashed.
Oh,
and then he threw soil all over the garden, and he threw a brick through the front window once as well.
He's a witch doctor, you said?
No, just a black man who was annoyed
Crazy.
What?
with my dad.
Is this a joke or is this serious?
He was probably a witch doctor.
But
sounds like a ritualistic.
Dawn, you taking the
for a little while, I related black men with crushing guinea pigs for no reason in my head, and then I got over it.
It's not uncommon. Maybe it was just. Maybe it was just Justin Trudeau. Blackface.
That's terrible, Dawn.
No,
What the hell?
it's my dad's fault, right? Having an affair with someone else's ex-girlfriend. So,
Who was crushing the guinea pig though? Like the
No, it's
start of it
harsh.
was fucked to begin
very
with. Then you
harsh,
talk
but-
about crushing guinea pigs, bro. I'm like, are you taking? Is this like a story?
It's a quick story. I'm over it now.
I heard black man, I heard affair, and I heard crushing guinea pigs all in one sentence.
Something that happened once.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
I'll tell you their names. Pepsi. I called mine Pepsi because it was an albino. It was white with pink eyes. And I don't know why, but Pepsi seemed like a cute name. And my sister was obsessed with carbonated water, so she called hers fizzy water.
R.I.P.
We were quite poor. Go on.
I was going to say I had a pet Mexican walking fish salamander. Anyway, I got it from the pet store, and it had one of its legs missing. Anyway, I didn't know back in the day that salamander has the ability to grow its limbs back if they lose one. Anyway, he grew his hind leg back, but it grew back backwards. So when he swam in the water, he kept on going round and round in circles. Right, he couldn't swim in a straight line, so I called him U-turn.
That's great.
It's crazy.
He's only in a tank anyway. I mean, I'm sure he's still happy going around in the circle.
Yeah. He had a good life. Lived the life of a king. He did.
I remember how we had to make a pen for the guinea pigs to go on the grass and eat the grass. It reminds me of how poor I must have been, or my parents must have been growing up, because we couldn't even afford a real guinea pig pen. We had to use an old iron fire guard and bits of wood and stuff stuck in the ground and make our own little barrier.
Yeah, my kids used to have a few guinea pigs and built this cage for them that didn't have any bottom on it, and they used to do the same thing. They used to move the garden, give it fresh grass all the time. But Blair, I tell you what, they're noisy things, Storm.
Yeah.
They start chirping away. They're bloody noisy.
Have you seen those big versions, the capybaras?
I've seen photos of many different. I may have seen a photo of big fluffy, really
There's an animal,
fluffy.
animal called a capybara. It's like the size of a pig, but shaped like a guinea pig with fur.
Why don't you just adopt a kid from somewhere else? You say guinea kids?
Pig.
Oh, okay. I thought you said like Italian kids or something.
How's your 7-day-old pizza going, Pasha?
Guinea pigs die very often, you know.
Yeah, they do.
Every story about guinea pigs is about it dying.
Coach, your mic just got really loud for some reason.
I'm sorry, but
Oh yeah.
I thought you were I thought you were in the room with me. It was so loud.
Spirit of me.
They're just like a giant guinea pig, aren't they? They're crazy.
Oh yeah, those are Australian, right?
No,
they're definitely not Australian.
Aren't
mate.
they? Aren't they
fucking
South
wombat.
American? Yeah.
It's not a wombat, mate.
Wombat.
That's what he thinks it is.
No, I just woke up, man. So I don't know. Is that kosher? It's probably not.
Not
kosher.
the same creature, mate.
Did you say kookaburra?
Kookaburra.
Kookaburra. I actually accidentally hit into one the other week.
I had this Australian girlfriend, and she used to sing this song about kookaburras.
Yeah, kookaburra sitting in the old gum tree, right?
It is kookaburra, not kookaburra. However you're saying it. Kookaburra.
Oh, that's different than what Don's writing. He put
mate.
capybara.
Capybara is like the big guinea pig thing, and then there's the kookaburra, which is a bird.
Oh
They're
my
different
god!
things.
I would have been confused about that for the rest of my life, dude. I thought you guys were talking about the same thing.
Kookaburras are massive. They don't look like that, mate. I've never seen one with blue on them. That's for sure.
Oh, haven't you? Really?
Nah, mate. No, not from memory. Actually, not at all.
Yeah.
Not in New South Wales.
They are mainly a brownie, like a dirty kind of colour.
And they have longer beaks. At least the ones in my area, longer beak, no blue. That looks like a little bugger. A bright one too. Yeah, They make funny noises. It's either them or nah. These ones laugh at you. Hey, it's the kookaburra, right? You go listen to the noise they make.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
What do you guys think that World War III for Australians are going to be fought against the birds?
I hope not. Lose.
Yeah, you guys will lose for sure.
That was literally 2 trucks and a gunner on the back versus like 1,000 emus in the middle of Australia.
Wow.
And they call it a war. It was literally 2 blokes. It was not a war, mate.
Well, no, it was a war that you guys didn't help out with.
Yeah, we were all cowering underneath our beds because we knew what was going to happen. You're faced with 1,000 bloody emus; they'll rip you to shreds.
Yeah, you think they're not going to call the cassowaries to help?
Exactly right. But the emus was just a first onslaught. They had backup waiting.
Then I heard that
Yeah.
the forest fires that you guys had was caused by the birds as well.
No, it was actually Arsenal. I've actually argued with many liberals in our country about this, or just politicians in general. Many arguments, and they say it's because of global warming, the forest fires, but they were all 90% because it was a humid temperature, but they were all Arsenal based. Either they were purposefully started and they just took over kilometers and like huge spanses. These fires would go on for because of the temperature at the time. It was humid. There was no rain. It was so dry. It was
What
fucking like
fires are
40
you? What
degrees.
fires are you talking about? The worst fires in
The Australian
Australian
fires.
history. Yeah, the worst one in Australian history, where 80 odd people were killed, were caused
Oh
by
yeah.
electrical wire
There you go.
faults,
There you go.
but not Arsenal. It wasn't Arsenal.
No, Arsenal or just like created by humans, right? Like just fire goes off, like a bloke chucks a cigarette out the window. Like I said, it's purposeful or it was accidental. But this is what we saw happening, and they say it was because of climate change, but no one brought attention to like how easily we can start fires in a brutal environment that is Australia. Because this year we had constant rain for the first 6 months, right? It was constantly raining.
There was huge uproar because there was a push a few years prior by the greenies to stop people going into the forest, especially four-wheel drivers going into the forest, and cleaning up debris and stuff like that. So a lot of the fire tracks and stuff that these four-wheel drivers used to use and keep and maintain were all overgrown and shrub everywhere, which actually inhibited a lot of the firefighting efforts at the time. The ones in King Lake.
I agree about the arsonists, but as this title says, biological arsonists, black kites causing the fires in Australia.
There you go. The birds are doing it. They were saying so the arguments, and the only argument they had that it could be caused naturally was lightning, right? And then it's like, hang on, it hasn't rained for fucking 3 months. How the fuck are these fires starting from lightning? They're not asking how these fires started. And now we have a look, and it's the fucking birds doing it here.
The birds flying around with fags out of their mouth, dropping them nearly.
There you go.
Sounds like a good time, right, Banshaw?
Yep.
Flying around with fags in your mouth.
It's blatantly started some way, and then the birds have helped a tiny little bit, and then they've been blamed by the New World Order news liars, basically. That's what I think.
All I know is that people are afraid of because oh, don't go to Australia. They have all the snakes and spiders. But I think it's the birds that you guys have been sleeping on, dude.
It's the birds.
Birds are a danger.
What else?
You can't blame
absolutely nothing else.
You can't blame summer hot fires on birds. Like that's not
the drop bears.
That's not a thing.
No. Have you heard of the drop bears? That's one thing I forgot about.
Yeah, I love how you call them drop bears to make them sound scarier. Koala bears, dude.
No, these creatures, mate. And I've seen tigers out in the bush. I've fucking told it many times. There's dangerous creatures. You got the black snakes and the brown snakes. Like you reminded me. You got the redback spider. This creature, you know, you get bitten once, you're dead. You have the blue-ringed octopus
Yeah.
in Queensland.
The
You stung,
redback.
you're gone.
Did you
What
just
are
say
you
the
talking about,
redback?
Manso?
The
Did you
redback
just say
spider.
the
This
redback
is an old
spider? Yeah,
tale.
man.
This is an
I've
old
been
tale.
bit. I've been bit by a redback spider. You definitely don't die.
Well, they were saying back in the day, you get bitten, you're gone.
A redback on your toilet seat. Oh man, it's so funny. The last person to die from a redback spider, I think, goes back to 1965 or 1970. That's the last person to die from a redback spider.
What was her first name?
Jane.
Uh,
How do you know it was Jane Manso?
that's too bad.
It was for her, yeah.
Have you ever
Between
been
Jane-
bitten by a
They used to bite you on the ball sack.
Oh yeah.
That's what used to happen.
How's that?
Because the toilets back in the day were the outhouses. All right, so redbacks like a nice dark, quiet place
Just
to
above the wall.
hide, and they would hide underneath the toilet seat. So as you go in there to go about your business, you'd sit down and you'd have your newspaper, you'd do a bit of reading, and next thing, your ball sack is burning because the redback's just bitten you on it. Boom.
Yo,
There you
Manso, have
go.
you ever had a snake bite you?
Not me. My
Nah,
son's been bitten by a snake, but not me.
Jesus.
that's fucked, man. Because if you get bitten by a snake here, it's bad news for sure. That's the
Yeah.
thing. If you get bitten by a
And
snake, you can be dead
yeah,
within hours.
and he was bitten by a baby brown snake, which is even more venomous than the adult. Right, and he was lucky.
Ah,
He was wearing his army. He used to be in the army reserves, and he was wearing his army uniform and his boots and all that sort of stuff. And him and his mates had gone out to the bush to do a bit of camping, and they trekked into the middle of the bush. Anyway, all of a sudden, my son started feeling a little bit sick and all that sort of stuff, and he sat down. And anyway, the week before, they'd just done a first aid course with the Army Reserves, and he's not looking too good at all. Right, he's starting to sweat and all this sort of stuff. So they decided to check him for some sort of bite of some sort. Anyway, they take his boots off and they pull up his pants and they see a couple of little puncture wounds in the side of his thigh, and he didn't even feel himself being bit. Right. Anyway, next thing, they see this little baby brown snake. So they hit it with a stick or something. They captured the snake because they didn't know what sort it was. Ended up putting my son in a splint, right, and carrying him down to the main road because where they were didn't have mobile phone reception. So they carried him down to the main road and called the ambulance and all that sort of stuff. And we got a call from his mates that Zach had been bitten by a snake and was on his way to the hospital and whatnot. And anyway, we got down there, and he was really sick for a good week and a half actually. After the bite, he's all good now, but he has this it'd be the size of probably half your hand on his calf, where he got bit, where it's kind of like this big indent where all the flesh had been eaten away. Yeah, it was a pretty crazy time. But they said he was very, very lucky because the baby snakes, well, it's not that their venom is more lethal. The baby snakes don't have the control to inject how much venom they put into you, so they kind of just inject it all into you.
yeah, it's fucked.
Yeah,
Did they have to
you're
wrap
lucky.
up the limb? Like, because they
Yeah,
say if poison goes to the heart, you're gone.
Yeah, no, they did all that because, like I said, Venu, they just done a first aid course about a week prior. So instead of doing the old-fashioned tourniquet that I was brought up with, they did this pressure bandage wrap all the way up his calf and up past his knee and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, they did all that.
Well, that's a lifesaver, isn't it? That's beautiful.
Uh-huh.
I,
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Oh,
know how
yeah.
to do that. Yeah. Well, that's what you got to be careful of, right? The fucking snake bites. You're unlucky if you get bitten. Like I can't say I actually know anyone who's been bitten by one, but it's
No.
definitely a known thing. If you get bitten, you're fucked. You need to go straight
A-
to a fucking hospital or tie it off. It would be good if they taught us how to do it because I actually have no fucking idea how to protect myself from a snake bite.
Actually, it's funny we're talking about snake bites. Globus is in this server. Last week, one of his mates got bit by a taipan, I think it was. I'm pretty sure he said a taipan.
What's a? It's a snake. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, it's a snake. Yeah. Pretty damn deadly. A lot of our snakes are deadly here, Nate. So you want to stick.
A taipan, but that's not here. That's like Asia.
Oh, what was it? Hold on, I'll search his posts.
Yeah, we got the red belly black snake. Is that the thing? That one's really dangerous. Brown snake, I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one's the most poisonous, honestly. I can't even tell you. But they're all pretty bad, honestly. There's one, I think, which isn't too bad. Maybe it's the black snake.
I'm looking for it. He put it in chat.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You don't really have to worry about spiders, mate. Just fucking the snakes are bad here, but you just don't go in long grass and shit. And you just like, I think you bang your foot on the ground, and the vibrations scare them off.
Nobody's
Nobody's
got deadlier snakes than us, dude.
Yeah, no. The thing is, mate, the USA, you got fucking tigers and shit. You have actual coyote like animal things. What are they called?
Yeah, we have lions, tigers, and bears. That's exactly right.
And then you're like, oh yeah, you got the fucking redback spider in Australia. And everyone else, you got a few snakes.
And cassowary or two. Yeah.
I would be more fucking worried trekking in America than here, unironically, mate.
Yeah, you just got to be worried about other people here in England.
We got that too.
That one too. Yeah.
Over here, the cops will kill you.
Yeah, that's not so common here.
We were talking to Gene yesterday, dude. He had so many crazy experiences with cops. It's so funny, but you can never do any of that shit in America.
Oh, the story he tells about the cops. He's running with the cops is as funny as. No.
Yeah, funny stories.
Yeah, you just got to watch a few what do they call them again? Mind blank. What was it? Auditors. That's it. Yeah, they go around and wind the police up for love nor money.
Yeah, I followed one of those guys, a foreign dude that wears the face scarf.
AB.
Yeah, I followed him and I was very fascinated for a few months, and then I just stopped following it. It's good work.
I like DJ audits. Is the best.
Some of them are a bit more cocky and a bit more in ego. I think I just found AB the best, more cheeky.
Yeah.
You talk about the auditors?
What?
You talking about that channel on YouTube, the auditors?
No,
Not all the auditors, but these are like UK auditors.
yeah, the original auditors that go around and check services and mock services and expose them. Mostly police and security. What was I going to say? I was going to ask a silly question to Gerald. Do you think there is a Bigfoot somewhere in Australia? I guess Tabansaw as well, and it's just not been found yet.
A Bigfoot.
No.
I know
Yeah.
there's panthers, or big tigers
You-
that live in the bush.
A hairy humanoid.
Which is,
I'm saying.
I believe that it's called the bunyip, is what the Aborigines called them.
And yeah, do you reckon there's one left? At least one left?
I feel like they would have been caught by
Definitely.
now.
I wouldn't doubt there's definitely a creature living out there. Like I can tell you I've seen something personally just down the road. It could have just been, whatever, a big cat, people like to say, but I can tell you I saw a creature that is similar to a Bigfoot like sighting. But in terms of an American Bigfoot, like a big hairy man, I mean, there's, that could always happen.
What do you think is more likely, a Bigfoot like in Americas or like a Yeti living in like Antarctica?
Maybe they're in Australia, but they've shed all that hair, to cool down a bit, and they're just hiding in the caves and outback.
Well, there's Aboriginal tribes definitely out there that you don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, they might be friends with one ancient giant that still lives in the woods.
Yeah, that would be a good fucking. I need to go gazing, definitely. I reckon we need more people looking for this sort of thing.
There's more chance of finding a Tassie devil, I reckon.
Yeah.
I reckon there's a chance there's some of those still around, to be honest with you, Gerald.
What's that supposed to be?
They like to say that there's some sort of panther in the moors, don't they, in England?
Yeah, I was going to mention that.
I think that was from the time where people had big cats as pets, like the 80s and that. And that to literally just let them go, didn't they? Because the law changed.
Some of them must have been smart enough to breed in the woods, right? Not get seen.
Yeah, they're probably extinct by now, though.
You said they fucking freed them? Like when they're illegal now. Oh shit! And they just let it out of his cage.
Some people must have let him go.
God damn, dude. There's a dude who did that here in America, in like Ohio, a few years ago. Like he went crazy, or maybe his wife somebody went crazy, and then they just opened all the cages and then killed themselves. And so there was like fucking like 28 panthers and tigers and just wild animals all going down the highway and shit like that.
Amazing.
Crazy.
It's sad because the police had to kill some of them, Because I mean, yeah, you got no choice.
Well, of course, man. If you got kids, out and about, that's just fucked up, man. Just gonna let them loose like that.
What a fucking retard. He's probably like, you know what? I'm killing myself anyways. I'm just gonna free all these animals. Be free. He's like, dude, you're gonna get them all killed, man.
It's like I can imagine it in a Joker film.
Wasn't there some guy in the States that had like a some sort of park for lions and tigers and all that sort of stuff, and he went crazy? They were going to shut
Joe
it down.
Exotic?
Yeah.
Joe Exotic?
I don't know. Anyway, he went crazy, and I don't know, and he basically opened up all the gates, stripped himself naked, and let them eat him.
The fuck?
Yeah.
I think that's the guy I'm talking about. Then, yeah.
Is it?
I don't remember that part, but everything else is the same. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty sure that he stripped himself naked and they were eating him. Apparently, they started at his genitals first.
Anton LaVey used to have a lion chained up in his bedroom, used to sleep next to him and his wife.
What?
They're all nutters. The big cat owners. They just all seem to be nuts.
That's just crazy. That's epic. To be honest with you.
Have you all seen Tiger King or any of the sequels?
Yeah, I've not watched the new one because it looks boring, but I think
Yeah,
that's
they're
an
all-
amazing story. They're just crazy people.
The newest one is even crazier, dude. That's the one with the other Tiger King guy. His story's even crazier than the other guy.
Yeah, I should watch it.
That was a straight
They're all
one.
bad.
They're not all bad.
Fucking Carol Baskins, man. Do you think she did it, Kosho? Do you think she killed her husband and fed him to a fucking tiger?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, of course. They're all crazy people, yeah. But the like the gay one, he's cool. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being gay, but it's just I'm referring to him. But he was like a gay cult leader, and he had all those different husbands of the straight guys that were his,
Was that really a cult,
harem.
though?
And then I was like, what?
Yeah, he was a pimp, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
He
But
had
the other guy was the same way, dude. The other guy was a cult leader, except for like he was a straight one. He had all these fucking girls.
Girls, yeah.
You Yanks are crazy. I swear to God.
There's murder. He's involved in murders as well.
Look at that. Huh. Damn.
What is it about wanting to own a big cat that hints that you are crazy, or owning a big cat that makes you crazy? How does that cause that? Why are they related?
The fact that you'd want to own anything that could eat you alive is just crazy to start off with.
Right.
You know, that's just
Correlation between crazy and owning something that can eat you.
I mean, you can't say that you're not jealous of that South African guy though that gets to just go into the lion's den and just strokes them all as if they're like little kittens, you know.
I'm sure it feels good if you get it right. If you don't get eaten, it's a certain powerful feeling in it.
I wouldn't say that I'm jealous at all.
Why would you be jealous?
Yeah,
this guy's a lucky bastard.
Have you seen
He can do it without getting eaten alive, you know.
Scene in Jurassic Park where that man becomes like the master of the velociraptors, even though he's a human, and he's on a motorbike with his hands out, and he's sort of going the same speed, and they all listen to him. It's kind of cool to think you could be in control of something that.
What's that in the new one? I haven't seen that.
Not the new one. I thought it was the last one. He becomes the head of the pack of the velociraptors after training them and then seeing them in the wild.
Yeah, but you just don't know when these things are going to turn on you. Like, what happened to Siegfried and Freud? Like, they had that show in Vegas for years, and didn't their lion or tiger or whatever it was turn on them just one day?
Yeah, you mean the magician and the psychologist? You say Siegfried and Freud? Is that what you said?
Oh, whatever their names are, you know who I'm talking about. The crazy gay guys in Vegas.
Yeah. Well, it's just like I was saying this the other day about there's a difference between training animals, like the what do you call that? Negative punishment versus positive reinforcement, and you get better results with positive reinforcement. But negative punishment, you can train animals a lot quicker that way. And so yeah, I mean, if they punish the animal after a long time, it's only a matter of time before it's gonna fucking turn on them. I forget, the animal didn't kill him though, right? Yeah, he died from the sea thing.
Jellyfish. But I see that as karma because he teased like hundreds of
Stingray.
alligators and crocodiles. Yeah, Steve Irwin.
Yeah.
It was a stingray.
He's the hunter crocodiles, and then just coincidentally got killed by jellyfish.
I think it was a stingray.
A stingray stabbed him in the heart. Apparently, the story goes. Yeah, it was quite a freak accident.
He must have been messing with the stingray like he usually does with.
Yeah. Because the guy was an absolute freak. I think his son's even crazier, Bob. But
isn't it his daughter?
Sorry,
His daughter isn't it his daughter who carried on the family business?
And Bob.
Oh, and his son. Okay.
Yeah. Bob. Yeah. They both have.
I have no idea who Bob is.
Well, Bob was his son.
You never heard of Bob Irwin?
No, bro.
Why do they call him Bob? Because a crocodile ate his arms and legs.
So dumb.
I used to love watching Steve.
Mandy, I reckon if he could swim after that, he should be called Clever Dick.
exactly. Oh. But yeah, apparently the stingray got old Steve. Like if it was a millimeter to the left or a millimeter to the right, he probably would have stood a pretty good chance of surviving. But anyway, he didn't.
I heard that he could have survived if they would have left it in, but they no, seriously, they took it out too quick, and he bled to death.
Oh really? Oh, okay,
Yeah,
then maybe so. Yeah.
He could have been like the Australian Iron Man. He was like the fucking this stingray in his heart at all times.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Watching any Steve Irwin show that was cringeworthy the way he used to carry on. It was so bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I loved it, but I used to think, hang on, you're really teasing that animal.
Yeah.
Ain't she, mate? Ain't she a beauty? He would go on, man.
Look at this big bugger. Oh, look at this big bugger. I kept pointing.
Who's those two guys that purposely go and get bitten by like loads of shit? I remember seeing an episode the other day. Can't remember what they called it. Yeah, these guys literally go.
Yeah, there's a guy that does that. He gets bit by
An
bugs and
Australian guy and an American guy, I think.
Yeah.
Jackass as well.
Yeah, there's two guys. They've got a show.
You get bitten by animals on purpose?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like bugs and creepy crawlers and stuff.
Yeah, they rate the score. They rate the pain score.
Yeah.
They want to see which one is the
they rate
like
them
the most
out of
painful
scum.
bites. Yeah. It's
Wait,
crazy, bro.
Do they get like antidotes and stuff like already?
No, they just squirm there in pain, bro. You literally just watch them in pain, but only if it becomes too serious. Because once one of the guys passed out,
Yeah.
if it becomes too painful, then they'll give him attention.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
They do have a fella standing right next to him with a defibrillator and antivenoms ready to go.
yeah, crazy.
Yeah, they get bit by wasps, you name it. Oh, it's insane. Snakes, spiders.
Yeah, the one I saw was with the snake, and literally it fucked his arm up, saying rotten, man.
Yeah.
And then the other guy was like, "Well, it's your turn next. How'd you feel?"
Yeah, I saw one with a iguana or something like that. Anyway, some lizardy sort of thing that just latched onto his arm and had like a lockjaw, and the thing just would not let go. Oh, God. You going really?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy.
Dawn, sadists, absolutely sadists.
Dude. You guys got some legit crazy people over there in Australia, man. We don't have more guys like Paul.
I reckon America's worse in terms of crazy people.
I want to ask something about Australia and crazy people.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
You trailed off on that last answer. Have you seen Wolf Creek? Because I got obsessed with the first
Oh yeah.
film. I watched the second
Yep.
film. I watched the third
Oh, so
film.
do you
And
know?
then I
Yeah,
watched,
so it's
then
set
I watched
in.
both series, and I'm just
Mm.
obsessed with the character.
Yeah,
Because
so that fella. Look, I have a story
hang
about
on,
that. So
the reason I'm obsessed with him is because I almost think he's justified to be that psycho because of the environment for some reason. And I just wondered what you think. Do you think there's more than one of those types of people, and they're still out there?
yes, there's plenty of them out there, mate. But that murder was done in Belangolo Forest, which I regularly go for bike rides in. Actually, it's not too far from here. And the Wolf Creek guy, what was his name?
But I thought you might know some of the details of the real story.
Ivan Milat.
Ivan Milat, his fucking sibling lives on the same road as fucking I do, mate. His sister. And he did his murders and buried the bodies in Belangolo Forest. And it's like this forest near here.
One guy got away,
south of
didn't he?
Sydney.
One kid got away.
Yeah, I know the full story, man. But yeah, bro, I haven't seen it for like 10 years. But it's just interesting that it happened. It happened on the highway that I go on from here to Sydney. So
Do you think it's related to the moon, the craters? I mean, not the moon. Fucking, what am I talking about? Really high.
The volcano.
The big craters, the supposed craters. Yeah. Is it related, or why does people like him exist in the outback? What's going on?
oh, it's just a fucking. You could get away with a bloody mass murdering back in the 60s here in Australia for sure. There was no one watching you. The police were drunk. You know, it's just mass murderers,
Yeah.
and you have the same people in America, right? Or any
Police were mass drunk.
they were, mate. That's what my grandfather was telling me.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen
No,
to him.
the cops were drunk at midnight. Most days, literally back in the
Police were
60s.
drunk.
The cops were drinking.
I don't
yes,
think
this
so.
is a known thing.
Oh
That's
my
a known
God.
thing.
It is not a known thing at all.
Guy's 22,
Yes,
but he
I
knows the police
cross
were
my
drunk
heart,
in the
mate.
60s.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you cross your heart. Absolute rubbish that's coming out of
It's
your
the
mouth
stories
right
out
now.
here. I don't know where
Yeah.
you're from, mate, but the cops were drinking. They were drinking back in the 60s. And
That was
like they
hilarious,
just wouldn't deal with your problems. They'd be
Yeah.
doing whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, was it
You
you that said
weren't.
that? Was it you that said that taipans weren't Australian snakes?
Oh, I've never
Yeah,
heard
it
of a
was.
taipan around here, mate.
Yeah, it was.
Taipans are everywhere in Australia. They're the most
That's
common
what
snake
I-
in Australia.
They're not in New
Yeah.
South Wales, mate.
Yeah, they
They're
are.
not.
There's the inland taipan, the eastern taipan, there's the
Wrong.
western taipan, there's the coastal taipan.
There we go. There we go. I was sure Glover said that his mate got bit by a taipan. Anyway.
I've never
In
heard
fact,
of it,
it's
mate.
Australia's deadliest snake.
There we
All
go.
right.
There we go.
All right, well, they're not near
Yeah.
Sydney.
Yo,
They're not in
Gerald, are
my
you
area.
really Australian, man? Like,
They're
No.
not
is
in
this
my
accent
area.
just in
I've never heard of a taipan. We can say
I
that.
think
What?
oh my God, yeah, an Australian. You're bloody inbred
Yeah.
from somewhere. That's what you are, Gerald. Like,
Come
you
on, show
know.
me where taipans are from. I can tell you. They're probably in
Oh,
Queensland. They're probably in...
Google it. Google it, right? It'll be everywhere. You say you're a very well researched fellow. Google it.
Police were drunk. Oh my god.
Yeah. Paul has
Here you
just
go. Here you go. The Australian subspecies Oxysaurus cutulatus. The taipans are in an arc along the east coast from northeastern New South Wales.
No, I've got a photo
through
for you.
Queensland.
Hang on, I've got a photo for you. I've got a snipping toilet. Here we go. Taipan, Queensland, and in the middle of Australia. Oh, can you see that little state just before the red line on the east coast is where it stops? Do you see that line? Oh, is that New South Wales? There you go. Smart ass. There is no taipan in New South Wales.
Oh,
it's only one species that you're looking at.
yeah.
No, show me a photo, mate. That's all the taipans.
Actually, according to the evidence that you have just posted, they are in New South Wales. With the evidence that you
The
just
very
posted.
top. What is that? Fucking
The evidence that you just posted, that particular species is in New South
well, I'm in
Wales.
Sydney, mate. That's in the middle. Of
Would
South
Sydney be in New South Wales?
South of Sydney. So actually
Right.
more near Victoria. So that's very
Doesn't
far
make
away
any-
from
doesn't make any
taipans.
difference.
Sorry. You know, just
that's-
getting that out there. I'm telling you, there's no taipans in this area. Like I said, they're obviously in Queensland.
Here we
Queensland
go.
and North
Here
Australia
we
is more
go.
tropical.
There we go. Boom.
There you go, same
Sydney.
pick. Oh, there's one dot in Sydney. What are you counting the zoo?
Oh,
You're
there we
taking the
go.
piss. Look, there's a
Oh,
one
there
dot
we
in
go.
Sydney.
Oh man,
Fuck off, mate.
you are so easy to debunk. You're more easier to debunk than a
No
bloody
one.
Glover.
I can ask anyone
You
here.
are.
There is no taipan.
That's probably true.
You down my reality. This is gaslighting.
The reality has just been proven to you once by yourself and another time by Cursed. So
what
there you
what
go.
one dot here in this random point. See, there you go. This one
This
dot.
is-
That's the fucking. That's the zoo.
This is
mate.
worse than Jin. Like you're easier to debunk than Jin.
Exactly.
There
like
is no
what's going
taipan in this area, man. I can
Yeah,
tell
there
you.
is. There's probably one under your bed right now, I reckon.
Taipan in Sydney, New South Wales. I'll fucking research that. Honestly, you're taking the absolute piss out of it.
There we go. Anyway, that was too easy. Next.
Hey, guys, flat earthers, what do you think is the best globe proof?
None of them.
That's pretty honest.
Pictures from space.
Let's not include pictures from space because that's cheating, right? That's too easy, right?
Yeah, we're not allowed to use CGI, Jerry. We can't be using CGI.
No, it's just not. It's not cheating because of CGI. It's cheating because we win immediately if we use it. It's not. It makes the game. It makes the game unfair. We have to tie our hands behind our back before we go against you guys.
Well, look, we know that the horizontal equilibrium that water seeks is 71% of our evidence right there. So you've only got 29% of the evidence on your side at best, Kosho. At best.
So it turns
the
out
surface area of Earth.
Sorry, I'll interrupt real quick. They call the brown snake a taipan. So
That's what all my exes call my my pride.
Yeah,
Pride song.
yeah. I'm sure you'd wanted them to. They didn't.
That was my nickname in preschool.
Including Northern Wales, Queensland, Northern Territory. Damn, man, this is like rapid fire debunking.
You guys are fantastic at coming up with
I'm
fucking
in
names.
southern New South Wales. I'm not. Look at the image. Like I said.
But your claim was they weren't in New South Wales.
Exactly.
Oh, now you're taking the fucking.
No, not at all. You said New South
You're
Wales.
cherry picking. I'm in southern New South Wales.
Cherry picking your words? I don't think so.
I'm in southern New South Wales.
And like you said,
Wait, Fred, it's just going to be like the Monty Python script. Next, he's going to claim he can bow through an elephant.
Yeah, you would have.
Northern New South Wales is Queensland.
It would have been a safer bet if you had said they weren't in Tasmania. Now that would have been a safer bet, but you didn't go there. You said New South Wales, and bang!
I said they were in Queensland.
Rapid fire.
Northern New South Wales is. You're not even from this area, man.
And
I know this area.
You, Vanu, gave us the first shot of the barrel with your own evidence, like you yourself did that, and then
No, you cherry picking.
and then Kirst came in just to make sure that the corpse wasn't wiggling, and just went bang bang, another couple of quick shots in there, just to put you out of your misery. Boom, job done.
All right. Well, there was no denial. All right, they're in New South Wales, but they're in northern New South Wales, and only a few spans of kilometers, like 3 or 4 kilometers of New South Wales. And I'm down the south near Victoria, actually, and there is no taipans found in this area.
Okay.
And that's the end of the discussion. I don't go near Queensland. Queensland is very the environment is very similar. Even the temperature, I feel, is it's more similar to Asia than New South Wales or Victoria, for that matter. So it's much colder down here for sure. I don't know how it is in South Australia, Bantor.
Hey, did you guys hear about the guy from Google who was? My brother said he was a priest, but I don't know if he was a priest. Anyways, he works for Google, and he was talking with the AI, and he was convinced it was sentient. He got fired, but he said he was talking to it, and it felt like he was talking to a real person.
Damn.
Definitely.
Actually,
Why did they fire him?
He got yeah.
What?
He said it says that he gave away confidential information or something, but I think he was fired for expressing his fears about the AI.
I didn't know, Paul, that the inland taipan is the deadliest snake. One drop of
Yep.
venom can kill about 100 men. Damn, one drop. That's crazy. There we go. Welcome to Australia. This is what keeps our tourists at a bare minimum. Right, we're lucky. Keeps them in control.
Yeah, Bandy. That's probably why they only use cobra and crate venom when they they make medicine.
Yeah.
They don't want to poison us that bad. They just want to, you know, where's this coming from? So you never know.
Chemo's ale. Oh, that's gold.
Chemotherapy.
Damn.
Chemo locks.
Comes in here a bit, but never talks.
He just comes in here to record.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, get
Yeah.
content for his YouTube show.
Remember he put the fucking Australian dude Matt jerking off on his YouTube channel?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was funny.
Wasn't from here.
Still up
But
there.
like, he hasn't uploaded a video in a really long time. Sucks.
He's far too busy working for Jim Panda.
Mm.
Well, he puts in some hours, that's for sure.
He's like Jim's lackey or something.
Honestly, Chemo is one of the best you guys got. Most
Look,
relentless.
He's a legend.
I don't think they agree. I don't think they agree with that. Go show.
Yeah, because he stoops to levels that you guys don't stoop to. You got to be more dishonest if you want to be a really good flat earther. You got to be blatantly dishonest.
Well, I know all the answers for flat earthers, even answers that flat earthers can't explain for themselves. Because I'm one of the upcoming flat earthers. Sorry, at my age, being only 22, I think I have a future ahead of me for the future ones. And I've learned a lot from some very veteran flat earthers.
I'm 18 years old. My son is 10.
There you go. You got to teach him
I'm
everything.
from Ukraine. I'm from Ukraine.
I must say, I am looking forward to seeing more of Jenny. Personally.
Oh yeah, of course, dude. I can't wait till she gets a fucking OnlyFans.
Yep. Jenny.
Who's Jenny?
Oh, who's Jenny? Oh,
On the block.
Jenny.
Jenny on the block, dude.
Jenny is Jenny. Don't you worry. She is remarkable.
What answer is that, Pencil?
She
Jenny's
is
Jenny.
It jiggles like a bowl of Jenny.
Oh man.
Oh
Yeah.
man. Is Jenny some
She-
80-year-old hot lady or something, Pencil? Like, keep it in your pants, bro.
She
Who's
has
Jenny?
a very bright future. A very bright future.
Who is she?
Jenny. I've heard of
Jenny.
Jenny a few times.
Go. There's Jenny. Right
Yeah,
there.
I like her for
big.
2 reasons.
Yeah,
2 very
yeah.
good reasons.
She is very
93.
informative. Very informative.
Oh, you guys are pervert.
Like,
This is Jenny?
yep, that is Jenny.
Jenny Rose.
That's our
The
flat
next
Earth model right
generation
there.
of Flat Earther.
Yep.
She's our leader right there, mate. She follows us into the
Shame on you
rainbow.
guys.
But you guys got
Shame.
Into the sunset.
Your jealousy will get you nowhere, Nate.
It shows.
Will get you absolutely nowhere.
You guys are finally going to corner the 14-year-old boy market.
Right.
Stop.
You only wish you had such a representative, Nate. You wish you had a
Everybody's got to have a gimmick.
hey.
Well, she's got 2 of them.
Well, no, the flat earthers did that so they can go, see, now we have a model.
There we go. That's what we're gonna do now. Point straight to that. There we go.
There's your model, fuckers.
Thank you very much. You wanted one, you got one.
What a fucking
Which
genius.
hemisphere are you talking about right now? Because you got 2 of them. I agree. On your model, there are 2 hemispheres. All right. We're getting somewhere.
Mad.
Look at that. Kosho's been stalking it already. I only told him
middle
about
one's such a good
like
pick
an
too,
hour
it's so
ago. And he's got so many screenshots of her. Funny.
Look, it's like an esoteric pick. How genius is it? She's
Why
got the
don't you guys
halo
bring
ring
her-
around her with
like,
the
bring her onto
stars.
the server?
She's Polaris. She's the model.
Why isn't someone invited like to the server?
We may very well just do that, but we're not. Look at that. Kosho is like he's the #1 stalker. He's got it all covered.
Kosho's dream would be to be with a flat Earth chick.
Oh yeah, and he's dreaming about being with a particular model. He wants to. That is for sure. But yeah, she's had her channel apparently pulled down 2 or 3 times, completely deleted.
That tends to happen, yeah. When you start talking about this sort of thing. Unless she was getting nude or something, selling her OnlyFans
No.
on the side.
I don't think she. I don't think. But apparently she used to be a bit of a bikini model. Can't really see that myself.
No, shut the fuck up.
I'm serious.
Really?
Yeah,
My
yeah.
mind blown. Wow. You don't say, Peso.
She gave
Does
up
anyone listen to
a.
her videos? What's her main points? Like, what does she bring across? And can they even be denied? Because to be honest, she probably went on a mad trip.
Does Stacy think about her?
Huh? What's Stacy? I don't know. Stacy's.
The question is, can you deny her points? Because I reckon you can't.
Oh, she's got 2 very good points. I think.
What does she say? We got pics of her. Come on, she's a fucking. And what does she
I
have
don't
to
know.
say? Because she's talking facts, man. She's a
Go-
flat
I just want
earther.
to see. I just want to see where all that poetry that Kosho's been writing ever since he saw her. I want to read some of it.
What was the dose? You gotta ask her. She's fucking saying the truth, man. You gotta get punched in the head one way or another to understand the flat earth, that's for sure, mate.
That's it. I'm naming my penis the truth.
Oh,
Have you seen the truth?
look. I can't believe how much research you have done, Kosho. It is quite impressive, to be honest with you. Like, quite impressive.
Wait till you see what I have on the Earth.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a chick in a bikini on the moon. Didn't they say they can grow trees on the moon? You'll get chicks like this living up there in no time, eh? Imagine smoking a bong on the moon. Is this what heliocentrics talk about?
I'd love to. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, and there's that photo. And it's of a bloke kicking back on the moon like an astronaut. He's got his feet crossed and he has a beer on the moon.
Yeah, man, I'm well into that.
The Earth. Yeah, bro, that's so real.
In another 500 years, that could be a reality.
Yeah, man. Then on Kepler 135b, got aliens surfing on the beach. Imagine rooting an alien chick. Could you breed with them?
I mean, I'd like to see sunset on Jupiter or something with all the weird.
Oh, you go one of those planets and they have like 2 suns
coloured
and 2
stripy
moons.
clouds. Yeah, it'll be so cool.
So do you have planets where there's moons and suns that don't have perfect eclipses and things like that? And you
Yeah,
have,
every possibility, every cosmic
Yeah.
dream.
so anything is possible.
Everything happens somewhere. Not everything, but everything within reason.
Yeah. Isn't that the truth? Within reason, that's a good way of using the English language, right? Reason's a great way to put things.
What about the word Japan? Ja and pan, like a gold pan, and ja being person or something. Ja will provide.
Don't know, mate.
If you slightly turn it around, you might get close to the word Punjab.
I'm looking up. Japan is almost dawn, land of the rising sun. Raiban, Japung. That's what they're saying. I don't know what etymology to trust anymore, but
If we were like a speaker, say Colosseum, that sort of thing, then your lowest point would be the sort of funnel, and water comes from high up. But your contour is not going to really be much. It's going to be a slant more than a curve, like a speaker, flattened on the bottom and then flatten on the sides, but at
Well,
an angle.
it's a double torus, and we know how the consciousness is. We know it's a double torus that we're in tune to, and we know that the soul is a double eagle.
Yeah, and I think like a tube. One of the philosophers of our past talked about us being in a cylinder. So imagine what we, if you're on a whatever out.
Definitely, we're in a double cylinder, and a cylinder is a basic depiction of a toroid.
Did you
So we're in a
say
double toroid.
the soul is a double eagle?
The
Did you say
soul is
that?
a double eagle. Yes.
Can you
Pete,
elaborate on
Pete
that?
Shaw was carrying on about it last night. If you want to ask about it, you want to
Just give me one more
intrigue
sentence.
into Pete Shaw.
Give me one more sentence to explain.
Well, he was talking about the double, the double twist. You got the binary code. You got what Nikola Tesla discovered. Yeah, I'm bloody. I can't even. It's not even coming to me right now.
Yeah, that's electromagnetism
exactly what it is.
at the same time, isn't it?
I would say humanity and society and is a double eagle, just in a symbol of duality, kind of thing. Or
Exactly, and that's
double
what they're
wings of
saying
one
the
eagle.
soul
But I don't
is.
know.
Double
Stretching.
helix too. A really common electrical signal past.
Pretty
formation.
sure. I think it's the Aston Martin logo. One of those car logos, or maybe the.
Oh yeah, it's a car logo. It's a
But
lot
also
of things.
the-
It's also an American logo. Pete Shaw was saying it in very intricate detail last night. It's just hard to recall, but he was talking facts.
Who's Pete Shaw? Who's Pete Shaw?
Just Sweet Dodo. I invited him to the.
Oh,
the
Pete Shea.
Pete Shea,
Pete Shea.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, Pete Shea.
He's a fucking legend.
Yeah, it's Pete Shea, not Pete Shaw.
Pete Shea.
You think
Yeah,
Pete Shea's a
Shea.
legend?
He's a fucking legend. He's on gin status, bro. He's number one. Pete Shea is fucking hilarious. Last night I was listening to him. It was like 4 a.m. Man, it was so fucking good. Like, this bloke has to be famous. He was so
I told him to
smart,
write his
man. He was
manifesto,
saying
Gerald. When I
he
told him
was
you have
just
to write
spitting
this down, you have to write your manifesto so it stays available. And he said, it's all on YouTube, Don. I've recorded it all to YouTube.
Mate,
Who do you
Pete,
think's
what is it?
more-
Pete Shea. He's a
Who do you think's
fucking
more
legend.
like legit, him or Truss?
Who?
Pete Shea or Truss? Like, who's like more
Truss
legit?
is a fucking Gronk. He's a Glober. He's clueless. Pete Shea is a fucking seasoned flat earther. You look at his YouTube channel and he's posted for years, like live stream videos that go for like 4 hours, just him talking non-stop into his camera. It's fucking epic. He's literally a fucking legend. Last
Dude,
night he
I
was
heard
the most entertaining guy I've ever heard.
there was one time where him and riding on eggshells like switched. So Pete was the Glober and Eggshells was the flat earther, and Pete just ruined him. He destroyed Eggshells. It was
Oh,
just the
really?
greatest. Yeah. It was awesome.
Damn.
If he's not a legend, I don't know who is.
Exactly.
I
He's the
concur.
fucking
He's a total legend.
No, Pete's smart,
the
no
bee's
doubt.
knees.
He knows a lot about a lot. He used to be an engineer, right? Like, he's legitimately like pretty smart guy. He just lost it a bit up there. I think. I don't know.
And from every pub in his local area. Says a lot.
Say what?
And from every pub in his local area.
Yeah.
No way. Serious?
No way, bro.
Shocking, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Don was
If
joking.
anyone gets banned, it's him. I'd trust that, honestly. I would. You got to go through a lot to have the knowledge that he does.
Yeah, he does know a lot.
Definitely. He was saying the most trippy shit. Like, it was so deep that you need to be, like, on so much shit to understand what he was saying, in my
I don't know
opinion.
about
Like, he
that.
wasn't even joking around.
Have you heard
No,
him talk about
seriously. He was
sperm
just
yet?
saying such
Gerald?
deep shit.
Have you heard him talk about the sperm and the spine yet?
Yeah, he was saying all that over and over, but everything he said was, like, on point. Like, he's, like, just, like, been there, you know what I mean? And he just knows what he's talking about. That's just the impression I got. And it was just so entertaining. It's easy to fanboy over this fella. He's a fucking legend.
Jeez, bro.
I mean, Gerald, have you heard the guy? He's been on this server and Gems, and he says he's God. If you don't drink piss, you're not God.
Yeah,
You heard
yeah,
that
but
guy,
that
yeah?
guy's a gronk. You can tell who's trolling and who's legit, you know? That guy's just a fucking, what was his name? I had to go at some bloke who was talking about drinking piss. If you're talking about drinking piss, you're just a fucking idiot. And they're
Well,
just trolling you.
Pete does this too, Gerald. That's why I sort
Yeah.
of
Pete
brought
talks
it up.
about drinking piss, does he?
I mean, if you
No, he
Pete
doesn't
does
talk
it
about it.
every day. He
Yeah.
does it every
It's
day.
actually a
Pete
prank
talks
to
his
them.
own
He
shit.
He walks the
doesn't
walk.
preach it.
Yes. Yeah.
He
He
drinks
does it
his
every
piss. You
day.
didn't know that?
No,
You didn't
that's
know
fine.
that?
This
I had
adds
no
to the
idea.
legend status, Gerald. This is what the monks
Yeah.
used to do. This grimy shit, this ritual of
Right,
just
so he's
keeping
a
your own
legend.
energy in for extra protein.
Yeah, you gotta walk the walk. You can't just talk the talk, man. You gotta start
Well, I
Pete.
didn't know he was
drinking your
talking about
piss,
that.
bro.
Yeah, that's fucked, man.
No.
Then you're not a real one. You just
You're not.
supposed pretending.
I'm not, bro. I've only heard him talk a couple times.
You ain't a real fanboy, right?
Yeah,
You're a
and
real
you're not a real
fanboy.
druid.
You've at least got to
Real
try it,
druids,
Gerald.
real
Got to
druids
try it.
drink
See
their
if
own
you feel the
urine, bro.
benefits, like Pete.
Yeah.
Nah, if that's true, that's disputable. You know.
What's disputable about it?
It's not disputable. He will openly admit it, and he has
Yeah.
done thousands of times.
Yeah, he promotes it. He tries to get other people to do it.
Yeah, but he's not
Yeah.
a preacher like all the time. It's only
Oh
if it
no,
comes
no,
up
no.
in
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah. No, he doesn't come out and go blah blah blah. Drink your own piss. No, he doesn't do that. But it does. I've heard it thousands of times coming up in conversation.
How long have you spoken to him? Like months.
I've known Pete Shea for years.
4.5
shit.
years. 4.5
Yeah,
The
years.
legend, bro.
mate.
We've all talked to Pete.
I've only known him for about a week.
Well, then you need to get on his level and
The
start.
legend expands, Gerald. Trust me, it just expands
yeah.
more and more.
Yeah. Wait till he's. Oh man, yeah. The way he sees things is just. It really is.
He's bizarre. That's why I found him hilarious.
Did you know he's
Just the
lost one of
things
his
he was
legs
saying.
as well?
Yeah.
He's
Oh.
one-legged man.
He what?
He's a one-legged man.
One-legged
It's
man.
quite rare for a human.
Yeah. Pete and I had an altercation over in Brandon's day, and he was just going off the rails. And it was because he can get. He has his moments when he gets fairly obnoxious and obscene, and this was one of those days. And anyway, him and I just going backwards and forwards. So I've told him to rip off his leg and stick it up his ass, and he rage quit the server straight
Wow,
away
man. So
on the spot. Yeah.
the real mature you, bro. Wow.
It was funny.
That's mean, man. That's definitely.
How's that mean? That ain't mean. Not at all. He was being mean.
A few mad arguments with him where he's called me an actor, all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no doubt, Pete is the real deal. You know.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
no, he's
definitely.
yeah. Definitely.
If you ask him when he
What is
first
it
thought of
exactly?
flat Earth, it goes really far back, really far.
When did he start getting into Aristarchus and all that sort of stuff? Was that the same time, or was that before?
It wasn't straight away when I heard him. I think like 4 years ago, or a year in for me.
Right, okay.
4 years ago. Because he started doing streams every night for hours about the moon, zooming in. Like when you first become a flat earther, you sort of deny space, don't you? And you don't want to look at the NASA stuff. But eventually, you come around to thinking, well, I'll have to look at it and work out what I think it is. And then he started doing these streams, drawing the lines between the craters and all of that.
Yeah.
Fucking great.
He's all about the reflections and everything itself.
First, he would draw lines between the craters and then compare them to stars, constellations.
Oh, okay. Then.
Say, look, this constellation's imprinted in these craters. I know he doesn't call them craters.
Yep.
Maybe he does, but he just doesn't think they're from rocks. So yeah, it's pattern finding.
Yeah.
After your mind's been blown by conspiracy.
Yeah, he does it with everything, doesn't he? Alice in Wonderland.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, Alice in Wonderland is the.
Every time we talk, he tells me
The
about how Crowley
confirmation
loves
bias
Alice
is
in
so
Wonderland.
strong with that one that he can watch literally any movie and it means something about the dodo bird to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you turn Australia upside down, it looks exactly like the dodo bird. It's like, what?
Right, he's right. It looks a bit similar to
Yeah,
the body.
I know. I never looked at it like that, Dawn. Anyway, so I pull up a map of Australia, turn it upside down, and lo and behold, there's a dodo bird right before your eyes. It's like, man.
Occulted in the continent.
Would it blow his mind though if you told him that Australia was the lost city of Atlantis?
Yeah.
He'd find a way to fucking connect that shit, definitely.
He
Especially
would.
if he was serious.
You know what? I've got something for you guys to look into. Now you've mentioned Atlantis, I'll just go look for it.
That reminds you.
Yeah, no, he is a bit of. He's the only guy that can talk 6 hours straight. No audience, just to himself.
Yeah, I think he spends too much time alone, so he has all of these ideas that he just wants to get out. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good that he's found a way. He does it.
Yeah.
He just needs more, company in real life. But I think he's so far gone. I don't know how he would handle like a public setting.
I think found.
You probably give him little bits at a time so he doesn't get overwhelmed and agitated and blow up in public,
Yeah, I think he would blow up pretty easy in public. Like he's like those people that are so smart that that type of brilliance that's on the spectrum.
Yeah.
He's too smart to be normal. Yeah.
I actually think he's found a really good fit over at Gems because he can just ramble over there for hours and hours and hours and just say whatever and kind of has free reign. So I think he's actually found a good fit over there, which is good for him and his sanity. He's talking.
Yeah. Eat Shay.
Shay, the one and only.
I tried to get him to explain his little Aristarchus fucking dodo shit like in some kind of like cohesive manner, like not just like rambling all over the place. And I don't know.
Like
if
a
he was,
coherent argument. Yeah.
like make it. Yeah.
He starts off good for a couple of minutes and then he just starts scrambling my egg, man.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, just start at the beginning and just go all the way through in like a linear fashion. Don't like jump all over the place, and it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, because you can tell as he's talking, ideas are coming into his head, and then he's gotta get those ideas out of his mouth, you know.
Yeah.
And then it's over, yeah. And you won't know what he's talking about anymore. So, Jeremy, how you? How,
all right. I want to bring up another theory, but I can wait.
I was going to ask Jeremy how he's feeling, man. He left in a huff and a puff, you know.
Yo, first of all, don't even talk to me till you can start pronouncing R's, okay? I don't know what's wrong with you.
What?
Second of all,
You switched to Maxwell House. From Folgers to Maxwell House. This is what happens. Relax.
Second of all, how do you use the word horizontal colloquially?
You don't.
Okay, you know that's a
Gotta
load of
trust.
fucking bullshit, Nate.
Sort your people out, Nate. Sort them out.
I'm not arguing with nonsense anymore. That's my new goal.
Yeah.
Right? People that constantly get the globe model wrong, I'm not arguing with you. People that want to make up silly little bullshit like that colloquially, I'm done with you.
It's a good plan.
Horizontal reminds me of like something ish. Horizontal. You know what I mean? Something ish. Like you know what I mean? Like
It means like the
nine-ish.
top of a table, Jeremy, to me, colloquially. It might not be perfectly horizontal because I haven't done it with a plumb bob. It might be, but it's good enough for me to rest stuff on. So I'm happy with the surface being at 90 degrees, almost 90 degrees to the floor of my flat.
That would be a cool colloquial use of the word horizontal, in my opinion. Because you didn't actually measure it around there.
Would an encyclopedia, well, colloquially means, not literally, right?
That's what I said. That's why if you didn't really measure it, but it's good enough to stand your cup on, well, it's horizontal, colloquially. You didn't measure it to make sure it was absolute, horizontal, but it's good enough for now. I mean, it's not, you would say, well, it's not literally horizontal, right? Because I didn't bubble it. It could be. We don't know, though.
The thing is, this was an encyclopedia using it.
Oh, I don't know.
So you think they're using words literally?
I don't believe
From an
anything in the
encyclopedia?
encyclopedia. I don't believe anything the encyclopedia says.
Yeah, but they're using words literally, right? They're not.
I'm just kidding. I don't know. Look, I really don't know. I didn't write that shit, I mean, I don't know. Encyclopedia, English language. It's a lot of colloquialisms are in it.
So quickly,
I don't trust that
Can I
encyclopedia.
lay my
though.
theory?
Yeah.
The theory is Plato described Atlantis as a series of concentric circles with water and land. And there's this thing called the right chat structure, which is just inland on some desert. And the theory is that was Atlantis and the flood came over it. We found it.
Potentially it was.
The funny thing about Atlantis is Plato has it dated to a certain date to when it got flooded. Right? We got a date from Plato. And that date also happens to match up with meltwater pulse 1b when the ice age was melted, I think in like the Younger Dryas period or something. There's no way Plato would have known that date.
Why not?
He must have been told.
How was Plato going to know when
the same timeline then?
Yeah, how was Plato? We got that date from fucking doing all kinds of scientific shit.
Because he's smart and he's a glober. Come
He
on,
got
man.
told-
Globers
he got
are
told
smart
about-
people, Jeremy. You think
He got
we
told
idiots?
about when it actually happened. It got passed down as knowledge.
Atlantis was real, and we know this. It's in old Irish tales.
Put
It's
some
in old
respect
Celtic
on our
tales.
names, bro. Like, you think our science is just like made up shit? We can figure things out, Jeremy.
We know all about
Yeah, but
Atlantis.
Plato wouldn't have known that though. They didn't do this science when Plato was alive. We just figured that out when meltwater pulse 1b happened.
Yeah, but
Plato
you
didn't
gotta
know
remember.
that.
You gotta remember, we've only figured it out for a certain part of the planet. Plato might have, if this was a global event, Plato might have known this happened in that part of the world, But he could have known that Greece was flooded without knowing about North America, right? Because it's a global event.
Yep, dude. There's no way Plato would have known
Why
the
not?
date.
He couldn't
Not
have confirmed it,
scientifically. He
but
got it
Nate's
from
right.
his.
He
He
could have
got
got
it
an
from.
idea. Sorry, Jamie.
Oh yeah, he wouldn't
Plato
have
got the date
figured
from someone else.
from someone. Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. He wouldn't have figured it out by himself.
Yeah, he didn't figure it out. There was no science behind it. Somebody told him this date.
Oh yeah.
Definitely. It was
They
passed
didn't go
down
drilling ice
from
core
the ancient
samples and shit.
Egyptians. Plato spoke with the ancient Egyptians. This is where he learnt the philosophy of the Hermes as well.
The ancient Egyptians were ballers, so
The ancient Egyptians were not ballers. Do not
Yeah,
say
man,
that.
they were.
And they
ballers,
knew
bro. They
about
was balling.
no proof that ancient Egyptians were
Ballers,
ballers.
mate. But
Complete
in history,
bollocks.
invisible history.
What do you mean no proof?
We know the ancient Egyptians were a cut-off civilization from Babylonia, which came from Atlantis before the mud flood. Babylonia was the first.
We don't know that. How do
we
we know
do
that?
know this.
How do we know this? Show me.
Archaeology.
It is known.
So archaeology can prove this, but it can't find that dinosaur bones. Like, get the fuck out of here,
No,
man.
come on,
You
man.
guys
It
need
is
to,
known.
need to make up your minds.
No, it's completely proven.
All right.
Mate.
So if archaeology can find ancient Egyptian whatever the fucks, it can find fossils,
No.
right? Dinosaur bones, no.
Well, I used
Well,
to
it
believe
did.
in dinosaur bones because I was brought up like
But now you don't.
into
Why?
Jurassic
You
Park and
don't.
this shit. Because the
Those
information I've
dinosaur
heard,
bones are
actually,
real, man. It is
I'm
known.
starting to believe that there's
Yeah,
actually
but
no
Grim,
such thing as
this guy
dinosaurs.
thinks that archaeologists can find ancient, Egyptian artifacts, but they can't
Yes,
find dinosaur bones.
they
Does
found
that make
it
sense?
in ancient.
I mean, those
Yes,
those
it makes
dinosaur
sense.
bones are pretty convincing. I mean, when they dig them up and shit, and you could see like they're still in the dirt, and they just have the outline of the whole fossil and shit. I mean, I don't know if it's a dinosaur or what, but it could have been a giant fucking bunny rabbit. Who knows? Like,
Yeah,
they've
but
already
It
had
kind
to
of
get
does
rid
make.
of them.
Jeremy,
It kind of
talk
does
to
They
your
make
had
man.
sense,
huge
though.
mammals.
It kind of does make sense, though, just because the difference in time. It would make sense that they'd be able to find something from
Yeah, definitely.
a later time than from an earlier time, right? Or
How? If they doing the
because
same technique.
if I dig 2 feet down, I find what 5,000 years ago, and if I dig 20 feet down, I find the million years ago. So
See, there's the
before
problem.
I get to 20 feet, I'm going to find the the younger stuff. So
There's a
it's just
problem with that.
by default, that
Yeah,
they would dig
there's a
down and find.
But isn't it the same
There's
technique
a
being
problem
used?
with that, though.
Mm-hmm.
There's a problem with that, though, Grim. You would think that's how it would work. However, we find fossilized trees standing straight up that are going through millions of years worth of dirt, according to some people.
Yeah. They're
I mean,
stone
yeah,
trees.
trees that we dig down.
Trees
We
that
dig
have
down,
been
we find
that
something
tree is
from this.
not that old.
No, I
We
agree
dig
with
down,
what
we
Jeremy
find something from this there. Go ahead.
I agree with your Jeremy
Yeah, go on,
saying,
Jeremy.
because there's a lot of instances there's a lot of cases where things are aged to be a lot older than where they're found in the strata, or they couldn't be that old, and there must be another way they were fossilized, right?
No, it's
Things like
not
that.
even that.
That's
It's
not what
not even
Jeremy
that.
said.
You got trees going through all the layers. Not all the layers, but like millions of years worth of layers. So it's not like, oh, something's older in this layer and we found it here. Like, it's going through all the layers. So how do you know when the tree's from?
Well, they would think the lowest layer, right, where its roots are.
Right,
They would
Yeah,
think.
but their official idea of the tree's age would be a lot younger than the build-up of sediment.
you don't
It's
know
very,
that
it's
though.
very,
They're old ass
circular.
trees around.
Yeah,
They
I
use
think that's
circular
strata.
reasoning when they do this shit because they'll ask, well, they'll say, well, we found it in this layer of dirt, so we know it's this old. And then in other places, they'll find stuff and they'll be like, oh, we know how old this is, so we know what layer of dirt this is. Like, it's circular reasoning they use when they're doing this shit.
Right.
Well, the thing is, they know that they could apparently count the rings of the tree, yeah, and it would show that it's only what 800 years old or something. Yet the sediments that it's going through are told to be millions of years old. So, what are you talking about?
Yeah, but if they use the same techniques to dig and determine how old fossils are, and also how old these Egyptian, artifacts are, what is the issue? It's the same techniques, the same dating methods. You know, I'll understand. Why believe one and not the other? Why is ancient Egyptian artifacts and technology real, but dinosaurs couldn't have existed? Like, it's silly, Like you can't pick one and then throw away the other.
Why not? I mean, that doesn't make sense. You sure you can?
What?
Well, for one, right?
And
It's
that's what
easier to
everyone's
believe that
claiming.
there were
There's
humans.
only one
Since we,
person that's made
since
that
we know
claim.
there are humans now, it's easier to believe that there were humans then, right? But we don't see any dinosaurs now, so it's kind of hard to believe that there were dinosaurs then. So there's like a little more proof necessary. It's not the same
Well, they're saying the oxygen was a bit
to
different.
them.
But this could be just usual lies. They were
But
saying there was
sorry,
massive
guys.
creatures, but I've never seen a giant wombat
Oh,
fossil
I mean, we
found
we
in
have
the ground.
crocodiles now. We have
Yeah.
all of these big ass lizards.
The,
We
We've
have things
never.
that look
Have
like
you ever
dinosaurs.
seen
the only
a
thing that makes
giant
me really
wombat fossil or a
the
giant
only thing
fossil from these mammalian creatures?
Yeah, we
No.
have giant tigers, giant woolly mammoths. We have giant rodents. These fossils have been found. Come on,
I've
man.
never seen one myself.
Then go look for
what do you
them.
guys
They're
think
out
about
there, bro.
Göbekli Tepe, where they've actually got like carvings of what people might call dinosaurs?
Do you guys
Who knows
believe
how
that
old
that,
Göbekli
that
Tepe
hang
is?
on? Do you guys believe go Tebly Becky and these younger dryas things are real? Like when they talk
Yeah,
about these things, you
Göbekli
guys.
Tepe is real. Yes.
All right, so why aren't
But how
dinosaurs
old
real?
it is
Come on,
like
man.
is
You
in
know,
question, obviously.
it's the same field of
Why
science, the
what?
same methods, the same techniques. How is Gotebli Teke, whatever the fuck, real, but dinosaurs ain't?
Well, we're still skeptical of the age, though, right? How do
They
we
got
know?
Göbekli Tepe narrowed down pretty much. In fact, that blows the lid off the Great Pyramid. Their reasoning for the Great Pyramid was, we know no one could have built this before this year because there wasn't any civilizations around that could have built a structure like this. Then right next door in Turkey, they find Göbekli Tepe, and they dated it to like 10, 11,000 years ago
Yeah,
or something.
but
So there was
Gotebli,
people around that could have built shit like that because that
yeah,
footprint of Göbekli Tepe is even bigger than the Great Pyramid.
yeah, but I mean, there's no great structures there. It's pretty primitive, the things they found there.
It's not
You know?
primitive. They did it carving. You know what high relief is?
Yeah, I know, but that's not the same as building
What's
pyramids,
high
Jeremy.
relief? What's high relief?
It's like a carving method where instead of carving into it, you carve so that the impression comes out of it.
Yeah, and you
If
don't
I'm
think that's
explaining, yeah.
advanced? You don't think
It's
that's
not
advanced?
okay. When I said primitive, I meant primitive compared to building pyramids. Yeah, it's not the
Well,
same
I don't know.
as
They're
building a pyramid.
megalithic stones. They're giant, stones that weigh
Yes.
tons and tons. I don't
Well,
know.
it's like Stonehenge. Are you going to compare Stonehenge to the Great Pyramids? Stonehenge
Yeah,
is
of
a
course,
megalithic
yes.
structure. Really?
So is Göbekli Tepe, and so is the Great Pyramid. They're all megalithic structures.
Yeah,
No.
but like, is it on the same
Easter
level?
Island. Easter Island.
Okay, East Island is deep. Yeah,
It's not the same
that's deep.
level, Nate, but it is massive stones that are carried for miles and miles and miles by pagans.
By pagans?
Yeah.
You don't know who
It's still
carried the
megalith.
stones.
You don't know who they were, Don.
They're not Christians,
Yeah.
are they? Fucking hell. They're
Well, what
pagans.
if they
how the fuck?
was? Yeah, what if they were Zoroastrians?
No, they're not.
No. How do you know,
Megaliths
Don?
are not built. If you're talking of cathedrals, more recent things, but the old stuff Jeremy's on about, that's pagans. It doesn't matter anyway. That's not the point. The point is they're huge stones that are moved by people, so a similar anomaly to look at. If it's a circle or an actual full temple, shit.
Jeremy and I don't agree with you, man. But yeah, all
Hold on,
I'm
what
saying is, guys, I don't see the difference between these ancient things and dinosaurs. You know, it's the same methods
The
that we
difference
use.
is I'll tell you the difference. The difference is we dig up a stone, we see a stone. We find a stone, we know it's a rock with carvings on it, whatever it may be. When you got these fossils and shit, you don't know if it was a giant lizard or a giant bunny rabbit.
Okay, fine, fair. Maybe what it actually was, we might have got wrong, but if we say it's 6 million years old, that's not an issue, right?
That is definitely an issue because your girl Schweitzinger or whatever her name was, who found the soft tissue in dinosaur bone. That's a problem for you, not for me.
Who that is, I don't know what you're talking about. But so if they say
Schweitzinger.
go Tebly, whatever the fuck, however you say it.
Saying that name.
Göbekli
Yes,
Temple is
that's it.
true, mate.
If
They've
they say it's
found
60,000
civilization.
years old, why do
Yes.
you guys believe that?
I don't believe it. I
No,
believe
they
that
never said it was 60,000 years old. You
I
take a
said I
old
was
is it?
still skeptical of the age.
It's like fucking 12,000 years old, I believe. It's
Is it
like
only
just
12?
after the. It's just after the mud flood. It was the first one found, and
How
then
do you spell
Babylonia
it?
came about,
Isn't
and it
Malta
completely goes along with the mud flood
isn't Malta supposed to be
story.
older? Like,
They
isn't that
buried
what
it
they
on
say in the
purpose.
official
It doesn't disprove the mud
narrative?
flood.
Like Malta is supposed to be the oldest, one of the oldest structures. You know, Hypogeum.
No, I don't think Göbekli Tepe is that old. It could be much older, right? They only know it was buried on
You're breaking up, bro.
purpose. So you can't. All they have to date is shit they found around the stone. But a house and then 100. If you build am I good now? Am I good now?
Yeah, way better. Go ahead, man.
All right. If you build a house, right, and say you build a house 1,000 years ago, then I come by today and drop a clay pot or something. And then someone comes around, I don't know, 10,000 years later and goes, oh, we found this clay pot near this house. It must have been built, whatever, 10,000 years ago. Really, it was 11,000 years ago. You all right?
Yo, did he cut out?
They don't know. No, I had to stop talking.
Yeah, no.
They don't know when this shit's from, man. And I don't trust the carbon-14 or the radiometric or the fucking nitrogen dating and all that bullshit. I don't trust it. Because when you do that stuff, when you do all that dating stuff, it's not like you just hand them a sample. It's not like you just hand them a sample and they're like, oh, here's the date. What they ask you a whole fucking questionnaire of shit. Where'd you find it? There's a whole slew of questions. If that shit really worked, there wouldn't be no questions. You would hand them a sample, they would give you a date back.
What's your point, Jeremy? I want to say.
My point is, if that carbon dating and all those dating methods were so good, you would hand them a sample and they would give you a date back. There wouldn't be a giant fucking questionnaire about where'd you find the sample? What do you think it is?
Right, they're already fitting it into a category before they've tested it.
Do you think the dating on Göbekli Tepe is accurate?
It's called Göbekli Tepe.
All right. Do you think the dating on that spot is accurate?
I don't know.
Do you think
if it is,
Mhm.
if it is, it fucks with your whole paradigm.
Do you think it's a real discovery? They actually found something there, or they made it up? You don't know.
I think they actually found something there. Yes, there's a giant megalithic structure that was buried on purpose.
But when they find dinosaur bones, they made that up. Well,
No, I'm not saying they made dinosaur bones up. I even said they were convincing.
Because they don't find them as far back as you'd expect. They're only sort of like a recent discovery. Like that's what makes it sketchy.
I'm not saying I don't believe.
Why I brought up Göbekli Tepe, because if it's old as it is, and showing carvings of dinosaurs. And who knows? That's why I brought it up. But I'm still skeptical of the date.
I'm not saying I don't believe dinosaur bones. I'm saying their interpretation of it could be wrong, right? It could have been a giant bunny rabbit. It could have been from 20,000 years ago instead of 45 million or whatever. You know what I mean? They're making up a story to fit their paradigm.
Same for Gobekli Beke, right? Whatever the fuck.
Yeah, bro. Gobekli.
Gobekli Tepe. Gobekli Tepe. So the same could apply for that, right? They could be interpreted wrong. It could just be sticks and stones from 50 years ago, right?
It's stone. It could have been
but
from whenever. Yeah, who knows? But it's
okay.
There's no. You don't need to interpret anything. They found a stone. They know what it is. With the dinosaur bones, put something to it. Lizard skin, coloring them green, and all kinds of shit. Like they're just making up a whole story with it. With Gobekli Tepe, you don't need to make no story up. Here's the stone we found. Boom.
Yeah, but there's a
The dating
huge
might
story.
be off, but
There's a huge story they've added to it. What if those stones came from 10 years ago? Then I mean, it's really insignificant, right? Yeah. If those stones were 10 years old, it would be insignificant as hell, right? It wouldn't even be worth talking about. I mean, there's a huge story behind it. Yeah. You can't just say they just found stones, man.
You mean like 20 years ago, though, because they found it 10 years ago, so they'd have to be older than 10 years, right?
Why? If they found it 10 years ago,
the thing is, you don't have to make
it 10 years old.
Like 30 years ago, Charles Schmidt or somebody found it. The thing is, you don't have to make a story up about what it is. You giant rock with carvings and high relief. Like you don't have to make that story up.
But they did, bro. They told us it's carvings from an ancient prehistoric civilization, and it's the first evidence of man settling and creating towns and cities. That's the whole story behind
There was
it.
no
That's
cities.
the significance
There was
behind
no
it.
city. There was no cities, no towns. No one ever lived there.
It's a settlement. No, people lived there. That's the whole idea
No,
behind it.
nobody
It's
lived
the first
there.
evidence of settlement. People lived there, Jeremy. They found tools
Absolutely
and
not.
things.
Nobody ever lived at Gobekli Tepe. They never found any evidence of that.
But what I'm saying is the story they have behind it.
Listen to me. You're not listening. The story of we found the story of we found giant stones with high relief. That's not a story that needs to be created. Dinosaur bones, they have a story of, we found these bones and they are giant dinosaurs with lizard skin and they were green and had, whatever. The dating could be off, yes. The story about what you found, though, totally different from Gobekli Tepe to dinosaur bones. You hear what I'm saying?
Whatever, bro.
What do you mean, whatever, bro? I'm just saying you don't have to make up a story about what you found.
But there is a story behind it, and you saying that there isn't. I'm telling you,
Yes,
they literally made. There's a story behind it, and the story is what gives the story is what gives it significance. If all they found was stones, and they said those stones are just 10 years old, we wouldn't give 10 fucks. If all they found was skulls underground, and they said these skulls are 10 years old, we wouldn't give 20 fucks, bro. It's the stories behind them that give them the significance. And what I'm saying is, why is it you don't question one story as much as you question the other? But you it's like you don't hear me when I say that, bro. It's fucking frustrating, Jeremy.
They both have stories behind them, yes. However, the story of what
and that's my point. They both have stories.
That wasn't done, Nate.
I'm sorry.
The story of what you found. The story of what you found at Gobekli Tepe have to be a made-up story. We found rocks with high relief carvings in them. With the dinosaurs, you have a story behind what you found.
We found skulls. Now, the story is these skulls are 6 million years old and they belong to these huge giant beings, right? With Gobekli Tepe, we found stones. Now the story is these stones are 8 to 10,000 years old, and they were megalithic structures where people did things here. That's the story. Without the story,
Yeah,
all we found are skulls and stones. That's all we found.
the story of what we have doesn't need to be some fantastical story. We have rocks with
But they both have
high-relief
fantastical
carving.
stories, Jeremy, don't they?
The story of what there is, what we are holding in our hands, is not a story. When it comes to Göbekli Tepe, we're touching a giant rock with high-relief carvings in it. Do you understand?
Yeah, and with dinosaur fossils,
Hold on, let
we're
me take you
holding
to the next step.
with the dinosaur fossil, all I'm holding is a skull. That is all I'm holding. Now, the story as to what the skull is what gives it significance. With Göbekli Tepe, all we found is a giant rock with carvings on it. Now, the story behind this is what gives it significance. Because to find, a giant stone with carving is not that deep, bro. We find those things all the time, and most of the time when we find them, it's just something that someone from the last generation left behind. It's something 40, 50 years old. But it's the story behind it, Do you understand that, Jeremy?
You're not hearing me.
There's nothing
not hearing what I'm
fantastical behind finding skulls.
saying.
Yeah, never mind, bro. That's what I'm saying, whatever, because it's like, it's whatever, man. I mean, you're not looking at them the same, bro. You trying to say that go Tebly, Becky, whatever, however you say it. All we found was rock carvings, but they with dinosaurs. We found what? Yeah, what are you trying to say with the dinosaur bones, actually?
Yeah, I know you're not listening to me.
Yeah, maybe
Obvious,
maybe
you're
I
not
didn't
even
hear you.
hearing what
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying.
Yes, say it again.
When we found Göbekli Tepe, we have a giant stone in our hands with high relief carvings in it. It's not a guess as to what it is. We know exactly what it is. Right? Yes or no? Yes or no? Because I have a follow up.
You like you went really silent for a little bit. Yes or no? What?
Hold on.
Jeremy?
Check. Am I good now?
Oh, way better. Way better. Yeah.
All right, listen to me. Listen to me, you sick maniac. Göbekli Tepe, we found these stones. We're touching the stones. They have high relief carvings in them. It's not a guess as to what it is, right? We know what we're touching.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Okay. Now we find these bones, right?
Yeah. We
You're
know what we're
guessing. Now they're
touching.
making
No. But we found bones and we know what we're touching. It's bones. It's skulls. Right? Let's look at
but
them the same way. When we found these rock carvings, all
yes,
we
they're
found
bones, yes.
was rock carvings. Now we found skulls, all we found was skulls. Next step.
They have bones and they're making up a story as to what the bones were.
Same with
We don't have to
Göbekli
guess to what
Tepe.
we don't have to guess as to what the carvings were. We know it's always been a rock with high relief carvings in it.
Yeah, and this has always been a skull.
They made a story up about what it used to be, though. It used to be a giant lizard with fucking huge,
Tepe. They
tiny
made a
arms.
story. The same with Göbekli Tepe, bro. They made a
You're
story
not
that's
hearing me. Just
8,000
never
years
mind.
old.
Not even listening, bro. Never mind.
I literally just heard what you said, and what you said is actually what I thought you were saying. But you ain't looking at them the same, Jeremy. I don't know why.
Same, because it's not the same. For Göbekli Tepe, we have a stone with high relief. It's always been a stone with high relief carvings. We don't have to make a story about what it is or what it was. When you find the dinosaur bones, yes, we have a bone, and they have to but now they have to make up a story about what it used to be. Giant lizard with fucking tiny arms, whatever.
Yeah, but isn't there a story behind what Göbekli Tepe used to be? What these
rock with
Yeah, we see a rock
with high
and
relief
they put a story behind it. Isn't there a story behind what that rock is, Jeremy?
You're not listening, dude. Never mind.
I am
Just forget
listening
it.
to you, bro. But for some reason, you don't want to acknowledge that Göbekli Tepe has a story behind it. We're told it's these thousands of years old. You know, it's the first thing of its kind we ever found. This, that, and the third. And it's the same with the fossils because
I've
all we found.
already acknowledged there's a story behind Göbekli Tepe.
Okay,
As to
then you
what it
agree
is,
with me,
though,
bro.
a rock
Then
with
you
high
agree with
relief
me.
carvings in it, except for when it comes to as to what we're touching. Touching a rock with high relief carvings. We don't have to make up a story about what the rock was or what it is or anything like that. We know it's just a rock with high relief carvings. When it comes to the dinosaur bones, you now have to make a story up about what it was.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
Nate,
just
stop
touching a skull.
clowning, man. You're just acting dumb. Like,
How am I acting
point.
dumb?
Why are you doing this, dude?
You
What am I
are, though.
doing?
You're acting as if like it's exactly the same thing to talking about the skull that you don't know what creature it is, right?
Yeah, that the skull I found. It could be the skull of a cat.
Exactly.
It could literally, it could literally be the
you're
skull of
playing
a cat.
stupid. Yeah, we all see that.
Yeah, but Jim, do you not agree with me that if I find the skull in the ground, it could be the skull of any animal? It's now the story I add to it that makes it fantastical, right? I could find the skull, and this could be the skull of a cat that died 10 years ago. But
Yeah, we
then
heard
someone.
you do this like 5 times already, right?
Then what's the issue? Why don't you guys agree with me? I don't understand.
Oh, never mind, man. Never mind.
No. Tell me literally, what am I saying that's wrong?
Yeah, I can't even identify the disagreement, honestly, when I trace it back in my mind.
Jeremy's literally agreeing with me. You know, so I don't see what the issue is.
I'm not agreeing with you. You're not listening to me. When we find the stones with high relief carvings, we know they're stones with high relief carvings. You don't have to guess about what they are or what they were. When you find the dinosaur bones, you have to guess about what they were.
I'm done, bro. I'm done, Jeremy.
Hear this? Did you not hear the sentence I just said about having to guess what they were?
I don't. Yeah, but that's not accurate, Jeremy. When you found Göbekli Tepe, all you found was stones with carvings in them. All right. When you found skeletons in the ground, all you found was a skull underground. Now we add stories to both of them. We say that Göbekli Tepe, these stones are 10,000 years old, and the carvings were done by ancient Neolithic man, yada, yada, yada. These skulls, they're 6 million years old, and they belong to these huge giant lizards, yada, yada, yada. We both found ordinary things, and then we went and attached stories to them. I don't see why that's wrong. Why you guys?
I'm just gonna point it out for the audience one last time. When we found the stones at Göbekli Tepe, we don't have to guess what they were, what they are. We know what we're touching. When we find the dinosaur bones, you don't know what they are. We know we have bones, but you don't know what they were. They have to put a story as to what they were. As opposed to Göbekli Tepe, we know what they were. We know they were giant rocks with high relief carvings. That's the difference.
That's ridiculous, Jeremy.
Yeah,
for
that's so
anyone that can
ridiculous, Jeremy,
follow that
because
simple.
now you are not even trying to acknowledge the story behind Göbekli Tepe. Like what you just said was so dishonest. You are just saying that the dinosaur bones have a weird story to them,
The
but
story
Göbekli
doesn't
Tepe.
change what the stone is.
I'm not
It's
done,
still
Jim.
stone.
But Göbekli
It's
Tepe.
still
All
stone.
people have to say about it is that it's rocks with carvings. That's not the case. People say a lot more about Göbekli Tepe. They say it's 10,000-year-old rocks. Don't they say that?
Jeremy, it's
You
more
ain't
of a
even
mystery.
listening, Nate. Fuck it. I'm
Göbekli
done.
Tepe-
I'm done. You're not
Göbekli
even
Yeah,
listening.
I'm done as well because
Obnoxious.
you're being
And you're calling me
ridiculous,
dishonest,
bro.
which is bullshit.
You are. You're
because
being
you're not
dishonest,
even-
Jeremy. You really
you're not
are,
even
man. You're
paying
being silly,
attention.
bro.
Yep,
Jeremy.
Nate's true colors coming out again. Hey, nice to see you, Nate. Calling Jeremy dishonest.
I'm calling
Jeremy.
Jeremy dishonest, Rocky. Are you gonna do something
Can I
about
talk
it?
on this?
Yeah, I'm gonna do something about
Yeah,
it. What
do
a
something
child, man.
about it.
Yeah, what a
Jeez,
child.
guys.
Hype him up out of nowhere, bro. Like someone was talking to you.
Yeah, I heard you call Jeremy dishonest.
I did call Jeremy dishonest, and
Yes,
I'll call
I
him
know you
dishonest
did. I
again.
heard it.
I
Did
did,
you
and
hear
I'm gonna
me
call
say
him
I heard
dishonest
you?
again.
Yeah, I
Nah,
know.
I
You're
didn't.
being
I don't hear
a
much of
dick.
I don't hear much of what you have to say, Rocky.
No, this is Nate being his true self, calling Jeremy
Ooh,
dishonest
my
when he
true
wasn't.
self. carry on psychoanalyzing me, tell me how long I've been in the conversation, yada yada yada. You're a whole
Oh,
weirdo,
you
bro.
told me
Please
about
stop
4 years.
talking about me. You're a weirdo,
I'm
dog.
not talking about
You know,
you. I
you
said
keep telling me yesterday
you're
that I'm
calling
brand new to
someone.
the convo. I just
No,
got here yesterday. Like,
you
you're so
insinuated that
weird.
you were.
You know,
No,
like
you
now you have this
insinuated to
hard
me
on
that you were.
for me.
Come
Like
on,
you're
guys.
gonna start targeting me the way you talk at Lester. It's
Remember
creepy and
this.
it's weird. You're old
Yeah, you.
enough to be my dad, and I wish you would stop it, Rocky. Leave me
Yeah,
alone, bro.
yeah.
Just leave me alone. I
Calm
don't
down.
like talking to you. I don't enjoy talking to
Yeah,
you
I
anymore.
know. Calm
Don't talk
down.
to me.
Stop
Please leave me
calling
alone,
people
bro.
dishonest.
I'm
Yeah,
telling you to leave me alone,
yeah. He
Rocky.
can't shut up.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, why
Leave
don't
me
you
alone. Stop
disengage?
talking to
Just
me.
go on mute. If you don't want to talk to
Because
me,
you
go on
keep
mute.
talking to me. All right,
No, I'm
yeah,
not.
that's what
Yeah,
I'll
go on
do.
mute.
I'm
Hey,
gonna
talk
go
to
on
you
mute.
later. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll express my
while you listen
opinion
to me
about
quickly.
people calling Jeremy dishonest for no reason. I don't care who it is.
Oh.
Whether it's someone like Nate, who's been here long enough to know that Jeremy's not dishonest.
Look
I
here.
think he told us he's been here 4 years.
here, when
He
we
knows Jeremy's
Look.
not dishonest. Quit interrupting me. So when he calls Jeremy dishonest and the audience hears that, it's just a tactic, and I'm going to point it out. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for unmuting.
Yeah, I already
I'm just going to say, when people are
acknowledged there was.
discussing things, when they get to a
I
point where
already
they
acknowledged.
disagree, one of them obviously thinks the other person is totally wrong and they might be lying. So sometimes they might accuse them of being dishonest. It's just the end of the conversation. That's what it is
Yeah,
sometimes.
I've heard Jeremy accuse plenty of people of being dishonest. Jeremy accused Druss earlier, like less than 3 hours ago, of being dishonest. Come on, man. We all accuse everyone of being dishonest. Why is that such a big thing? You know, I'm not saying he's lying. I just feel, you know, he's intentionally being weird about things, you know?
Being weird. You're just not listening to what I'm saying. I already acknowledged there's stories behind both dinosaur bones and Göbekli Tepe. I acknowledge
We
it.
agree, Jeremy.
Not being dishonest, I acknowledge it.
Then we
Now
agree,
the
right?
story behind what the stones are and what the stones were. Now the story behind what the stones. No, we don't agree because there's no story behind what the stones are. They're stones. There is, however, a story behind
God.
what the bones are and what the bones were.
Jeremy, can I talk on this, on your point? I think, to
Yeah.
me, Göbekli Tepe is a bigger mystery than dinosaurs, because to me, dinosaur bones are easy to tell that that's a huge creature from the past that's stuck in the dirt, and it's just the bones left. I think that's fucking easy to tell. And all you have to do is believe that they are found, and they're not all made up by the Smithsonian. I fucking beat him, he's gone. I'll just tell the rest of you. Whereas Göbekli Tepe is a huge mystery because the origins of humanity and the enlightenment of people, humans in the past, in different places on Earth, has been hidden from us and occulted. That's why no one knows about Göbekli Tepe, and they make up stories because we're not allowed on the site to check.
Whereas
and we've
for
been
me,
lied to
I
about
would
human
say-
origins. But all
whereas
you
for
have to
me,
do
I'd
is
say-
believe bones are found, and that's dinosaurs proof for you.
Whereas for me, finding these remains of creatures that are so rare is much rarer a find than stone.
It's rarer than a stone, but bones of a dinosaur are not rarer than ancient megalith temples from people 12,000 years ago. That's much more rare than a dinosaur bone.
Yeah, that's a good point, Don. That's a very good point. You know, we found a lot more supposed dinosaur bones, whether you believe they're real or not, than we found megalithic structures like Göbekli Tepe.
Jeremy is being mental, I have to say. He was mental, made stupid reasoning, and then left.
Yeah, but I mean, this was such a dumb argument anyway. I don't know why I got so into it. It's just, you know, Jeremy.
He's saying we found the stones and there's no story. What is he talking about? Of course we have stories about finding stones with art on it.
Yeah, because we find stones every day, you know, but there's something special about these ones that we found because of the story attached to it.
I'd like a flat earther or a dinosaur denier to explain how they think Smithsonians, Freemasons, New World Order, hidden entities, how these societies put fake bones in the ground and then dig them up later without anybody noticing. How do they do
No,
that?
they just lie about what the bones are, man. They
How
lie
would
about
they
the
do that?
bones. They lie and say that there's certain ages and that there's certain species. This dinosaur lived in this era, and we know that for a fact. And and we found one bone, so we're going to draw the rest of it. That's what people question. They question the narrative. I know most flat earthers don't question there were maybe more giant animals that we don't know about. Questioning the narrative, that's called a straw man. No one said you go bury bones and then dig them up and lie about it. No one said that.
I'm wondering that this hinting that finding a stone is totally normal, stone with ancient art on it, it's totally normal, and old temples that we haven't found before, this old, that's totally normal. But finding a bone is a lie by the Smithsonians.
So now you're going to
I
double
find
down
that
on the straw
whack
man.
job logic.
Now you're doubling down on the straw man. So no one said that finding bones is not true. Random people have found bones. Random individuals in the world have found bones. We are questioning the pseudoscientific narrative where you're like, oh, I know for a fact this is 4.2 billion years old and this lived in this era and this was this big and this is what it really looks like. I'm going to draw the rest of it. That's all bullshit. That's what we're challenging. Everyone knows it.
Do you believe they found bones of a velociraptor type creature?
I don't believe in velociraptors because I'm not
There you
5.
go.
And I
You're
don't
one
have
of the
dinosaurs
people
on
I
my
was
phone.
referring to.
Okay. Is everyone here seeing how dishonest Don's being? Yeah,
They're all doing
everyone's
the
seeing.
same thing and then projecting and calling other people dishonest. And then
Crazy.
blaming them. I don't know why Jeremy made me call him dishonest. I shouldn't have got caught up.
My question, Witzer, is how do you think these societies or people put a velociraptor bone in the ground and then dug it up without anyone
Wow, you went back
noticing
to the straw
that it
man.
was fake?
You went back to the straw man. And everyone here knows that you're just lying at this point. You're just straw manning me intentionally. I called out the straw man as soon as you said it, and now you did it again for the third time in a row.
Especially when he said no one believes or he doesn't believe that they're burying bones and then digging them up and lying about it.
No,
and then you went back to that.
Velociraptor specifically, the one he said he doesn't believe in.
I don't believe in your story about
I'm
the
saying
bone.
to you, how come some people are claiming to have dug up a velociraptor skeleton? If you don't believe in it, how did they manage to sneak it in the ground, fake, and then dig it up without anybody noticing?
Cite someone that claimed they got the entirety of a velociraptor skeleton. Cite it.
There's
Because
pictures
it didn't
of
happen.
it.
Oh,
Pictures of
and it was in entirety?
Pictures of it online.
In entirety. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you, Clam.
that's a strong claim, Don. Like the whole complete skeleton.
Of course not. And that's what's being challenged is the pseudoscientific assumptions you draw when you're like, hey, look, I found a collarbone. Oh, now this is what it really looks like. And some artist draws it, and then some museum uses these little fake bones, puts it together, and then they sell it as definitive fact. And we have people running around with the audacity to self-project their own insecurity and pretend that we're unfounded because we don't believe your pseudoscientific assumption about billions of years ago when you found one bone and you made up an entire skeleton. We're questioning the narrative of the dinosaurs, not the fact that sometimes you find bones. I even clarified sometimes random individuals, like people in their backyard, farmers, find bones that are very big, that seem like different skeletal structures than what we know about. Most flat earthers that I know admit that there probably was very big animals back in the day. And a lot of them believe in the scriptures. The scriptures literally say that there were. Okay, so no one's questioning that there are crazy bones that you can occasionally find pieces of. We're questioning the pseudoscientific narrative of timelines and what you claim the bones are and what you claim the dinosaurs are.
Like a
Very
robot,
simple.
dude. I'm out.
Yeah. Okay, you got destroyed. I can't strawman and lie. I can't use dishonest tactics to strawman you. I'm out of here. And this is because people have to paint this narrative of us, quote unquote, as these crazy conspiracy theorists, and they have to make up all these really unfounded, grasp at straw like lies, straw men, to try to paint us as crazy. And the truth is, we're actually just very logical, and we just don't blindly believe pseudoscience. That's all we're doing. We're not crazy. You're crazy because you act like it's a fact. You conflate pseudoscience to fact. No one knows anything about dinosaurs and the eras that they lived in from billions of years ago. They don't even find full intact skeletons. They make up stories. Most of them couldn't even anatomically reproduce. It's not even a good lie. How does a T-Rex reproduce? It physically cannot. Oh, I'm crazy. I'm crazy because I don't believe that dinosaurs reproduce when they physically can't. Wow. Just to clarify, I think there were definitely crazy things that are misidentified and characterized as dinosaurs. The scriptures literally say there were, and we find all kinds of crazy bones that are pretty inexplicable. And all the ancient maps, all kinds of ancient maps, claim that there were the bigger creatures. The same people that believe in the cartoons and textbooks of dinosaurs, when we go and say, look at all these ancient maps that show all these giant creatures, they call us crazy. It's such a contradictory worldview where you're constantly self-projecting. It's insane. I show you ancient maps. I'm like, look at all these animals. Maybe there used to be giant animals. Look at all these people throughout the whole world that said there were. You're so stupid flatters. They look at cartoons on a map and they think that's real. And then they literally go pull out the cartoons from their textbooks and say, look, this is real. And if you don't believe it, you're a stupid, crazy conspiracy theorist. How insanely hypocritical is that? Yeah, you guys just have to, walk the line of the mainstream narrative. And that's all. You can't think for yourself. Most of you people can't think for yourself. You have to just think whatever the script says. And then you have to immediately ridicule anyone that questions the scripts. And you think that since you have consensus on your side, it gives you some type of intellectual superiority where you can talk down to people and ridicule them and call them crazy. When the truth is, most of the stuff that you're regurgitating is actually insane. All right, there's my rant. I'm done. Like, you don't believe a Mars-sized body hit the Earth and exchanged energy to the core and then broke up the Earth into little bitty rocks, and one of the rocks stayed around and coalesced into a perfect sphere over time, over billions of years, and then it stopped right where it needed to optically look like the same size as the sun so we can have perfect total eclipses, but it was all random, chaotic happenstance. That explains why we can't explain the layers of the Earth and how we have an anomaly of a core that's way too big. Oh, if I don't believe that, I'm crazy. I say that the Earth is provably stationary because that's how we utilize it for all practical use cases in the history of mankind. There's no scientific empirical evidence that proves that the Earth is moving. You can't even show any physical measurement of convexity of the
show you
surface.
several measurements. Not a problem.
Oh yeah, give me one.
Okay, a Foucault pendulum.
Foucault's pendulum is the measurement of Earth moving.
Yes.
No, it's not. So we're gonna move on.
You mean movement is rotation, is not?
So you think Einstein's stupid?
No,
Is that an optical experiment?
Einstein didn't just say that. He has another quote. So, your little Glover script just got destroyed. I set you up. You guys are like children. It's so easy to set up.
I was talking about rotation of the Earth. Is that not movement?
Moyoc just got destroyed. Moyoc thinks that I'm talking about the quote about the optical experiment, and then all those Glovers have come up with their uniform because they're like group think. They're a bunch of group thinkers.
You're posturing.
I'm talking about. They all have like a group think script. Right, and so they're like, "Oh, is this optical? That's not optical. Flat Earth is so stupid."
Are you posturing or giving evidence? Because it seems like we're going to wait all day.
Moyoc, he has another quote that says, "No terrestrial experiment can be done to prove the movement of the Earth." Rebut
yes, it. You can.
So
he was talking about whether. So let me just tell you what he was talking about real quick. I think what you mean is we talked about whether you can determine whether the sky is moving or we're moving. That's true.
He said there's no terrestrial.
Oh, I know. I just said that. I just said that.
You just said you can prove the Earth's moving.
No,
now you're saying Einstein said that you can't prove the Earth's moving.
Yes, but then we use a Foucault pendulum. You can say it's rotating itself. Still don't know whether what the sky is doing, but you can definitely determine the Earth is rotating.
No, either we're moving or the sky's moving. You are just
you can have both.
Through self-contradictory.
You can have both. You can have both.
Actually, both are postulated to be moving, so you're wrong.
Exactly.
No, actually, but relative to
you're just getting yourself wrapped up, tied up in a big misconception and confusion. What's it? Listen,
there is no terrestrial experiment that can prove that the Earth is moving. There is no terrestrial experiment that can prove that the Earth is moving. We know what he meant.
We meant
you cannot. What he said.
We cannot tell whether the sky is moving, rotating around us, or whether we're rotating. That's true.
Not what he said.
No terrestrial movement. Hold on.
I don't know what he said. I only have your word. You haven't measurement yet.
A Foucault pendulum is not a.
I was just going to lie about what he said. Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah, you guys are crushing today. You guys are on a roll.
We are.
No, you're not. You just said
yes, we are. Listen, you're just being an idiot. You're being silly. Come on.
Stop self-projecting. Stop self-projecting.
I'm not self-projecting.
IQ before you talk about my intellect again.
I will absolutely go head to head with you on that as well.
Let's just talk about. Let's just talk about how smart you are every day. I don't. Smart. Stop self-projecting.
Am I smarter than a third grader? Yes, I'm smarter than a third grader. You're a third grader. You have third grade intellect.
Dude, that's a third grade insult. You're like a 5-year-old.
No, it's not a third grade insult. You're using third grade arguments.
No,
it's like talking to. I deal with children all the time, and I know your arguments are the same as theirs.
Cool stories,
I've,
Amy.
I've,
Did
I've
you leave the
educated,
house without
I've
your
educated
helmet on today?
engineers
Oh my
who've made
gosh, you're a big
millions.
boy.
I've educated engineers that have made millions on the technology that I've bestowed
Oh,
on them.
look, Danik
Now
has a little
I've
melanatomy,
also
so he has to
educated
try to
third
inflate his.
graders, and you act like you're not acting like the engineers I've educated. You're acting like the
Danik,
third graders I've educated.
you're not
Do you know
very
the
well
difference?
endowed because you have to
I'm just
constantly
telling
stroke
you.
your
Look,
own ego.
you can deny this. I'm just from someone from the professional world. I've educated both. You act like the lesser, the third grader. That's how
Okay,
you act.
now that good. Now you got all your little
Okay,
5-year-old.
I'm not trying to burn you. I know you're smart,
Danik, I
Witsit.
just let you
I know
talk, and
your
now it's my
background. We've talked about
Danik,
this
you're not going
before,
to interrupt me
but
on.
you're
Danik,
acting
you're not
like it now. You're
5,
acting
4,
stupid.
3, 2. Exactly. I will mute you because I just let you talk, and now you're doing spewing ad homs. Okay.
No, I'm
gonna
not.
go
I'm
back.
saying you're not a
I'm
dumb
gonna mute
guy.
5,
You're
4,
acting silly.
3, 2. I'm gonna mute you. Okay, so here's the point. You just invoked something from 1851 called Foucault's pendulum. I said, okay, so you're saying Einstein's stupid? And then Moyoc jumped in and said, he said no optical experiment. But no, actually, he has another quote where he says, no terrestrial experiment can be done to prove that the Earth is moving.
No, he doesn't.
Okay, so when I prove that he does, you're going to admit
Are
you're
you
wrong.
going to ever do it, or are you just going to babble on for another hour, try and hold the mic?
Exactly.
Oh, so much triggered. So
Does
now,
a terrestrial observation mean optical?
Moyoc, are you on Xenix's team? Because you guys are so funny.
No, I'm not on his team per se, but you seem to be talking an awful lot, just using mic time to repeat the exact same thing over and over again without ever providing evidence that has been requested.
You're here with Kosho and Nate all day, right? Talking, hogging the mic all day. Kosho's voice has got to be worn out. Are y'all tag team number 2? Are y'all second string? You and
All right,
Xanax?
so Witsit, contrary to what Rakia is saying, we've asked, and you've been talking, you repeated the same thing over and over again, and you have not provided. Please provide. So we can all talk about the same thing in context.
Okay, sure, I will. I'm fixing apple juice. But I would like to point out that it's really funny because first Xanax started defending the quote. You're really low, bro. First Xanax started defending the quote, right? And saying we know what he actually meant. Now he's saying the quote doesn't exist because you guys just instinctively lie.
No, I said it existed, and I told you what it meant. Is that what you're speaking to me about that, or Morak?
Just agree with Moyak that it didn't exist and that I wouldn't.
Well, I said it doesn't exist because you haven't posted it. If it isn't
Right,
posted,
and then Xanax agreed with you that it doesn't exist and I can't post it right after he said it does exist and then tried to defend it. Now he's going back.
I didn't say it didn't exist. You're not going to post
I'm
it.
exposing you guys. Welcome
I
to Friday.
said that
Get
he
exposed
did
there.
say that you can't tell that the Earth is moving or the sky is moving with a terrestrial type of experiment. It
Okay,
didn't
so
say
you
that.
and Moyak disagree. So
So
sorry
he
about
said
it. Now,
optically. He said optically. I'd like to see your quote too. I don't remember it. I just remember generally what Einstein was talking about.
you don't remember
It's very-
any of it. You don't even know it exists. You're just lying.
I do know it exists. I do know it exists. I don't know
Oh,
exactly
so I
what
just
it
made
says.
it up. I just made it up. So
Yes, you
He
just
says-
made it up. You just made it up until I see it.
No,
Right.
I was just gonna. So if I made it up, Xanax, how do you know it exists?
I didn't say you made it up. I'm not saying you
I
made
just
it
said
up.
I made it up. I made it up. So you're lying. I know you've never read the quote.
No,
All right, so you're never
I
going to
have
put
read
it
the
up. You're
quote.
just going to hold the mic for an hour and
I know,
not
right?
put up the evidence so that we can talk about it on
Just
the
bring it
same
up.
thing.
An hour.
Just
I've
post
been
it.
here for less than
Continually
like
ramble
8
on the
minutes.
exact same thing over and over again.
Just post it.
You're a fundy.
Okay, Moyak.
And I
Actually,
think
you're
what he means
self-projecting
terrestrially
again.
in that quote.
Xanax, it's not your turn to talk. He just talked to me. Now I'm going to respond to him. Hey, Moyak, here's the deal, bud. When I do provide the quotes, you're going to just not say anything about it because you're dishonest. You're going to say he didn't mean what he
Post
said.
it. We'll
'cause you're
find out,
dishonest.
bitch.
We both. I've talked to you a million times.
You're
we both
a
know
coward.
you're just.
More name
You
calling.
are a coward. You just want to hog the mic.
Coward,
You need airtime. You like the sound of your own voice.
Where are the mods, I wonder?
I don't. Bro, what are you talking about? I've been in here for less than like 5 minutes. You said I'm in there for an hour talking.
No, you will be talking about this, and you will still not have provided it in quite some time. Well, I know you'll make a liar out of me by now posting it, but
I provide more stuff in here than anyone in this room.
great. Post it.
Oh, so now your lie was exposed again. Okay, so I'll go get it when I'm
Great.
when I'm
Post it.
finished
Let's
fixing my
see.
stream. Moyak, I am fixing my apple juice and my food. I don't run around based on what Globe Zealots tell me to do.
Now, you could have said that a long time ago, and it would have saved some of the requests for it.
He
Saying, I
did
can't get to
say
it right
it.
now. I'll get to
He
it later.
did say it. Apple juice. Heard him. You didn't hear him because your ears are clogged.
Yeah.
Thank you for playing, Moyak.
Rakia, don't talk to me.
Yeah. Don't point out how stupid you are.
Yes, I'm stupid. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Go build a concrete foundation with.
I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it right now. Don't worry about me. Worry about keeping up
I
with
have to
your
worry
own
about you.
lives.
You're
No,
babbling loud ass
I
mouth
can't.
entire night.
I can't cause
I
y'all to
have you
do
at
anything.
3%, and I can still hear you.
Yeah, I don't make you do anything. I can't control you. You
Rocky,
just do
stop
it on your own.
yelling.
I'm not yelling.
You are yelling.
I am not yelling.
I'm yelling just like you're yelling.
That's
I'm not
yelling.
yelling. I'm
Not what I'm
Rocky.
doing.
You guys are kind of toxic, man. Like,
No, we're
see,
not toxic.
what's his name?
What's it?
Zanuck immediately interrupted. You see what I'm saying? Like, he can't help it. He has a problem.
I know. I think so. Maybe that's it. Here's the
You
thing.
have an
What's it?
impulsive control
Can I-
problem. You have
Can
an
I?
I think
No,
it's
can I?
drugs.
No, we're having a. We're
I
having a
actually
talk
think it's
between
drugs.
people. What's it?
Do you
Do you
take
think the
Adderall,
terrestrial? Do you think the terrestrial, the term that he used in his paper, would meant observation, like optically, or did it mean any kind of observation done on the Earth?
Okay, so there's two different quotes. One of them he says, I've come to the conclusion that there's no optical experiment that can be done on the Earth to prove that the Earth is moving, although this Earth revolves around the sun. Now, the Globers always talk about that quote.
Yes.
They never say that we're... Zanuck, I'm going to mute you.
Why? We're just talking. Two guys talking. What's wrong with you?
I don't need you to interrupt me, man. So
That's not
the
interruption. That's
Globers...
talking.
Oh, my God. The Globers always like to say that we're cherry picking that, although cherry picking means that you're actually leaving out something that's contradictory, which we're making the point that he said you can't use an optical experiment.
Bring it up.
The Globers
Bring
have
it.
now evolved their argument into saying, well, it's just optical. He's talking about light. Blah 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 blah. Is the Foucault pendulum optical? Even though, yeah, you obviously have to look at it to get your readings, but anyway,
No, it's not optical.
I understand your argument. That's why I just stated
Bring
it
up the
better
second
than you
point.
did.
I'm dying to know the second point. I didn't know.
Okay,
there was
yeah.
a
There's
second.
another quote where he
Just hear
says
it.
that there's no terrestrial. There's another quote where he says there's no terrestrial experiment that can be done to prove that the Earth is moving. That includes the Foucault's pendulum, which was done 70 years before that, doesn't it? Because it was done on the Earth,
I
wasn't
don't know.
it?
The context is a little bit obscure to me.
Well, he'll
Hey,
repeat
was
it
the
again
Foucault's
for you
pendulum done on the Earth?
instead of posting it. He'll just repeat it again for you.
Because I think
You're just gonna handily dismiss it.
Maybe. Well, we won't ever know that. We won't ever know that.
Yeah, we will. I'm gonna get in just a
what's
second.
it?
I literally showed the quote in my last debate. You think I
Great.
just made it up or
I
something?
didn't
You're
see
a
your last
goober.
debate. I don't watch your shit.
I didn't say that you watched it. I'm saying you act like I made it up. I literally presented it in my
No,
last
you didn't.
debate.
I didn't see it.
I know he's used that language in his statements. Now the question is whether the context means in his terrestrial observations they're observations or experiments. If the terrestrial experiments, would you consider the Foucault pendulum a terrestrial experiment?
Either experiment or observation, it's not insufficient. So 70 years afterwards, Einstein said you can't do anything terrestrially to prove the Earth is spinning, and you guys still tout it and then tell Einstein.
Well, yeah, I don't think he said that. I don't think he meant that.
Oh, you don't think he meant that?
Well, can we
No,
see
'cause
the
it's all
post
context.
someday?
I'm trying to find it, you little
Oh, thank you.
loser.
Cool. Okay, cool.
Just shut up.
Is something wrong
Well,
with you,
if that's
bro?
the case, I will go head to head with Einstein and say yes, there is something we can determine the Earth being rotating. The Foucault
You're not
pendulum is
allowed
one
to
of them.
go against your priest, man. You're going to get ridiculed.
No, I'm not. I don't think because I don't think he
disagree
meant.
with Einstein if that's what he said. I don't
I
think
don't
he
think
said
he
that
meant that,
exactly.
because I do
he
know-
was probably talking about the absolute motion of the Earth.
Correct.
Cannot be determined from the Earth.
Wow.
Now, if he's not talking about rotational motion or motion around the sun, but those I think are absolutely evident and verifiable via physics on the Earth.
Yeah, I think I agree with Moyak. I think Moyak is onto something there. I think we can detect motion or rotation, but I think the motion is something that would be in question. We don't know whether we're moving or standing still. We don't know. We can't measure it. Terrestrially, we can't measure that.
I'm just looking at it. Although, here's the one. Briefly, everything occurs if the Earth is at rest. Physicist Henrik Lorentz, he was crazy, but that's one of the quotes. I'm finding it, so you can shut up, Moyak.
Lorentz was crazy?
That's what you think.
Okay. I never said that.
Okay, here we go. To the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become
Moyak,
reconciled
did you hear
to this
that?
negative.
No, I'm not listening. I'm waiting for it to be posted.
Yeah, wait, the first sentence he actually releases all the info we need to hear.
What motion of space and
Motion
Earth?
through the space.
motion of Earth in space?
Motion through space. Operative term in words. Oh,
So he's talking
he's not
about
talking about
revolution.
he's not talking about rotation. He's talking about
Winston,
motion through
could you
space.
post the link for it?
We already said it.
For what
We
you
just
read?
read it clearly. He's wrong, and he won't
I don't
admit
care,
it.
Zanuck. I would like to read it for myself as well. Do you mind, Winston, posting the link?
Yeah, I got a meme. I have to find the link though. But just I'm sure you can just
Post
type
the
it.
meme.
No,
I'll take your word for it.
if you post the meme, I should be able to find it myself. It's cool, man.
Yeah, he said, "Be impossible to detect the motion of the Earth through space." It's exactly what we both, Moayak and I both spoke about. We're not talking about the motion of the Earth through space. We're talking about the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, and I would absolutely disagree with Einstein if he had said what you said.
Right. I would too.
The motion of the Earth.
No, the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, I
You
would
said
say we
rotation.
can tell
Dude,
certain
even know what you
motions
say,
with
Witsit?
physics.
Do you not listen to yourself, Witsit?
What you guys don't seem to understand is that.
Oh, we don't
the
understand, right?
Hey, listen
that's
carefully,
rich.
bud. Yeah, listen, you're about to get destroyed per usual.
Oh, here we go again. We're getting destroyed again. You and QE cover the same destruction.
Listen carefully, buddy. Listen carefully, okay?
It's like big time wrestling. WWE.
Listen carefully, okay? So if we can't prove whether or not the Earth is the motion of the Earth through space, or if it's at rest, right? That means the Earth can't be spinning either, or you wouldn't be able to explain the observations in the sky. Good. Thanks for playing. Oh, you're gonna
Come
laugh.
on.
You're gonna laugh and
Are you for real? No, the Earth could be the Earth. We still
Hold
could be
on, let
rotating,
me jump in. Let me jump in real quick because this is the point that I wanted to bring up, just real quick, Zanuck. So, what other motion does the Earth have if not in space?
Is rotation motion?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that motion we can detect by a Foucault pendulum.
Answer his question.
People always mock what they don't understand. Just so you know.
Answer his
No,
question.
Hold on. You did the same thing when you laughed at what Witsit said. Okay, but the point
I didn't
that
laugh at it. I was laughing because he said two different things. I was not laughing at what he said. I was laughing at what he said and how he said it.
You weren't.
No, you don't
okay.
understand.
Yeah. So
He
again,
said the motion of the
hold on.
Earth through space. We were talking rotation. Then he brings up this quote that he was alluding to all along. Then turns out to be not the quote that he said it was. He talked about the motion through space. We were talking about rotation of the Earth determined by a Foucault pendulum. They're two different statements, two
What was
different
my
terms,
rebuttal?
two different
What was my
contexts.
rebuttal? What was my rebuttal?
To me, in rotation?
Yeah, so you don't even listen. You have a problem.
No, I do listen. Dude, you're all over the map. What rebuttal? To what?
Oh, so you don't know? Okay, so I'm
I
gonna
do
say it
know.
again.
I
You're gonna
mean, you
interrupt-
tell me the
Oh,
topic and I'll tell you the rebuttal.
there it is. Zenning, I will mute you, dude.
Is that all you got? You want to mute me?
Well, no, it's
Just
not all I
threats?
got. It's every time I start to talk, you interrupt me.
No, we're having a discussion. Don't get
Discussions
so
are
sensitive.
where one person
Don't get your
talks and
panties
the
in a
other
wad.
person- Discussions are where one person makes a point and the other person does, not where one person just literally screams over the other person every time
I'm
they
not
talk.
screaming.
Okay, so I said that if you're going to talk about the motion of the Earth through space, the revolutionary motion, you're saying you can't detect that? Well,
The revolutionary motion and motion through space are two different things.
really, revolutionary So what's the motion through space then? What type of motion is that?
Well, through space would actually be motion through space, like it says. It's very clear that rotation is not motion through space.
I said revolution. You're an idiot.
Revolution. What do you mean? Revolution means to me as rotation. Is it not?
Okay, so then you just don't know words. That must mean I'm dumb.
Revolution is kind of a weird word anyway. Revolution through space. You said that. Is that a term has anyone ever heard? Has anyone ever heard revolution through space?
Do we have a
Do you ever shut up, man?
No. Do we have a revolutionary movement around the sun through space? Yes or no?
Oh, yes. A revolutionary movement through space. Awkward term, but yes, I know what you mean. Yes.
How's it awkward?
Revolution
There's
around the sun.
rotation and
Yes.
revolution, Zanuck.
No, I was talking about rotation on its axis. I was very clear about that point.
So
It's
now
don't
that's
fucking
not the
screw it up.
Zanuck, that's not the point. Now you're going to interrupt again. Guaranteed you're going to interrupt again because I'm going to start to make a coherent point that destroys you. Okay?
Okay,
so
I'm ready to
you
destroy
just
it again.
watch. See, there you go. So you just said that revolution and rotation were the same thing. Okay? I said revolutionary specifically because that's the motion through space he's alluding to around the sun. Revolutionary? That's not the same thing as
Revolutionary. I don't think he used the word revolutionary.
Wow,
But I know what you mean. Yes, revolution means insinuate some type of rotation, whether it's the Earth rotating around the sun or the Earth rotating on its axis. Both of those invoke revolution, the word revolution. They're not used in that context or way, or they use other terms.
What's
Axis
the
of
other term?
rotation.
What's the other term?
axis of rotation.
Revolution around the sun. What's
Angular velocity.
What's the term for revolution around the sun?
That's a term that's valid.
Oh, okay. So back to
No,
I
we're
can't
talking.
find the original quote.
I was
Anybody
talking
find the
about the
original
axis of rotation. The
Okay,
Earth
so here's
rotating, not
non-typical-
rotating around the sun, rotating
know that-
about its axis. Hold on.
But Zanuck, I've
Rotating
already
about its
repeated your
axis is
point.
different
You
than
just keep
rotating
saying it
around the
again and
sun.
again. I'm going to talk over you now because you've literally skated past my point and keep on repeating your stupid ass point over and over. I said,
I think it makes sense, but go ahead.
Shut up,
I don't think
Zanuck.
it's
I'm
stupid
going to
ass
mute
at
you.
all.
I'm going to mute you. So if you are going through space around the sun in a revolution, okay, we're trying to determine whether or not the Earth is at rest or going around the sun. Now, if the Earth isn't going around the sun, then it can't be spinning either because it wouldn't explain the observation celestially. Now, watch you not respond again.
I'll respond. So we can have the Earth rotating, and we would not know whether the sky is rotating around us or we are rotating, showing the sky above us. We know that. They both could be rotating. We don't know which one's rotating, what rate they're rotating with terrestrial measurements, as you said. Now, rotating around the sun is a whole different set of measurements. I was speaking about the focal pendulum dictating and determining whether we are actually rotating on our axis, not rotating
Answer
around
the
the
question
sun.
specifically. Can we be revolving around the sun and not rotating? Yes or no? You got destroyed. Per
No,
usual.
I'm just trying to think about the question. Hold on, I never had that question asked before. Can we be rotating around the sun and not rotating?
Can we
Rotate around the sun and not on the
around?
axis.
I suppose it's possible.
How so?
Earth not rotating, but still rotating around the sun, like the
Tidally locked.
a variation of the moon that rotates around us. It's
Tidal
still
locking.
Wow. Okay. So if you're revolving around the sun, the Earth has to be rotating to explain celestial observation.
No, the sky could actually be moving in different ways where it would show that. We don't know that for sure. With like
In
you
different
said,
ways, like what?
Picture the Earth not rotating, but rotating around. Like it'd have to have a certain rotation with respect to the sun, but in space it would have no rotation. So it could go around the sun and be perfectly fixed to some star out in the distance. But we would see that star move with respect to us. So maybe the sky is rotating, the space is rotating around us in such a way that it keeps that star in a fixed position. I'm just throwing things out there. We don't know for sure. That's what Einstein's point was. We don't know.
Possible.
We can't measure it. So, but the point I was trying to make, the only point I'm making is that we can determine that the Earth is rotating in space by a focal pendulum. That's it.
Here's NASA.gov destroying you. So rotation refers to an object's spinning motion about its own axis. Revolution refers to the object's orbital motion around another object. Now watch you still try to conflate the terms and act like NASA. Let me guess. What? NASA's
yes,
wrong?
I can have the Earth rotate one revolution every 24 hours. That's
Let me repeat it
revolution.
for you. You just said that they're the same thing. Rotation refers to an object's spinning motion about its own axis. Revolution refers to the object's orbital motion around another object.
But no, that's not true. You can also have
revolutions per minute is the measurement of rotation.
Exactly.
So
someone mentioned the word pedantic. Now you're being pedantic.
No, see, the only reason I had to be so pedantic is because you interrupted when I said revolution.
I'm not interrupting you.
You're just
talking, buddy. Stop getting your panties in a wad. Man up.
Does everyone hear Zanuck constantly interrupting every time I talk?
I think I'm talking to you like I would anyone else in a conversation.
That's the problem. Everyone you talk to, you just interrupt.
All right,
That's not
I'd like
true.
to stop the conversation for 1 second. I've been looking as hard as I can to find this quote from Einstein. I see the meme. I typed that in. I can't find the quote. Has anybody found it?
I have to do this as well.
So we don't even know if this is a quote.
Yeah, we do. I'll have to find it for you again, per usual.
So you've seen it in context?
Yeah, actually, I have.
Okay.
I've seen it. I was actually citing the original YouTube video that was deleted. Oh, it was deleted. So therefore, the Earth's a ball because everything gets deleted. Oh, he literally linked all of the quotes in the video, and now it's deleted.
Wow, you talking about this one?
Don't know. I have to get back to the screen.
You just post some random picture of a dude with a gun.
Yeah, that's not a random dude. That's me.
What does that have to do with anything?
Nothing.
Who's that fella there with a gun? Looks like a bloody legend.
Although it's not a gun. No technical firearm.
Who's that fella? Who is it?
Moyak.
That's Moyok.
Yeah.
What a fucking sick cunt. Get a look
Hey,
at that.
you put he'll punch some holes through you with that little gun.
No, I shoot people with that all the time. I literally shoot people with that.
You look
Okay, so
like
you
the guy at Jurassic Park.
Just so you guys know, man, the Earth can't be revolving around the sun and not rotating because we wouldn't be able to explain celestial observations. So when you guys try to make some distinction about it and say, oh, he's talking about the motion in space, they're intrinsically tied together. Rotation and revolution are tied together in your model.
Yeah, I don't like that. I like the vaguity of the term rotation that NASA's using there, or I don't know what their context is again. But it seems weird that they would use that since rotation is measured or in RPM, rotations per minute. And
revolutions per minute.
Sorry, revolutions per minute. So I'm not quite sure why they would choose to use that terminology that way. They may have a good reason, but
okay. So,
I don't think they care
basics of
because they don't
space
think
flight.
they're not really appealing to flat earthers that are going to confuse all the terms and then throw them back at our faces in our
How are we
discussion board.
confusing terms? We're saying what they said.
Because there's a revolution per minute. There's also a rotation and rotation of the Earth around the sun. There's a revolution. RPMs are used in engines.
You
We
guys
use that
throw-
term
you guys-
all
you
over the
guys are
place.
so funny,
It's not
man.
that foreign term. We know what it
I would-
means, Witsit. It's not a big deal.
No, you
So
don't know what it
we
means.
can
because you
so
try
go
say
back
they
to
were
the original
synonymous.
statement. We can use a focal pendulum to determine that we are rotating. We have a revolution about our axis. A
Okay, so
rotation about our axis.
Wow, cool story,
Same
man.
word, same meaning. It's in context. You understand what I mean.
It's
We
not
can
the
use a
same
focal pendulum
meaning. I
to
just
determine.
cited
We can use
NASA.
we can use 3-ring laser gyroscopes also to determine using the Sagnet effect in these 3-ring lasers to determine that we
now
are
you're
rotating.
changing the subject because you can't actually have you can't have intellectually honest conversation. You have to
I'm
do
being intellectually honest.
No, you're
Absolutely.
not. So we're not
Of course
talking about
I am.
gyros. Pump the brakes. We can destroy all your pseudoscience one by one.
Pseudoscience? Why do you call it pseudoscience?
Well, it's that which falsely masquerades as science based on presumptions that can't be empirically
No.
verified. I thought you
No,
were
it can be
interrupting
though.
me before.
No, but it can be. All of it has evidence, and all of it can be repeated and quantified.
Even the Glovers have to admit, literally every single time Zanuck interrupts. Literally every time.
When you start saying crazy things, I always jump in. Yeah, I hear something really insane. I jump in while you're talking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but Zanuck, you're gonna have the opportunity to respond to him, and I think that you've got good points to make, and it would be a shame if they muted you, and you weren't able to make them. You know what I mean? So it might be a good strategy to just let him finish his.
Yeah. So anyway, you guys tried to make a distinction, like Einstein was saying motion through space, and that's just absolute motion through space. He's not talking about the rotation. But I'm explaining how you guys went on your victory lab before you even heard the rebuttal, that they're intrinsically tied together in your model.
They're not,
Revolution and the
actually.
rotation. Yeah. Oh my God.
And I think what he was meaning was, and what you're meaning also, is our rotation through space is the path of the sun. I mean, path of the Earth around the sun, and that is a rotation and movement through space. So I would agree with you. But all I'm speaking about, and it's all I ever mentioned so far and fought for, is that we can determine the rotation of the Earth on its axis, regardless of what's going on with the Earth moving or not moving through space by the focal pendulum.
Okay, I found the quote. It's full.
No, that other quote didn't exist. Actually, I have to go get a.
And it's not pseudoscience, by the way.
Zanuck, shut up. As soon as I start talking, you can't help it. You're like a robot. So I'm actually going to go get a smoothie with my wife. But I just wanted to point out that the point is that the absolute motion through space that he's referring to, no terrestrial experiment can prove, is intrinsically tied to the rotation, because in the model, we explained that the Earth goes around the sun, and then it rotates on an axis. And that's how together, both of those together, is how we explain the celestial observations.
Okay, you
cannot
keep
break
saying
them
that.
apart.
That's a weak argument.
Well, Moyak disagrees with you, so you guys debated. I'm going to get out of here.
Xanax, you still don't understand about the stars converging and diverging at the equator.
They
Well, what
don't.
are we gonna do with you?
Hey, are we done with
Measurably,
that?
they do not.
So, along something of similar lines, yesterday I was in Nathan Oakley's channel, and so he ends the show, and then he stops talking, and he ends his little Google Hangouts, and all of his panel leave, but he doesn't leave Discord. So he sits there logged into Discord for a few minutes, and then people start talking, and I start talking, and the subject of Coriolis comes up.
Oh
And
boy.
then Nathan jumps in by himself without his panel, which is kind of weird, actually. I don't think I've ever heard him talk after his show by himself without his panel.
Right.
So he starts talking to me about Coriolis, and I tell him he doesn't understand it because he keeps equating
the Earth
15
moving
days
into
an
things.
hour rotation with Coriolis.
Right.
And, I told him, because he's like, we should see the stars deviate. And I'm like, that's not how Coriolis works. And I told him at the equator, Coriolis is 0. There is no Coriolis at the equator, but we still see star rotation. And he's like, that's not what he's like, the globe is wrong, or you're wrong because you don't understand it. And I'm like, here's a citation or a source that says Coriolis is 0 at the equator, but there is still star rotation. So they aren't the same thing.
Right. Well, he keeps on confusing Coriolis because there is some terms that have been used, Earth moving underneath certain things, and he runs with that without really thinking about what he's actually saying. If we have Coriolis, then just like Nathan Oakley, like Nathan Thompson and a few others, even Whitsitt, I think, has the same perspective, is that if you have Coriolis where the Earth does move under something in certain conditions, this curved path, then why doesn't the Earth move underneath a balloon or when you jump up in the air or whatever? That right there, he keeps on saying that for 5 years.
Yeah.
He still doesn't understand they're two different things.
He says getting a helicopter in North Carolina,
Helicopter,
in
yeah.
California, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Danik, you've been saying goofy shit about Coriolis for 5 years.
No, I have not. I've used it layman terms for 5 years now about it, and still, after 5 years, only half the guys get it. You were one of them I thought they got it. Now you're going back on Jeremy, you're going back on what you've learned and understood to go back to Nathan's world of confusion?
I didn't. What are you talking about?
The reason that I'll ask you a quick question to see if you were paying attention.
No,
why
this ain't
doesn't
pop
the
quiz
Earth?
time,
Hold on,
Xanax.
Jeremy.
This isn't
You're
pop
interrupting me.
quiz hour.
Jeremy, you're interrupting me. Why doesn't the Earth rotate underneath a balloon if Coriolis is a real thing on the Earth? You know the answer.
You got to change your tangential speed.
Exactly. Well, you got to be moving. You got to actually be moving in the rotating reference frame. That's the answer. You know it. Those guys don't know it. You're the smartest guy of all those guys. They can't admit to that.
Changing your.
So
Jeremy knows. He's already agreed. He knows. Jeremy knows. Listen to Jeremy. He knows the stuff.
Did you guys hear what Extremisys said? Did you guys miss what Extremisys says about the equator?
Yes, there's no Coriolis at the equator.
Because you have gas.
Did you
Why
hear
would
that,
there be?
Jeremy?
Why would there be Coriolis at the equator?
We call it.
I heard them. You're not changing your tangential speed at the
Well,
equator.
Yodvos is a type of Coriolis, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about.
Let's make a distinction then. We're talking about.
I was going to make that point earlier, but I didn't want to confuse.
Yeah, I
immediately started thinking about dropping things from like a tall building and guns being fired off, east to west. But I want to go there because I want to get more confused. But yes, generally east to west Coriolis or north south Coriolis does not happen at the equator.
Would you give a new name to the north south?
But there is Coriolis at the equator, though, right, Xanax?
Well,
There
then
are
if you talk about
Coriolis. They're on a rotating body.
Xanax.
Right. Anytime you have,
yes, there is Coriolis at the equator.
Okay. I'll make a ubiquitous statement. Anytime you have, listen, this will encompass any problem, any kind of situation. Anytime you have movement in a rotating reference frame, you will have Coriolis.
Right.
So the equator, yes or no?
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
So certain types of Coriolis will not be seen at the equator. Other types will be. Because you always will have Coriolis in a rotating reference frame, period. If you move.
That's a double speak. You just said
I just got done telling you.
Hold on a second.
The Coriolis that
Janik, let's hear from Jeremy real quick. I see wasn't supposed to do that.
So the citation extremis read off about there's no Coriolis at the equator is wrong, right? Because there is Coriolis at the equator, right, Xanac?
There's
No.
certain types of Coriolis that are still present at the equator. Yes.
No, yeah, but that's why I
A
said there's a
certain type.
distinction.
Which type? When we drop. So go ahead.
Annick just said the general definition for Coriolis. However, there's a specific Coriolis effect that's used. It's used in the same. They use the same phrase, and they're talking about one specific type of Coriolis.
Wow, unbelievable.
It's unfortunate, but it's just the way it is. So, in that Coriolis, extremis is correct.
You see how you have to catch these little things, Jeremy?
See, hold on a second. So when we drop something and there's deviation, that's not just regular old Coriolis effect?
That's Coriolis also. It's a type of Coriolis.
So there's definitely Coriolis at the equator, right?
Yes.
Which type?
The
Which
citation extremis is read off. Hold on a
East
second.
to west.
So the
is Coriolis.
citation extremis
I'll
is
tell
read
you.
off
Hey, wait.
fucking
SC just
wrong,
asked me a
right?
question. SC asked me a question. I'll be very clear. Dropping something, Coriolis.
Yo,
shooting,
Xanac, come on, man. Jeremy was halfway through a sentence. Please, bro, come on, Xanac. You
moving
that was my
east to
bad.
west.
Even though
You've
Jeremy
literally
took
been
over
letting
my
no one
question,
I'm
I'll let him
responding
go
to
for
SC.
it.
I'm responding to
Yeah,
SC.
but just let Jeremy finish what he was saying first.
He did. He finished.
Did you finish, Jeremy?
Of course he did.
Xanac, I promise you, he didn't finish.
He's not going to address my point about extremis' citation being wrong. He's going to skip on to something else.
Well, there are
I addressed that, by the way, Jeremy. Yeah.
Answer that question, which was my original question, Zanuck.
East
Is
to west.
extremis right or wrong?
I don't know why they do it, but they have a definite description of Coriolis. The the north-south Coriolis is the one that's classically talked about as a Coriolis effect.
So
I don't know why they separate that out, because Coriolis is a suite of effects.
Correct.
So I mean, why they have one called Coriolis and then one called Epos and one called this? If it's one of the suite of Coriolis, that's weird.
Yeah,
What the hell are you talking about?
We were specifically talking about north-south Coriolis, which is 0 at the equator.
Yes.
Which is ridiculous.
Is that what your citation says, or does your citation just say there's no Coriolis at the equator? Maybe you misphrased it.
It's implied that north-south Coriolis is what
your
most people
implied
talk
bullshit.
about.
Is it say it or not?
That's why they gave a name, Jeremy. That's why they gave the name Yotvos to the east-west component.
Agreed. We're not
And
talking about
there's
the
several.
outposts. We already
There's
agreed.
also
We're
other
talking about when you
components.
drop something, the deviation when you drop something. That's called the Coriolis effect, plain and simple.
Yeah.
It
That's the
happens at
Coriolis
the
effect
equator.
also.
Now, extremists, did your citation say there's no Coriolis at the equator, or did they say there's no east-west deviation at the equator?
The citation I provided specifically said Coriolis. It did not mention north, south, east, or west. Coriolis at the equator is 0.
Citation is wrong.
No, it's
Absolutely
just
wrong.
It's just not specific. That's it.
Yeah.
It's wrong because there is
okay,
Coriolis
give
at
us
the
the
equator.
specifics, Coach. Give us
Yeah.
the
Listen,
Coriolis at the equator. So if he says there's not Coriolis at the equator, it's fucking wrong.
Listen, I have Q-tips, right? I have Q-tips, and there are some store brand Q-tips, right? However, there's a brand called Q-tips where the name comes from. They're called Q-tips. Okay, so there's a brand called Q-tips, and there's the general Q-tip. All right. So in this case, there's a general Coriolis, the one that encompasses all of them. And it just so happens that there's one specific Coriolis, which most people are referring to and think about when they say the Coriolis effect. But like Zanuck has been saying, there's multiple ways the Coriolis effect can be, can
So
happen.
this one is the Q-tip Coriolis, for sure.
That's right.
I mean, do you guys listen to yourselves seriously?
Yeah. It's not, like I said, it's one of those things that's not hard to understand, but if you don't want it to be true, it's easy to refute.
Look, Extremis just read something. I caught up on it. We called you out on it, and you guys, instead of saying, "Wait a minute, there's something wrong here," there either is or there isn't. You guys are making up excuses. Atmos effect,
So
Q-tips.
okay. Let me just say one thing, Essie, and don't interrupt me for a second. I just posted measurements and values of Coriolis, whether it be east, west, or north, south. So we all know that these phenomena exist. Yotvos versus traditional accepted vernacular of Coriolis, which is mostly north, south. That's why they came up with the term Yotvos. There's also two other types that aren't ever spoken about. Just the fact that you can travel in a straight line facing facing west on a trajectory going west, and then not be going west if you continue on the surface of the Earth due to its physical curvature. There's dropping something out of tall buildings. That's another type of Coriolis.
Dropping
Coriolis
something
is
out of buildings. What type is that? What type of
that's
Coriolis
also
is that? What's the name
Coriolis.
of that
It's
type?
called Coriolis. It's called the deviation of objects that are
Coriolis
moving
effect. No
and
shit.
viewed from. Jeremy, now you're talking over me. Viewing objects that are moving in a rotating reference frame. It covers all of it. That's Coriolis. So sometimes they say Coriolis, and they don't mean all the Coriolis effects. They mean specific types. That's the point. It's not that much of a stretch to understand that.
What is the name of the type when you drop something?
Still Coriolis.
My
Effect,
God.
we know. So there's definitely
it's a
Coriolis
nickname.
effect. We know there's no special type
We
of
can
name
call-
for it. It's just plain old Coriolis effect.
Well, there's other types of names that have been given to it, but I'm just using Coriolis as one general term. Coriolis was developed.
Is there a type? Is there a name? type
There was
for
a
it, or
name.
No? Is it
There's
just
a name
called
of
the
a gel.
Coriolis effect?
Okay, you want to know where it came from, or you want to know the answer, or no?
It's called the. I want to know if it's called the Coriolis effect, or if there's some special name for it.
Anytime you have a deviation of where you think something should go based on Newtonian physics, and then where compared to where it does go in a rotating reference frame, that's called Coriolis.
Okay, cool. So there's definitely Coriolis effect at the equator. So the citation extremis right off is wrong, right?
It's wrong for other types of Coriolis. Yes, this is out of a dictionary or out of an encyclopedia.
Fucking bullshit artist, man.
guys.
What
I
a
can't deal with you
bullshit
guys,
artist,
yeah.
man.
I'll take
Sorry,
that as
English sometimes is not.
Hopefully the audience can see. Hopefully the audience can see what just happened. That is
Yes,
fucking
hopefully.
disgusting.
Yep, every time I knew this was going to happen. That's why when he said no Coriolis at the equator and you guys let it go, I go, what? What's going on here? Nobody.
Because
I
there's
knew
two
it.
ways of thinking about it, and I think about it in both ways, depending on the context of the conversation.
Your stuff ain't going to get by when I'm around. Let me tell you that, man. Your bull
That's okay.
ain't going to
You
fly.
blow it on all your other logic. Why would you not blow it here?
Sorry, don't say nonsense, and we won't call you out on it. Simple.
Well, think if you think about shooting a bullet, the trajectory of a ballistic object at in North America, and you shoot it west, it will deviate to the right, as all objects deviate to the right, whether north, south, east, or west. On the equator, when you shoot something west, it doesn't deviate to the right. That's what they're talking about. There's no Coriolis at the equator, east to west. Only
So are
up
you
and
saying
down.
stuff deviates? Are you saying stuff deviates due to Earth rotation? Is that what you're saying?
The deviation is due to the Earth rotation. Yes, it's called Coriolis.
Okay, so when you fire a bullet, you said it deviates to the right, correct?
In the northern hemisphere.
Okay, now when we throw something else up in the air, like a balloon, right? How come that doesn't deviate to the right?
Is it going up and down or doing right to left, north to
Why
south,
is it
east to west?
dependent on direction? Is it directional
Well, yes,
dependent?
of course it
Yes,
does.
it does. That's the whole point of this
That's the whole
conversation.
point of it.
Oh, really? So something spins underneath me depending on which location I'm facing. Is that what you're trying to say now?
No, what direction you're actually
direction you're
traveling.
moving.
You have to be moving. You have to be moving in the rotating reference frame. Otherwise, Coriolis is not an effect.
So here's another one. Is there Coriolis if I'm on the 45-degree latitude and I move 45? Stay on it. I move east and west, but not north and south. Is there Coriolis?
Listen, if you're on a
You're not gonna answer
rotating
it, are you?
body, if you're on a rotating body
and
the body is rotating like you guys claim, and you say that the bullet deviates, that means every other thing must do the same thing.
Nope. They have to move in the rotating reference frame, Essie. I don't know how much more clear I have to make it.
That's absolute sheer nonsense.
Kosho has put a little chart there. It makes it really easy to understand for a third grader that things are moving. There's arrows, which means movement. If you don't move in the rotating reference frame, there is no Coriolis, number one. Number two, on the equator, if you're going east or west, there would be no deviation. That's what they talk about, no Coriolis. Anywhere else, there will be a deviation.
Only
that's due
in
to
your
Coriolis.
imagination.
And it's due to,
Okay.
hold on. It's due to a multitude of effects. Some are due to the conservation of linear, of tangential momentum, and some are due to the spherical nature of the object.
Okay, Zach. Let's actually go, but I got something to say real quick after. Well, actually, I'll say it very quickly because I only posted this to make a distinction between the Coriolis that Extremis had talked about in his article and all the general form, because this doesn't express the general form. Okay, this picture I posted is simply expressing the north to south.
You guys don't even know what Coriolis is. The Coriolis is the apparent, I repeat, apparent deflection of an object.
What you see.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, please. Due to a rotating reference frame which you are on, the actual thing is not rotating.
So to be clear, generally speaking, when we talk about Coriolis, we're talking about the north-south Coriolis as you move toward or away from the equator, and not east-west. We generally speaking give that a different name. Now you can use Coriolis to encompass it all if you're talking about all types, but if you're talking about one type or the other, then you usually use Coriolis for north-south, et Otvos, or however you say it, for east-west.
Well, I have to
The difference is, hold on, guys, 1 second.
All right.
The difference is when you drop something, it's not a different type of Coriolis. It's the same type of Coriolis when you drop something. So there is Coriolis there is Coriolis at the equator. The citation you think you bodied Oakley with earlier was just wrong.
Okay, that's incorrect. What Extremis has said, though, I think I would, because I just realized when I looked at this picture, the Coriolis, the north to south, it's the statement he said is also true about the east to west Coriolis. So you could say that the north south, like that, the Coriolis of it moving across the Earth, basically, is encompassed by what he had just said. Okay, but the up and down Coriolis is not encompassed in that. It's not encompassed in this picture either.
There is no different Coriolises. Take that out of your brains. You just came up with this today. There's one and only one definition of Coriolis: the apparent deflection of an object while seen from a rotating reference frame. Now, you can't change that. Nothing you say will change that.
Yeah, dude, we've said this to you guys, I don't know, weeks ago when we were talking about this. We said this multiple times. I know I have, and I know Zanik has. So
you can say it to yourself as many times as you want.
We have been very clear about this, SE, for years with you.
Yeah, you can't change physics, bro. It's either rotating under everything. It's not
the
selective.
Apparent deflection is what you see. We actually see this deflection when you view objects moving within a rotating reference frame. That story's never changed. Now, whether it happens by Yodvos, whether it happens by the shape of the object you're traveling over, whether you're going north-south and it's conservation of linear momentum that's being conserved, those are all reasons why we see Coriolis. They're all little different.
Sophistry. You're just making shit up.
No, it's not making shit up. You can do this on, if you could simulate this in any kind of example easily. It's not that hard to understand that if you go from a higher tangential velocity area of the Earth going north to a lower tangential, you'll see this apparent, just like the merry-go-round, same type of effect, but it's on a sphere.
Yeah,
same
but
cause.
the sphere is rotating, right? The sphere is rotating.
Well, it has to rotate. You have to have a rotating reference frame for this to happen.
So explain to me how it doesn't work in the equator then, how this rotation ceases at the equator, which is the largest one, 1,000 miles an hour. You tell me how it doesn't work at the equator.
Because you're not challenging the conservation laws.
What?
Hold on.
If I shoot something from west to east on the equator, there's no deviation because there's no challenge of the conservation of linear momentum. We're going to stay at. Hold on.
You're shooting against 1,000.
We're staying at the same. We're staying at the same 1,000 mile per hour tangential velocity. We're not going to a different tangential velocity area on the sphere.
What if you shoot against that velocity? How about if you shoot against it?
You're still.
Let him
finish. You go slower.
Finish.
So you're slower. You're still in that same range. You're just going faster, slower. Now there's another effect called Yodvos, which would make the object become lighter or heavier.
I'm not talking about the Yodvos. Nice try.
That's also Coriolis. That's also Coriolis effect.
Oh my God!
It's a type of Coriolis, but it's a whole different set of reasons why the object will deviate or become lighter or heavier going east.
You're getting worse by
that's
the
why
day,
they call
man.
it. That's why they call it Yodvos. When we go east or west in the northern hemisphere, so you're talking about the equator. When we shoot something or go east or west, we are not challenging the conservation law, so there is no deviation. That's what this says, no Coriolis at the equator, east or west. Going north, obviously we're not going to be on the equator any longer, and once we go north, we're going to deviate to the right going north, and we're going to deviate to the east going south.
It's all in your mind, man. It's all in your mind. It's all
Yeah,
against
that's why the
physics.
military has manuals dictating this specifically about how much deviation there will be.
So
I just
I
posted
spoke to the soldiers. I spoke to the soldiers. Not one of them uses the Coriolis effect. Not one of them.
Yes, the ones that are on a boat are using it. When they shoot and know they'll be 100 yards off their target shooting north, they know they have to use it. Otherwise, they're going to fucking miss their target. So yes, SE, it's used. Not, you said not one fucking soldier. Yes, all the soldiers on a military ship shooting cannons, 50 caliber cannons, 16-inch diameter, are using Coriolis in their calculations.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Let's hold on.
Let's use your thing. Hold on. If they're in the equator now, right, and a ship sees another ship, and it's a combative ship, and they're going to fire this thing, are they not going to use the Coriolis at the equator? Is that what you're saying? They're not going to use those adjustments?
Is the ship north, east, west, or south of the first ship? Is the target north, east, west, or south?
Well, the Earth is spinning in one direction, and you're firing at the other direction.
Okay, they're going to have to
it's not
elevation
going to
or lower
go
their
anything to do with the way the Earth
Mute that guy.
Absolutely not.
Can we mute that guy?
Hold on.
I posted the charts. SE, I posted the charts. If you're at the gunboat, you're shooting east or west. No, there's not a deviation in that chart. It says 0 on the chart. I gave you the manual. It's declassified from the Navy. Hold on, let me finish.
So let me get
hold
this
on.
Real quick.
If I
Hold on,
shoot
Xanax.
north or
Is somebody bugging out in the chat? Sorry, Xanax, I had to mute you for a second.
Gerald, he flipped out a couple of times.
Why would you mute me, bro? What the
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't sure. All right, let me unmute Xanax. Hold on a second, guys.
Yeah, then I'm trying to ask SC a question, so I'll wait for Xanax to
Okay, yeah, you muted me in the middle of my answer. So yes, SE,
I know
we're
because
shooting.
I was trying to do mod shit. Sorry.
Well, I was answering very specifically his question. So we're shooting east to west. The charts I showed you have 0 change in direction for that ballistic object shooting from a 16-inch cannon, 50 caliber cannon. Shooting north, however, that chart shows a completely different set of values. The maximum value is going north. So yes, the Coriolis is 0 at the equator going east or west, and it will have standard Coriolis effects going north or south. What is the problem? Why is this so hard to understand?
So you're saying, I'll tell you why. You're saying that the Earth is traveling towards that bullet, towards that cannon at 1,000 miles, and it's not affecting it in the slightest bit. Somehow,
how fast is the cannon traveling?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
1,000 miles per hour.
Will it not affect it going
Is the
east-west?
cannon also going 1,000 miles an hour?
Let's say it is. Let's say it is. Let's say it is.
You know it has to be. Any third grader would know that if it's on that ball and the ball's spinning and it's on the ball, they're both spinning. So there's no problem.
So they're both spinning. So how about when it's going the other way? Shouldn't it pick up speed if they're both spinning?
It does.
If it goes with the spin or against the spin.
Listen to this.
People always mock what they don't understand.
SE, you take the rotation rate of the Earth, let's say at the equator. If you fire it east or west, then everything on there is also traveling that same velocity. If you fire a bullet, you then either add or subtract that velocity to the original one. If you want to talk about
just mathematics. That's it.
No, not mathematics. Physics.
Well, I mean, it's math and physics that determines whether you miss or hit your target.
Now, one of the things
it was determined by observation by Napoleon's troops.
One of the things they do in as far as this Coriolis calculation, they do calculate the Yodvos effect. So if they have a high velocity ballistic and they're shooting east, it will become effectively lighter. That shell will be lighter.
So if I have a plane and I'm traveling at that same direction, I should be deflected as well, like the bullet?
You'll see the plane is lighter, everything's lighter. Everything will go farther.
So the plane gets deflected?
The plane is lighter going. We know that airliners know this for years. They're 0.3% lighter when they travel east.
So they do it in a less time, right?
No.
they're a little
No.
lighter. They effectively could be a little slightly less time. Yeah, because
Well,
they have
they
less
make
weight.
stuff
There's less
up on the
drag.
go.
Yes, there's
What
less
are-
weight. There's less drag. Very, very
What
slightly.
airline?
I'm trying to be
What
very
airline
hyper
knows they're
specific.
lighter?
I wouldn't
What
say less weight.
airline?
Less
Can
weight.
I get
less
a
drag.
citation for that, please? Am I being heard?
Yeah,
What
you're
here,
here.
yeah.
airline?
You are, Ricky.
Citation. Flying East, lighter. I want to read about that. Well, can you post something?
You want
You're
If
telling us.
Blue's, or do you want Bloom? Shit, Bob the Science
Yeah.
Guy's demonstration, or do you
No,
want?
I want Xanax airline. That
Yeah,
he
your
said
point.
they know
Your point.
the airline.
Yeah, I
which
said your
airline,
point.
Xanax?
If you're going 1,000 miles an hour, you would
Got it.
be
Got it. Which
0.3%
airline?
lighter.
Yeah,
One
which
point-
airline?
1.5% lighter if you're going 500 miles an hour.
Awesome. Heard you. Which airline are you talking about knows this?
All of them.
Cite it.
Citation.
Good luck
Yeah,
with that.
Oh, I got citation
Also,
right
dude,
here
I
in my
don't think you
pants.
understand the ramifications
Oh,
of
so
what
you're not
saying. You're saying
y'all
flame.
hounded
Because everybody
Lucas
knows
for
this. It's a
No,
common
not
knowledge.
everybody should be able to
Common
read about it then.
knowledge.
Okay, so we should be able to eat. Go ahead. Moya,
I've already
tell
posted.
him.
I've already posted the example of this
No, not an
many
example.
times.
Cite the airlines. Cite
Why
the
can't you just get
airlines that
experiment
you're talking about.
with data? I
No,
give you
no,
experiment with data.
I'm wanting you to back up your fallacious claim that all
It's
airlines
not a
know they're
fallacious claim if I
3%
have data
lighter.
and correlate.
As
If I
you
have data to
interrupt me
support it, it's not
again.
fallacious.
Not data, citation
Racky,
from
stop
airlines.
yelling!
Oh my
you're
God.
like retarded.
Dude, you are on freaking drugs. Can I
Why
get a
is
I'm not.
Ricky
Are you,
citation or
so
are you
not?
listening to
toxic?
yourself?
Can I get a citation or not?
Yeah, I'll give you a citation. Got one right here in my pants.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
I
you go.
would
That's
say,
what I thought, folks.
in actuality, I don't see any reason for the airlines to cite this because it's inconsequential. However, experimentally, we've all seen it. It's been demonstrated to every single one of us in this room, I believe.
Oh, okay, so when
With,
Xanax says,
oh, I'm sorry, Rakia.
oh, I thought you were done.
My
You did
answer
pause.
was interrupting
You little
your
pussy.
question. Go ahead.
Just
There
keep
you go,
going. I
Rakia.
thought you were
Go ahead,
done,
Mr.
man. You're
Toxic
just such a
Avenger.
pussy. You took a pause, man. Get a grip. So when Xanax
You
says,
cry the most about being interrupted, bitch.
dude, you took a pause.
Hey, relax.
No, I was
Relax.
deep in conversation there. I had no pause whatsoever.
You made your point, then paused. You made your
No.
point about something that I wasn't even talking about. Xanax said all airlines know they're 3% lighter.
Is it time for me to talk right now? It seems like the middle of conversation
God.
when you're supposed to talk. Is that right?
See, when
Come
it's
on,
on
guys.
purpose. Come on, guys, what? I didn't do it on purpose. I also apologize.
I know, Moya. Come on, man.
So when Xanax...
It's not Moyak. He brutally interrupted.
Xanax.
Racky interrupted Moyak. He was in the middle of a sentence. He's being hypersensitive about being interrupted himself, yet he accuses other people of interrupting him. Come on. You want a citation? I'll give you a citation. I'll play your game. Everyone knows this. There are citations all over the place regarding the weight of airplanes going. It's due to the Yotvos effect. My God.
So you're
ballistics
saying planes
also show
traveling
it. Well, if I show, I'm going to show you both. I'm going to show you ballistics and I'm going to show you airplanes. Okay, Racky?
I was Xanax talking now when he cut me
Are you not
off.
listening to what I'm saying? I'm addressing your fucking
I don't
question.
know.
Should you care more about that than being interrupted like a goddamn whining bitch?
Just post the citation.
Yeah, can you just cite the airline saying that they're lighter?
Oh, you want the airlines quote?
Yeah, that's what you told us you had.
Yes, but I was using all airplanes. Anything flying over 500 miles an hour has this effect.
You said every airline knows this. Shouldn't they be talking about it?
Can you post the Emirates
read about
Airlines?
It, you know.
Okay, so you're saying that planes traveling east go faster than planes traveling west?
Now, speed is not necessarily one of the things that is going to come out of it.
I said they're lighter. They can go faster if they'd like.
Yeah, same thrust lighter. They're going to go faster there, genius.
No, they're not going to. They don't want it. They want to fly at the. They fly at the structural range of limitations for the aircraft. So if they want to fly at 0.8, you're just doing it again. They're flying at 0.8 Mach. They'll fly at 0.8 Mach. What will happen was they'll burn less fuel going at 0.8 Mach, going east than west. That's what I'm saying. Don't miss my words. Don't mince the words.
Hello. Same thrust, lighter plane, more
They don't use the same. I just got done telling you they fly to a Mach number, not a fucking thrust number.
Okay, so if they were given the same amount of thrust per engines, like if I did
Oh
it
my
on
God.
the,
Are you not listening?
yeah, I'm listening.
You're
but can
not
you
listening.
Can you
But
answer
yes,
my question?
you're right. If the same
Thank
amount of
you.
thrust, lighter plane goes faster. Fucking
Thank
so
you.
what?
Yeah.
God, what's wrong with
It's
you?
just horrible for
Seriously,
you to
that's
agree
so
with me.
retarded.
Dude, I'm retarded. I asked you a simple
Yes,
question. and
you're
you interrupt-
retarded.
And you
All
interrupt
right.
me.
With a 500 mile an hour aircraft, we're talking about 1.5 miles per hour difference, if that's even required.
And so it's nominal. You can't tell.
What do you mean? You can't tell about any of this stuff in airplane
so
because
how
they're
do you know it's
controlling it.
happening?
There's so many
How
other
do you-
factors that are much more dominant.
How do they know it's happening then, Zanuck?
You can
Because of
measure
what I
it.
was talking about that you interrupted.
You can measure it.
How did I interrupt you? You were done with your sentence. I commented on your. No.
No.
Yes, I asked. You said that they would use your statement was about. I forget now. But when you were done, I commented on it. How did they know?
I
was my
wasn't done. You could tell that by the fact I was continuing talking.
Dude, there's no way
You see, that's a
lag
dead
then.
giveaway. Yeah, when somebody's still talking, that they're still
Okay,
talking.
then we have a lag then. Sorry, because I commented on what you had said, right?
I wouldn't know. You were talking over me. I couldn't tell.
Go ahead and complete.
I have no idea what your question was.
Don't worry about my question. Just continue with your comment you're bitching about. You didn't get to continue with. Yeah, you forgot.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So if
That's
they
why you
don't,
shouldn't have interrupted.
All right, so Zanuck said that they
My
measure
God.
it. Okay, so Zanuck said that they measure it. Okay, so that's not technically answering Rakia's question. How?
yeah, how do they know? Very pointed question. If you're saying it's
Do you want? That's where I asked my question that nobody answered. Do you want Dr. Bob's? Do you want Wolfie's, or do you want somebody else's demonstration? Oh, there we go. I must have stopped again. That's amazing.
You asked what we wanted.
Yeah, you gotta stop stopping, Mayock.
Listen,
Stopping is gonna be a bad habit of yours.
Moyak, listen, just a couple seconds ago, you interrupted Rakia, so shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck
up. A bad one. He's asking what we want. I'm
Let's all
telling him
take
what
a
we
deep
want.
breath.
Let's not talk more about interrupting.
You take a deep breath, Jeremy. You take a deep breath.
Yeah, Jeremy's
Okay,
hot
Count
micing.
to 10. Count to 10.
Okay, listen.
Yeah.
Again,
What we want is the airline. Citation from not Dr. Bob,
Yeah.
not some fool on the internet. We want the airline. How they determine this. How they measure it. Hello.
All right, Zanuck, while you're pulling that up, I have a question for SC or whoever else. But like I said before, I posted both these two Coriolis effects, right? One is the one traveling east-west or north-south, and the other one is showing something totally different, right? It's up and down in all the whatever direction it's coming from. So these are two different effects, and they happen in different ways, but they're both called Coriolis.
Yeah, but Coriolis originally did his observation experiment on a physical surface. That's the only place these deviations occur. They don't occur up in the air.
They do.
Yeah, and they require a rotating reference frame and an object being thrown which travels in a straight line but only appears to deviate. That's the Coriolis effect.
Yes, and you're absolutely right. And that is the deviation they're talking about, and it is actual deviation with respect to the surface that you're comparing it to. That's why they have transforms.
Negative.
No, that's why they have transforms. That's why I have the local reference frame, the absolute reference frame, inertial states, non-inertial states. All these things are all about math and physics. And if you don't understand them, I get it. But you have to understand that people around you know this. You don't. And it seems like a different language. And I get that.
Don't be condescending.
I'm not being condescending. I'm telling you that it's not
we
easy.
understand a park,
it's not easy
a
to
merry-go-round and a
it's
ball.
not easy to
Don't
do
be condescending.
I'm not doing that. Look, it's not easy to do transforms in physics for motion. These rotating reference frames to inertial reference frames are difficult. They're very complicated math. But what it's saying, you got it down to its essence. You did have that, by the way, SE. It means when you see something move in a rotating reference frame, it'll look like it deviates because it is deviating in your reference frame. In the reference
So
frame
when
you're
you see
looking
a
at
plane flying, does
oh
it
my
appear to
God.
deviate?
Hey, SE, was that your time to talk?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you
Jeremy,
were
is
done.
there any
Go
way
ahead.
you could
No, you didn't think I was done.
You can't drone on
Yeah.
those, Xanax. Jesus.
Yeah, you're going on and on, bro.
I'm not going on. I'm being scripted, but I'm also being very, very brief as well. I'm being very brief.
Not really.
Okay,
If you
finish
look at an
off, for
object
God's sake.
moving and deviating in a rotating reference frame, that is
Costa
Coriolis.
said not really.
And it
Can you
happens
stop?
because of Coriolis.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying you gotta choose which stuff to maybe leave out of what you're saying because there's a lot of fluff.
Well, let me ask
lot of
SE
fluff.
this question. SE, as I'm listening to this, it sounds to me like Coriolis in terms of things that have altitude above the Earth's surface is simply an aerial Foucault pendulum because there's deviation.
No.
Well,
Okay.
not really. No. It's just an appearance.
No.
Foucault pendulum is looking at something that's fixed in space.
Okay, Zanuck, I was talking to SE. That's why I addressed him specifically. Yeah, I get that, SE. I get that but Zanuck, it seems to me, is saying that there is an actual deflection. There's actual physical deflection.
Yes, that's what he's saying.
Okay, so hold on, right. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's my point, SE. My point is that he's attributing a physical deflection in the air, which is the same as a Foucault pendulum deflection attached to the Earth. It's
yeah,
just
and that
simply-
reference, yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah,
they think it's an actual deflection, Travis, not a visual. They
It is
think
actual in
going
that reference
straight.
frame.
Yeah,
It actually curves to the right. It actually curves 100. You shoot that gun, a 16-inch diameter, 50 caliber gun.
what I
You
mean
shoot it
about
25 miles. It deviates 100 yards. Actually goes 100 miles to the right of the target. That's actual.
There's a lot of fluff, man. But
So it's not a lot of fluff. Tell him, Kosho.
It wasn't a lot of fluff.
No, but
I
you don't
gave a
gotta say the
specific
caliber,
example.
I know.
I had to get what words could I left out, Coach?
The caliber of the rifle.
The gun, the
Regardless-
caliber.
Right? Yeah, I think so. But I think it was fine.
Okay, a big gun. A big gun shooting north will be 100 yards off to the right if shot north. That's Coriolis. It's an actual deviation.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I see.
Zanuck, let's be clear. It's not the Earth rotating causing this. It's the bullet actually deviating. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying the Earth is causing that.
Yeah, SC. If it's not an actual deviation, even though you see it happening, what would you call it?
Come on,
No, Kosho, that's obfuscating the entire point. It's the ground. The Earth is rotating. We're going from a higher tangential velocity to a lower tangential velocity position on the surface. On the surface, the reason that it misses it because the surface is going slower where we're shooting it to, and that reason is the reason why it's off by 100 yards because the surface has characteristics of a curve. So there's lower tangential velocities points on this curve. We're shooting to it. That's why it's off. It's an actual deflection.
As it says, next, so it's an actual deviation, right?
No, it's not.
Clearly, it is.
Yes, with respect to that reference frame, it is.
Okay, if you were to draw, SE, if you were to strike a line on the ground, just surveying, you go due north, and you survey out for 100 miles, a nice straight line, and you shoot that gun down that straight line, it will appear to the left of that straight line. Would you call that physically to the left, or would you call it perceived to the left?
Well, it all depends.
gonna
What do you
strip you
think
to
is
the right.
causing it? Is it you that's rotating, or is it the bullet that's actually turning?
I'm not really asking that. I'm asking, I fired it along a straight line, and it landed not on that straight line. Did that bullet change its position reference to that line? Did it deviate from that line?
Well, obviously, if you witnessed it landed not with that straight line, obviously it landed.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo.
That would be physical, right?
Bingo what? Bingo what? Was it the barrel turning inside the thing that caused it?
No,
Was
but
it
there
the
was an
ring
actual
that
deviation.
No, because they can show that that's not the cause. It's easy to show that's not the cause.
Really?
Yes, because you shoot south and the opposite happens.
Okay, then if I were to throw a drone up in the air, right, or a hot air balloon,
yeah,
I should see it deviate to that side as well,
remember,
right?
God, Jeremy knows this. SE, the object has to move within the reference frame. That's a critical component
Sure,
of
we'll move it.
Coriolis.
We'll move it. We'll move it a bit.
North or south, east or west, where's it going?
Sure.
Okay,
Sure. So
yes.
it should
So
swing
then
to
if
the
you
right.
if you go
right?
south, the Earth will appear to move underneath it. Yes.
But how
Okay,
come we never
normally
see
in
that?
reality,
How come? Yeah.
There'd be no way to
normally,
practically test that. Oh, go ahead, Jerry.
Correct.
How come every hot air balloon I've ever seen in my life go up and then move slightly to the
Oh my
left or right?
God, this is
I
like a
never saw
Nathan
it
Thompson
deviate. How come?
response. Dude, you're
And
being ridiculous.
Was that you
that's why
talking
it's
through my
impossible.
question, Zanuck? Was that you?
That's why it's impossible to test it with a balloon, because basically your speeds are so slow. Your change in angular velocity is going to be so tiny, you're not going to see it compared to the other effects on that balloon, like wind.
Yeah, the wind.
So selective deviation. Got it.
No, not
Keep
selective.
digging a
It has a
deeper hole for you
definition.
guys. Keep digging.
It's not selective. It has a definition. As I mentioned to you in the text chat, it is a vector cross product. The direction and the velocity matter.
Okay.
Right? So if you're going to talk about the Coriolis effect, and we're talking about hovering drones and hot air balloons, you have to acknowledge that the actual definition of the Coriolis effect says that very little should happen.
So let me get this straight. This apparent rotation of the Earth, which is 1,000 miles at the equator, can only be witnessed or felt or otherwise detected by something traveling the speed of a bullet. Only.
Or something very repetitive, like a Foucault's pendulum.
I think you had us all.
If you
Let me
have
get
a
this
really low
straight.
velocity, you won't see anything. If you have a really high velocity, you start to get into the precision where you can see it.
Yeah, the problem
Or
is
if you have something
he
that's
started out
very
with, let me get
repetitive,
this
like a
straight.
pendulum.
Why do I feel like we're talking to people in an insane asylum? I mean, it's just getting a little ridiculous.
That is
That's
funny
the
coming
second
from you,
swipe you
Zanuck.
took at me, Zanuck. That's the
Another
second swipe.
insult, another tactic used.
Oh no, we're making things. We're
Shut
spending.
up!
We're
Shut
spending a
up!
lot of time
Okay,
making things
relax,
very
yeah.
clear, and you're just
Well,
not
that's
getting it.
ridiculous, Jeremy. All morning.
I mean, we know that we just got to stomach these cats like Chinese food. I
No,
don't know what to tell you.
bullshit. You don't give in to them an inch, or they take a mile
All right, so
again.
okay, let me just break this down again real quick because I think the micro discussion is where we base our challenge of what you're claiming about this. So if we have an original Coriolis observation where he's got a rotating surface and he places a ball on that rotating surface and everything is stationary, nothing is moving, nothing's deflecting or deviating. Now, all you have to do is move the surface and that ball is going to deflect. It's going to deviate. You don't have to raise it up. You don't have to give it velocity. Okay. So the same thing is, so then if you did raise up that, let's make it instead of a ball now, let's make it a drone. You put the drone on the rotating surface, everything's stationary, nothing's going on. You're going to have inertia if that surface starts to move. If it gets fast enough, then that drone is going to lose the resistance of inertia and gain momentum and move.
Whoa, you're making up words now and using them all incorrectly. Don't do
Okay,
that.
listen, just shut up. Okay, look. I'm not trying to be specific. You understand what I'm saying, okay?
Are you saying that when you spin the rotating object, the things fly off of it? That's due to centrifugal force. Different.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Very good.
It's a whole
right?
different set of concepts.
Okay, just let me finish, please. Now, that rotating surface with the drone is still stationary. Now, if you elevate that drone and then move the surface is going to leave its reference frame from the drone and it's going to move. Okay.
Things don't leave reference frames.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
That is not correct.
That is true. They don't.
Don't
Objects,
make
all
it
objects are in all reference frames simultaneously.
Why is he
Is the
able
air
to
moving?
interrupt and then obfuscate?
Okay.
Now
again,
we're on to
It's not
do things.
obfuscation,
Leave
it's
reference
correction.
frame.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. So my point is that we know that once the drone leaves the surface of the rotating the rotation, you're going to have a contrast in that which is moving and that which is stationary, right? So if you're on the Earth and you have a drone, it's going to be just like the drone is on the surface of this rotating surface. Both are there together. But if you elevate the drone away from the surface, the drone is going to stay stationary and you are going to move away from it.
How would it do that if it's not conserving momentum?
Where do you get the idea of conservation of momentum? I didn't invoke
Well,
that.
if the Earth is moving, then the drone was moving before it took off, wasn't it?
As was the atmosphere.
Okay, right. So here's my point. Again, if you did that now on a rotating surface, if you put the drone now on a rotating surface, both are rotating. If you elevate the drone above, yes, it's going to have an initial continuation of momentum, but because it's not on that surface any longer, it will lose that momentum and you will move away from it. It's not very difficult.
It doesn't lose momentum. You don't lose momentum. You can't. That's one of the laws, the conservation laws.
Yes, you do lose momentum.
No,
That
you don't lose
hey, listen,
momentum.
that drone
You don't lose
is
momentum. You
that
can't destroy
drone.
momentum. It's one of the. It's the first law of thermodynamics. Come on.
That drone is not going to continue at the same momentum it had when it was on the
Yes,
surface.
you're using words you don't understand. Let me try to explain.
Let me shoot down his argument with one example.
We can listen to
I'm an
SE, or you can
eagle.
let me try to help
Hold
you
on, hold
understand,
on.
Travis.
Just give me
It's up to
30
you.
seconds. I'm an
Sure.
eagle, right? I see a mouse. I swoop down, I grab the mouse, and I start flying, right? Now something happens and I let go of that mouse. But I have forward momentum, right? Will that mouse continue flying straight or will it drop down?
A little bit of both. You have
Momentum is not
End of your fantasy,
No,
right
the laws
there.
are not. The laws are not broken when force. For example, when you can have change of momentum, that would be a change of momentum, and all it requires is a force. The force of the change of momentum of that rat would be called a force called its weight. The weight would cause it to go down. That didn't mean you broke any momentum laws. It just means you had a different force acting on the momentum, which changed its momentum. Momentum
So
wasn't lost.
conservation of momentum is not always like you guys say, right? Oh,
It is
conservation
always.
of
It is
momentum,
always
right?
like we
It
say.
is. It depends on how many of the variables you carry into it. Like the mouse falling, the bird was flying 50 miles an hour. He drops the mouse. The mouse initially is going 50 mile an hour horizontally and increasing its speed towards the earth at 9.8 meters per second, roughly. And there's also something called friction or wind resistance.
Drag.
And drag.
Exactly my point.
It's gonna
Thank
start
you.
slowing down.
Thank you.
That is so good that you had to tell me thank you in the middle of what I'm saying. Thank you
right.
so fucking much, Jerry.
Moyoc,
You guys
that's
got a bunch of
the point.
assholes here.
Hey,
That's-
talk to you later, Moyoc. See you later.
That's
Guys, we
you
gotta
are
let each
assholes.
other. You gotta, guys. We gotta let each other finish.
It's my bad. I only said thank you for the love of God. Why is everybody so triggered?
In the middle of somebody else talking.
I apologize.
Yeah,
My
but when
bad.
Zanuck did it a while ago and obfuscated, it wasn't obfuscating, and it definitely wasn't interruption. Y'all are biased pricks.
Look, we both interrupt each other. Let's just be cool about
Right,
it, man.
exactly.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
Okay, let's be cool about it. SE, why would you expect to see Coriolis at the equator?
We don't expect it to see anywhere.
Thank you, Ricky. I don't expect to see it, but your model dictates that it has to be there because it's a rotating frame. And if you're above a rotating frame, bingo.
You're not above a rotating frame. Stop
Well, how do you
confusing
throw
the
the
rotating
ball?
frame
How does the
with the
plane
rotating
fly? Flies?
object. Listen, if you're in the rotating frame, anything moving in that rotating frame you will see Coriolis affecting it. That's what Coriolis dictates.
Yeah, but he said that it doesn't. Extremistus says that the
No.
equator, for some
Anytime
reason,
an object moves in a rotating reference frame, there is Coriolis.
There's
It
a
has to
minor
move, though.
point of confusion. There's a
said that
minor
a
point
plane
of confusion here because when we mention the Coriolis effect in overarching terms, that can be components in two directions, whereas a Coriolis force could be in only one of those two components. So there is a little room for confusion there.
There you go, Zanuck. Your own team there, buddy.
Well, no.
Thing is, the Coriolis
No, he's
force.
totally right. I mean, there's no conflicting comments there at all.
So, as he didn't really answer my question correctly, I didn't ask whether or not you believe in the Coriolis effect. I asked why on your understanding of our model, you would expect to see.
Sure, fair enough. I thought I was clear because in your model, there's a rotating frame, which is the Earth.
No.
So when you... No?
No, that's not our model. Like Zanuck said, it's a rotating object.
Oh, so
Yeah, and we're in the
so the Earth is not rotating?
Is it not
and
a
we're
frame
in the
of
non-inertial reference frame?
No,
on Earth.
the rotating object is not the frame. You can look at the object.
Zanuck.
You can look at it from a rotating.
Zanuck, I think Jeremy was talking.
Yeah,
Well, I think
Earth. You got Earth as the Earth into the atmosphere in the globe model. It's the non-inertial rotating reference frame.
Uh-huh.
Yep. And if we're going to use
it's not the reference frame. The
Why
reference
are
frame
you
is what
talking,
you view.
Zanuck? Why are you talking?
Because I'm making a correction to what he said.
It doesn't need to be corrected. If you were on Earth, or in the atmosphere of Earth, you are in the rotating non-inertial reference frame. That does not need correcting.
You're in all reference frame.
That is a fact in your model.
No, you could look at things from an inertial reference frame on Earth. Absolutely.
Where?
Where? Just create it. Create something that is inertial. That's not hard to do. It's only where you look at the motion from. You can look at the Earth, on the Earth, just like the merry-go-round. We talked about this many times. You're on the park bench. You're on something that's considered inertial, and you're looking at the rotating object from the inertial reference frame. But you can be on the merry-go-round looking at the merry-go-round from the inertial reference frame too. Just like we have the video of that, where the guy shows it from the inertial or non-inertial, and one shows the ball taking these curved paths, and one where the ball is going straight. When we look at going straight, we're looking at it from the inertial reference frame. When we're looking at the rotating reference frame, it takes the curved path. I mean, you guys are always confusing what Coriolis is. It's viewing motion from a particular frame, rotating.
Yeah, and when you're on Earth or in that Earth's atmosphere, because Earth's atmosphere and Earth are rotating in lockstep. Rumpus told us this. So when you're in one of those frames, you're in the non-inertial reference frame.
Well, you're in all reference frames, but you could be looking at it from the non-inertial.
It is more accurate to say it is convenient to look at it from the non-inertial reference frame while you're on Earth.
Yeah, if you set up a camera on the Earth, you would be looking at things from the rotating reference frame because it's on the Earth and the Earth is rotating.
That's the only place you ever are is on the Earth. What's your point?
Oh, you can be off here.
No, if you set up a camera on the Earth, if you set up a camera that's specifically designed to be inertial, then you'd be a different view of motion. You could do that. You could be on the Earth and set it up, make some adjustments to this camera setup with motion to make it so that it is inertial, it becomes inertial. For example, fly 1,000 miles an hour to the east. You could become relatively inertial.
Kind of dangerous.
Well,
I know.
that would be your guess, but
so if I can, I'm making a slightly different point than Etsy, and
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I think your mic's clipping a lot, Brenda.
That's because I'm on my phone again.
Okay, well, we've identified the problem.
I know. Well, sometimes
we'll be patient. Go ahead, Don. Go ahead. Brenda, sorry.
Brenda.
You have to turn your phone off and let it reset for 48 hours. Come back in 48 hours.
Yes, I know. So, I have
Brenda,
I have a permanent place in his head. So
Brenda, we can't understand. You're clipping like every other word.
That's impossible.
If you're on speakerphone mode, it works better if you're not on speakerphone mode, Brenda.
This.
Right. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and, since I did actually hear the point, if we're going to use the actual globe model, SE Montreal, if we're going to use that real thing that we actually have as the actual model for how this should work, which I've just posted in the chat, we should not, on a rotating spherical Earth, expect any horizontal deflection for north-south travel, because look at the vector cross product there. I mean, I hope you know vector cross products. That's why you shouldn't expect any at the equator.
Right. Vector cross product. Right. You can say anything you want. You can use any term you want, any mathematical formula that you may or may not have. No problem. I'll accept that. As long as you show me this happening. If you can show me this happening, how a rotating frame at the center of that rotating frame, it wouldn't experience this Coriolis effect, you got me sold. I'm sold.
The equator is
the
not
thing
the
you
center of the
really want
rotating
to see.
reference frame.
Oh, hold on a second, Doofus. The thing you really want to see, SC, is something moving straight. We move something straight on Earth, but then what you want to see is you want to see it from the inertial reference frame of it curving at the same time. That would be the absolute 100% proof that the Coriolis effect is happening, and
But
it's
you
not an
wouldn't see it
actual
curving in the inertial
and it's not an
reference frame.
actual deviation. That
You
would
wouldn't
show
see
that
it
it's
You wouldn't see it curving in the inertial reference frame. That's the point.
that it is. I don't know what Zanuck is talking about. It's ridiculous.
You just
but
said it'd be great to
that
see
would
it from
show
the inertial reference frame. See something
yes, because
curving.
in the
Things
inertial
don't
reference
curve.
frame,
Things don't curve and have the apparent deflection as they do in the non-inertial reference frames.
inertial reference frame, you see it go straight, and in the non-inertial frame, you'd see it curve.
Correct.
That's what. Did I not say that?
You said it'd be great to see it from the inertial reference frame and see things curving.
Okay, well, you know what I meant. That's how you absolutely prove that the Coriolis effect is happening is by showing something moving at the same time but doing two different things. Because right now it could just be, hold on, guys, hold your pants. Right now it could just be actually deviating, right? If you show it from both the frames and you get both the views and see one's deviating, one's not deviating, that would be definitive proof that the Coriolis effect is happening.
Right, so let me address what Essie said just for a moment. The equator is not the center of the rotating reference frame. I have no idea why you said that.
So that would be the proof of Coriolis effect happening.
Well,
Some definitive shit.
Well, Jeremy, I don't. Frames of Reference is an old black and white MIT video. It shows. I don't see how you can deny the Coriolis effect. What you could do is deny that it happens on Earth, but you can't.
That's what he's doing.
Okay, but you can't deny you can't deny the Coriolis effect because you can set up.
Nobody's denying the Coriolis effect, Brenda.
Right.
No
Calm
one's
down.
denying that. You're 3 years behind, Brenda. Hey, again.
I know.
But your phone sounds better.
I'm
This
sure
is
you.
the whole
I'm sure
actual
better.
versus apparent thing. That's what he's denying. If it's actually or apparent, I mean, what is the language difference?
No.
What
We're denying
he's
that
saying
it
is we
happens on
don't
Earth.
see it. Yeah, because we never see it, and you can't show us.
But we do. We do
Due
see
to the
it.
Earth. No.
We do
Due
see
to
it.
the Earth.
Yes, we do. Yes.
Yeah. Say
Yeah,
you
and-
do see it again. Yes.
and
Yes.
by the
yes,
way,
yes.
Rakia,
It's hurricanes. Hurricanes show the
Hurricanes is weather, high and low pressure. Causes it to
okay,
rotate
just
in certain ways.
Rakia knows because he's a weatherman.
Right, the
You
rotation
don't have
wouldn't
to be a
occur from
weatherman
right
Show us
away.
a citation
to
for that,
know
Rakia.
that weather
Show us a
is caused
citation.
by
Show us. Okay.
high
You know what,
and low
Rakia?
pressure.
Rakia, you
Right,
asked
the
me
high
for
and
a
low pressure
citation.
wouldn't cause it to rotate.
Yeah, exactly. Rakia, you
So
asked me
high
for
pressure coming from one direction and the
you
low
asked me
pressure
for a citation.
coming from another.
I brought
wouldn't
you a
cause it
citation.
to
Zanuck,
rotate.
hold on a
Zanuck,
second,
man.
Racky. Zanuck, you got to stop talking at some point, dude. You just
I was
talked
just
over
trying
the
to
last.
make
Wait,
one.
hold on.
Can I
You
ask you a
just talked
question?
over the last 3 or 4 people. Now
I
I'm
have a
getting
question.
talked over. Do I need to mute you?
I have a question for Doofus real quick. What do you mean when high and low pressure doesn't cause rotation? What do you mean by that?
The act of air moving from high pressure to low pressure would just be the air moving from high pressure to low pressure. The rotation is a consequence of something else. It's
Okay,
not
so-
just high and low pressure that causes the rotation.
Yes, Doofus is.
Okay, hold on, wait. I have a follow-up question. So I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So are you saying that the vortex is not created by high and low pressure?
No, what I'm saying is there's another cause that you guys are trying to ignore.
Okay, right. So, but we are talking about the vortex that is created in a hurricane. When you say rotation, that's what you're talking about. You're saying that vortex is created by what?
Coriolis.
Yeah, the storm system has no reason to start rotating if it's just the difference in pressure.
Think of it this way. I can give you an illustration. Think of like a region of cooler air, and it gets warmed up by the sun. When it gets warm, it goes up, and that means that air has to come come in and replace the rising air. Well, it
So I
comes in a straight line. In other words, it's an inertial reference frame. But because the Earth is rotating, therefore it deviates to the left or the right depending on the hemisphere.
Okay, so my next question is, how do you, Doofus, how do you differentiate, if you do, between a tornado and a hurricane in terms of the vortex that's created?
How
Completely
does that
different
address the
causes.
problem? Because there's
Hold
no
on,
reason
hold
for
on.
either of them to begin. There's no reason for either of them to begin rotating
Okay, so then
without
I'm going.
Coriolis.
Okay, so I'm going to infer that because you believe the vortex of a hurricane is created by Coriolis, that the vortex of a tornado is created by Coriolis.
Yeah, basically. There's no
Okay,
reason
so
for
then,
either of them to begin rotating laterally
okay,
without
so
Coriolis.
okay, so when I'm driving across the Midwest and I see this massive dust devil, it's not a tornado, it's not a hurricane, it's just a dust devil. It's got a vortex. What's that do to?
Is that the Coriolis effect?
Yeah, Doofus,
Yeah,
I would
which
agree with you
directions
on
are
that.
rotating in every
I think
time?
it depends on these
Wait,
air
hold
masses
on,
that are moving
Zanuck.
toward each other.
Zanuck, I'm trying not to cross pollinate here.
Well, no,
So
I think Doofus might be
no,
overextending the
Doofus.
Coriolis.
I'm trying to be as clear as possible.
He's trying to save Doofus.
Doofus, what creates a dust devil?
Well, it
Doofus
depends
don't
on
need
the
saving.
situation. If you're talking about over an open field with no obstructions, there's no reason for it to pick any particular direction of rotation unless there's some other effect going on in the
What
atmosphere.
creates?
If you're talking about one that's near a building, like in the corner of a building, because that happens very often where I'm at.
I'm not
those
sure why you're.
things
I'm not sure why you're
are
obfuscating
chosen
and
to
misdirecting
their
here.
rotation direction are chosen by the obstruction that's causing them in the first place. So that's a little different.
Okay, we're out in the Midwest. It's an open extended plain. I see a dust devil that is rotating, spinning, creating this vortex. What creates that vortex?
He ain't
You
gonna
mean
answer.
what
I told
creates
you,
that
Zanuck.
vortex?
Doofus don't need saving. He's got this. Go ahead, Doofus.
I posted a link that gives you animated GIFs on exactly how tornadoes form.
Great,
Go ahead,
Doofus.
my bad.
Great.
I cut you
Okay,
off. My bad.
Jeremy, I apologize. I love you, man, but you jumped in. Doofus,
I know.
please.
I know. Go ahead.
What creates a dust devil?
I mean, the air. What do you mean?
The air. So the air for a dust devil, which looks like a very small tornado, which looks like a very small hurricane, that's all simply explained by meteorological phenomena, which is pressure, temperature, and wind. It's very simple.
What caused it to rotate?
You let him out of it, Travis. You let him out of it.
Yeah, what caused it to rotate?
You had him. You had him.
What
You're just
causes
observing a rotation, and then you're saying
it's
that
the
it was
same thing.
caused by
Listen,
the wind.
it's
However,
very right.
what
It's the
actually
wind.
caused the rotation?
It's the wind.
Okay, like I said, you're just observing the rotation. You're saying that must be caused by the wind. What actually caused it?
I just asked you what created a dust devil, and you conceded that it's the wind. Did you not?
Right, what is causing it to rotate?
The wind.
Did the wind apparently cause it, or did it actually cause it?
The high and low pressure systems that we have that make that happen, there's no reason for them to rotate laterally unless there's another force involved.
Y'all can be serious, right? Thermal energy, hot and cold, high and low pressures. That's what causes wind. That's what causes rotation. What are y'all talking about?
Right, you observe rotation. We all understand that you observe rotation. You're not giving us a reason why it starts rotating.
I just gave you wind shear.
Does not
Wind
mean
shear.
that they just begin rotating just because they are there. What
just
needs
gave
to
you
happen
reasons.
is you need to explain why the lateral rotation occurs in the first place.
Yeah, you have high pressure filling low pressure, and low pressure
But how do you, what
moving.
makes it spin, though? Doofus is asking why it makes it spin, and generally it's Coriolis.
Guys, we gotta let each other finish. Yo,
But
we gotta
but
let
he
each
keeps
other
on saying
finish,
the same
guys.
answer. No
Stop.
one's listening to
Zanuck,
him.
No, not but. Not no but. Finish,
What
please,
He's
guys. Come on.
saying what gives it the orientation
Go
of
ahead.
spin.
Please continue, Rocky. Please continue. Oh my goodness.
So what you're describing is the movement, from one side to the other, but not the rotational direction or rotational movement. It's the lateral movement.
Yeah, movement going opposite direction will cause rotation. High and low, mixing thermal energies. There's wind shear. There's wind trying to get up to higher altitude and some trying to drop down to lower altitude. That
You're just throwing out words, wind shear. I mean, what the hell? Come on.
Travis almost had him. Doofus was scrambling. You guys didn't see that?
There's
on the
exceptions
ropes a minute
to,
ago.
but I was only going to try to bring up. Let me just have. I have been quiet for like 15
jumped in
minutes.
to try to save him earlier.
I've been 15 minutes quiet. I just want to say one thing. He's
no
right.
one can hear
Most
what
of
I'm
these
saying.
tornadoes in the northern hemisphere all root in Coriolis. There are some that rotate the other directions, and they're caused by other reasons, by air masses maybe moving toward each other or next to each other that are opposite of that direction. That's very few. And in the south,
There's
it's
a
the
cell
opposite.
boundary at 30 degrees. There's a cell boundary at 30 degrees north latitude for North Americans. I mean, it's very, very off the tip of the Florida and whatnot. That also can cause them to rotate in a different direction. But the cell boundary itself has a cause, which you might want to be interested in.
Yeah. And that's the answer you're looking for. And better go back to hurricanes. There've never been one ever seen going the opposite direction, ever, because they're caused by Coriolis. There's never, the jet streams themselves are caused by Coriolis. That's how you get the 200-mile-an-hour wind that goes faster than the rotation of the Earth in that same direction.
Also,
God, you just said so many things that were wrong.
No, he didn't.
Get the super rotation. That's not why we get the super rotation. They don't even know why we get the super rotation. They think it has to do with solar winds or something from the sun. It has nothing to do with Coriolis.
No, they're fed by Coriolis. The jet streams are fed by Coriolis.
That is not. Nobody's show me a citation.
Okay, I will. God, this is
Example as to why it happens. Some people think it's solar winds.
Why would it be going in the? Why would it be going in the
Some
direction?
Some people say they don't even know if it's happening.
Of course, it happens. You measure the flight time from San Francisco to New York, and it's 100 miles an hour faster because of the jet stream.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the super rotation of Earth. That's going 1.3 times or 1.2 times the speed of the atmosphere of Earth.
Yeah, it's 200 miles faster than the rotation, which is a jet stream.
And they're not talking about the jet streams when they talk about the super rotation.
But you're telling me that the farther away you get from the surface of this alleged rotating planet, the faster the winds get?
I'm saying there are areas called the jet streams, which are above the surface, which are fed by Coriolis, which have winds that are going faster than the rotation of the Earth. Yes. You're not familiar with the jet streams?
The only reason that can happen continuously is that there's air going in the opposite direction somewhere else.
Can you prove they're fed by Coriolis?
Yes, there's tremendous amounts of evidence that dictate this particular phenomenon.
Dude, in order to prove Coriolis...
I just posted a detailed article about that.
In order to prove Coriolis is even happening, you'd have to show it from both frames.
They won't read it because they don't know how to read.
Come on, Zanuck. You have me muted?
You just have to show the effect.
You have me muted, Zanuck?
Yeah, I had you muted for a second. Sorry.
So, Jeremy...
Okay, so let me just finish it up then. So the way you show Coriolis is happening is you show it from both frames. That way we know it's not an actual deviation and that it's happening, different.
Well, actually, Jeremy, the way you show it is you make a prediction based on your theory, and then you investigate and show that the prediction comes true.
Incorrect. The way you show that Coriolis is happening.
That's how science works. Science works as you make a hypothesis. Based on your hypothesis, you come up with theory. The theory makes a prediction, and then you test the theory to see if nature conforms or validates the theory. So that's what you do.
Okay, maybe you'll let me finish this time. I doubt it, but so the way you. Okay, go ahead.
But no, I wasn't interrupting you. You were interrupting me.
Your mic I waited till you were done speaking. How did I interrupt you?
Okay, well,
I was talking, then you interrupted me. I let you interrupt me, waited till you were done patiently, started to talk again, and then you interrupted me. What are you doing? Well, maybe I'll get to finish it this time. Why don't you just go on mute for it's going to take me 10 seconds. That could have been done by now. So the way you show that the Coriolis is actually happening is you show it, you get in the inertial frame and you get in the non-inertial frame. You view something simultaneous, something happening at the same time from both frames. One of the frames will show it deviating, one of the frames won't. That's how you will absolutely, definitively, 100% know that Coriolis is happening.
Why would these hurricanes rotate opposite direction in the southern hemisphere? Why would the jet streams be going the same direction in the north and the southern hemisphere? That has to do with Coriolis.
Travis was
it has
so
to do with the
close to having
hurricane directions. Wait, Jeremy, you're talking over me now.
Yeah,
So we know we have these 200-mile-an-hour winds in the between the 30 and 60 degree latitude lines. We know this because we can fly airplanes and have faster flight times, not only in the northern hemisphere, but ironically or coincidentally in the southern hemisphere as well, between 30 and 60 degrees. They're all going 100, 200 miles an hour faster there, fed by Coriolis.
Not to bring this full circle, but hurricanes in the north go in one direction, hurricanes in the southern hemisphere go in the other direction. Somewhere in the middle, Coriolis is zero.
Cool. So what's the direction of deviation in the northern hemisphere? I'm curious for the Coriolis effect.
Depends on the direction that objects are moving.
Everything turns to the right.
Everything turns to the right. All right. What's that? Clockwise or counterclockwise?
It turns to the right. Clockwise.
Is that clockwise or clockwise?
Yeah.
Sorry. Wait.
Yes.
Yeah,
a top-down view that would appear to us as clockwise.
Well, it's right. Yeah, where you're looking at it from. Exactly.
And which way do Foucault pendulums deviate in the northern hemisphere?
That's the great thing about Foucault pendulum. They both deviate the same exact way.
Wow, really?
Yes.
So I don't know. One goes clockwise, another one goes counterclockwise.
No, all Foucault pendulums show the same rotation precession.
I'll get a citation for my thing. I know you won't for any of your bullshit, but I'll actually get one.
I've already every citation you've wanted. I've popped within 3 minutes. Every citation you've asked me so far, I've given you.
If you're looking down at the North Pole, for example, you're observing this eastward direction that Earth is spinning in. That appears to you as a clockwise direction or counterclockwise direction. Anything that you have on there that is trying to follow the inertial reference frame, like a Foucault pendulum, will by necessity be going in the opposite direction of that. So since it was counterclockwise for the appearance of the Earth rotating, the Foucault pendulum would be clockwise. I don't see a problem here.
I'm getting citations right now. Hold on 1 second, please.
I've shown a video of all the Foucault pendulums from different parts of the world, all have the same precession rate, and all having the same, and dictating your latitude. Wherever you are,
they rotate clockwise
in the northern hemisphere,
and they don't rotate at all at the equator. So they don't work at the equator.
Yeah,
because there's no Coriolis there.
So that's the confirmation you were asking for.
Yep,
Jeremy. That's
exactly.
That's the confirmation that you were asking for Coriolis. It deviates clockwise in the northern hemisphere and not at all on the equator. Well, that's what he asked for.
You did, Jeremy. You asked for that exactly.
The only difference between the equator and the northern or southern hemisphere is the how long the sun is going to be present in the hemisphere.
Well, that's not true, Gerald, because
Nothing to do with the Coriolis effect.
well, you're just the world disagrees with you. It's just not the case. So on the equator, a Foucault's pendulum will not rotate. It will not precess. And in the northern hemisphere, it will precess in a clockwise direction. And in fact, you can determine your latitude. You can determine your latitude. So you're just wrong that there's no difference.
Okay, I have citations. Hold on a second. I have citations. What Brenda is saying is absolutely wrong. I'll post them right now. Hurricanes rotate counterclockwise.
I was talking about Foucault's pendulum, not hurricanes.
Okay,
Yeah, you were trying
hurricane.
to confirm the Coriolis effect and the Foucault pendulum were going the same direction, which they do. The
Yeah,
hurricanes was the
clockwise.
thing you forgot to mention.
Yeah, that's a
So-
low pressure.
so
That's
Foucault
because
goes clockwise.
That's because the low pressure systems go counterclockwise, and
So
these are low
Foucault-
pressure. These are low pressure systems, and they're fed by Coriolis as well. They go counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere.
I think there's a simple
So
question:
Foucault
can
goes-
we ever? Sorry, Jeremy, you go ahead, mate. You've been trying to get through. Go on.
So Foucault goes clockwise, right, in the northern hemisphere, and the hurricanes go counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere,
Correct.
right? Right. So which way does the globe model predict that the Coriolis deviation will happen in the northern hemisphere?
Always goes to everything goes to the right when it's going in any direction. It deviates to the right.
Is that clocwise
feeds-
or counterclockwise?
Clockwise.
Depends on the type of you have a
You're
low
going
pressure system or a high pressure system. They'll both go opposite directions for the same
so,
reasons.
so why is it that the hurricanes go counterclockwise? Which direction is the air moving in?
Well, I think actually there's a really
I'm trying to
simple
figure out
question.
your
There's
prediction.
a really simple question you can ask here, which is: do you ever see a hurricane form south of the equator? The answer is no. Do you ever
Why you
see a
guys dodging that?
cyclone? 1 second. Do you ever see a cyclone form north of the equator? The answer is no.
Yeah, I know why you guys are dodging this, but
He's
which way does the
confused on
globe
what those
model?
two terms mean. By the way,
Which way does the
I was
globe
about to
model
explain
predict? Which way does the globe model predict that the Coriolis deviation will happen in the northern hemisphere? Because you have it going both ways.
No, you don't.
No, we don't actually have that. In a hurricane, the air is going inward toward the center of the eye.
because it's
and
low
it's
pressure.
Most predominantly, that would cause the air that's going inward, that's going clockwise, to have the overall appearance of the whole storm system to be counterclockwise because the air is going in the other direction.
Yeah, let's try this real simple. Do hurricanes rotate counterclockwise
In the northern hemisphere, yes.
in the northern hemisphere? Yes. And do Foucault pendulums go clockwise in the northern hemisphere?
They're not related in that same way.
They absolutely are related. It's the
They're not
Coriolis
related in
effect.
that same way.
It's
We're
I'll
talking
get another
about
fucking
rotate.
citation.
We're talking about a completely different principle. We're talking about something that actually is rotating under a fixed plane of motion. That fixed plane of motion is the pendulum
citation that
swinging.
shows. Do I have to get another citation that shows you that the Foucault pendulum is the Coriolis effect?
No,
Really,
you don't have to
Xanax?
do that. They are related.
Okay.
It's a different type of.
So you have it
phenomenon.
going,
but it's not.
you
It's
have it
not the
going
same thing as
different
feeding.
directions.
It's not. Well, why do high pressure cells rotate clockwise, and why do low pressure cells rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere? Can you explain that to us?
Okay, I know. I keep dodging my point.
No. Because
keep dodging my point.
because
You have it going
just
both
because
ways
there's
in the
rotation
northern-
doesn't mean they're related for the same reasons.
I can't do this.
This is related, Jeremy. His question is related.
No, I know, but
You
he's skipping
understand?
right over my point. He's
Everything
obfuscating away
goes
from my
to the
point
right.
that he
Everything
definitely does not want to address, and he's going to funny mute me the whole time.
Everything rotates to the right when it moves in the northern hemisphere. When it moves in the rotating reference frame, it deviates to the right. This feeds the hurricane, which makes it go counterclockwise. Just
I
like
know,
the
don't address the point.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
Thought you were
Just
done. You
like
took
the
a
high
nice little
pressure,
pause.
just like the high pressure system will rotate clockwise. Same reason, Coriolis.
Okay,
And
so,
he did answer your
skipping over the fact.
I'm not stepping over anything. I'm giving you
Skipping
exact
over the
reasons.
fact that you're just skipping over the fact that you have the same deviation due to the same with the same effect in the same hemisphere. You have different rotations.
Jeremy's logic is if the deviation is to the right,
Everything should rotate to the right. Yeah.
Jeremy's saying if the deviation to the right, everything in
Everything
the
goes to the
universe
right.
go to the right.
No, I'm saying.
Does anyone have a
which
drawing
way
of a hurricane
model
versus?
predict?
Does
I'm
anyone have
saying
a drawing
which way
of
does your
the
globe model predict? Hold on, Xanax. I'm saying which way does the globe model predict that the Coriolis effect will deviate in the northern hemisphere, clockwise or counterclockwise?
Let me try, Jeremy.
Do you know the answer to my question, please? If anyone knows,
Let me try to answer it.
do you know the answer? It's one word.
Let Blue explain. He might let him take a shot.
I need
at
a
it because
one-word
all of us
answer.
are failing. Let
Clockwise
Blue
or
try.
counterclockwise
Just
or
let
both?
Blue try. Just shut up for a second. Let him try.
It's deviation to the right of the direction of travel that the object's traveling in. In this case, When you're talking about hurricanes, you're talking about air moving. That's the object, air. And it's moving because it's being pulled toward a low pressure center. It's trying to go to the center of that low pressure. But the Coriolis effect is pushing it off to the right. In order to get to the low pressure, it's got to rotate to the left. It's got to rotate counterclockwise.
I hope the audience. Oh, my bad. I thought you were done. Go ahead, Blue.
No, I busted out the crayons and I drew exactly what he was describing, what I described minutes ago. This is exactly what I've been trying to describe this whole time. The high pressure is moving to the right. It is making a clockwise deflection or counterclockwise deflection. Clockwise deflection. The low pressure system, as you observe it from there, is counterclockwise, but that's because the air is clockwise going into it.
Okay, I know my question won't get answered. I hope the audience can see what's happening.
What's the answer to the question?
Does the globe model predict? Does the globe? Please don't call names. Does the globe model? I'm not being dishonest. I'm asking a question that keeps not getting answered. Who's the dishonest?
Yeah, why don't we use more crayons?
Who's the dishonest ones here? I ask you.
It was
okay. Now the very simple question is, I've been called dishonest twice today. This time I'm simply asking a question that you guys won't answer, and you keep obfuscating away from. In the globe model, which way does the globe model predict that the Coriolis deviation will happen in the northern hemisphere? Clockwise or counterclockwise?
I drew in my picture so that it makes a storm system that's a low pressure system spin counterclockwise. That's the explanation. You can't just skip part of the explanation because you don't like it.
You're missing.
I don't know. Do things deviate clockwise or counterclockwise due to the Coriolis effect?
Oh my God,
does
Jeremy!
the globe model predict the deviation?
Jeremy, if I hit a pinwheel,
in the picture, it's deviating clockwise. The storm system's rotating counterclockwise because of that clockwise deviation.
Wait, I got one. My turn, real quick.
No,
Jeremy, if you have a pinwheel, wait, right here. Jeremy, if I have a pinwheel, if I have a pinwheel, and I hit the bottom of the pinwheel to the right, it spins counterclockwise. Right. Can I just make that one point, please? It's like a pinwheel. I smack it to the right, but it goes counterclockwise to the left. It spins counterclockwise. I'm hitting the pinwheel. Can you not get that analogy? Look at the cartoon. Look at the crayons. Look at the crayons, little guys. Focus on the little bright light.
Yeah,
look at the bright light.
Listen to you calling us kids and crayons.
Because you're not getting why it goes counterclockwise. It goes counterclockwise because it's like a pinwheel. Everything on top is hitting. Everything is hitting it from the right. It means it goes. Oh my God, Becky, you're a nightmare.
High and low pressure, right? That's what it is. That's what weather is. Which, if it's going inward and outward, it's going to create a vortex. High and low pressure. It's trying to circulate.
That goes back. That's perfect.
Hang on.
Go on.
Hang on. Go. It has a lot of electricity involved too, which may
listen
have
to the shrimp boat captain talk about electricity.
Yeah, I don't drive a shrimp boat. Sorry, but it has a lot of energy involved. So that might have something to do with direction.
Energy is not related to electricity in this respect.
Exactly. I'd really like to just quickly pick up on the point very quickly, Racket.
Yeah, I think
I asked a question earlier on that everybody avoided the answering, which is why do we only find hurricanes forming in the northern hemisphere, and why do we only find cyclones forming in the southern hemisphere? Now, the explanation is that this is due to the Coriolis effect.
Weather patterns.
I'd like you to notice that question was completely
weather
avoided.
Patterns. I just answered it.
I know your question was completely ignored, just like mine was that I asked before your question about which way does the globe model predict the deviation will happen in the northern hemisphere due to the Coriolis effect. Clockwise and counterclockwise as I get run all over my whole statement.
Jeremy.
I know.
Yeah, you said I was ignoring your question.
Interrupting you. That's like 6 people now that's interrupting Jeremy. Two that called him dishonest. Blue, you want to get in on it? You want to call Jeremy dishonest too?
I'm not calling anybody.
Yeah, you're interrupting. You're interrupting Jeremy. He's a mod here.
I'm pointing out to Jeremy.
Gladys.
Yeah, why you interrupt? No one hears you when you interrupt. We want to hear Jeremy what he was saying when you interrupted him. A mod, nonetheless.
All right, is he going to tell us that his question was ignored when I posted the answer twice?
Yes, my question was ignored. It's a one-word answer. Hold on, Rakia. It's a one-word answer. I need either the globe model predicts it's going to rotate counterclockwise or it's going to rotate clockwise, or both, or neither? Which one is it?
I'll
Did
answer,
you
Jeremy.
change the question?
Clockwise in their
Cricket.
model. Clockwise in their model.
Did you change the question, Jeremy?
Absolutely not. That's been my question the whole time. Which way
before
does
you
the globe
got here.
model predict?
Oh,
Which
you're
way does the
interrupting
globe
the
model
mod.
predict in
You
the
like it?
northern hemisphere?
I'm sorry, we don't speak hillbilly.
Don't do that.
Can somebody do something about that?
Free
I
Gladys.
just did. I just
Oh
did.
yeah, you're late to the party, Blue.
I
We've been
just
called third graders, morons, and I'm sure you would agree with that.
no.
So
Nobody
you're a little
call
late.
names. No. Let's not do the personal attacks and insults. Come on, guys.
It's clockwise, Jeremy, in their model.
I wouldn't be so sure because they got full call
I'm
pendulum
sorry,
rotating.
I don't speak Albany, New York.
Would you say clockwise?
Yeah, that's what they say is their model. Everything goes to the right, clockwise.
No, they got hurricanes rotating counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, but that's a special case, and the Foucault pendulum on either side of the equator rotates, deviates in the same direction, but that's a special case also.
They don't.
Really,
They definitely deviate. One goes clockwise, the other one goes counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere. Same effect, Coriolis effect.
So, as I explained several times, the air that's moving is deflecting to the right. The low pressure system, as you view it from that low pressure system, appears to be rotating counterclockwise because the high pressure air that's going into it is rotating clockwise. I've already explained this several times. You're going to tell me that I ignored your question. You're going to tell me that I didn't answer your question, even though I've posted it twice now.
You didn't.
Yeah,
It's a one-word answer. Does the globe model? It's a one-word answer. You keep obfuscating with a whole bunch of bullshit.
Okay,
Wait,
look, the
globe
high
model
pressure
predict.
is rotating clockwise.
Does
Look at
the
that.
globe model
Check it
predict?
out. Why don't I go ahead and answer your question again? The high pressure air is rotating clockwise.
Calm down,
I'll answer it for the fifth fucking time. The high
calm
pressure
down,
air is
man.
rotating clockwise.
You're gonna give yourself a heart
You're
attack.
not answering the question. Though, that's the problem.
Yes,
The
I am.
question
Because
is.
you said
The
it's
question
clockwise.
is. Hold on,
That's what's
guys.
happening.
Hold on. The question is. This is going to be a one-word answer. It's going to either
Clockwise.
be neither. It's either going to be both clockwise. Well, you have hurricanes rotating counterclockwise due to the Coriolis effect. So you're wrong. You're either wrong or your globe model prediction is wrong.
Or you don't understand physics.
No, I understand clockwise and counterclockwise. I also, you need a citation for which direction they rotate in?
Right. The high pressure air is rotating clockwise because that's where the air is coming from, is from the high pressure. And I've explained this for now 6 fucking times.
High pressure air. Oh, what do you know? Weather system.
Yeah, and the high pressure air is rotating clockwise. It has a preferred direction. Why?
Why does high pressure air have a preferred? Now you're saying because of Coriolis, high pressure air has a preferred rotation? Have y'all lost it?
Well, as we observe, hurricanes and cyclones, both the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, they definitely have a preferred direction because they only go in the direction they go.
Yeah, weather patterns.
Yeah,
like,
right.
Why do they have that preferred direction then?
Okay, the question
because we have thermal energy, which causes winds. We have
that
upper level winds and lower level winds. As you cut me off.
Yes,
you don't
you're
want to
not
hear the
listing things
answer.
that are different between the north and
How
south.
weather is created. Weather, hurricanes, weather systems, cyclones, weather, thermal energy.
Right, you're not
High
listing
pressure.
things that are different between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. Try again.
Well, if you're going to say Coriolis, then they should rotate clockwise, not what?
Yeah, no, they
No, they
definitely
got
should rotate
hurricanes
clockwise
deviating.
in the northern hemisphere.
They got hurricanes rotating counterclockwise because of the Coriolis effect in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, because
that
the
would
air
only
is
be
taking a
possible-
clockwise direction,
I don't
as I
need to hear
posted
it
in the
because
diagram 3
that's the
times now.
direction.
If you can't get the diagram, that's your fault.
So
We
the
don't
air
need
is
it because
causing it.
we just need to know which direction the globe model predicts. Is it clockwise or
It's
counterclockwise?
clockwise, and in the diagram I posted several times, it's still clockwise. The air is rotating clockwise from the high pressure system. The low pressure system, as you view it, it looks counterclockwise. The air, as it's moving, is still taking a clockwise path.
So
The
just real
problem
quick,
is-
just real quick, Doofus, when you overtalk, you break up, so I can't even hear what you're saying. So it's not productive. In you know, I mean, like some people, they don't break up when they interrupt. You can hear what they're saying. But either way, when you try to overtalk someone, you break up, and I can't even hear what you're saying.
No,
Does that
let's
change the
go
fact that I've
Doofus
answered
some
the
more
question
time.
7 times now?
Yeah, let's go for 8. Tell us again how it's the air
Right. That has a preferred direction, the thing you didn't answer before?
causing the hurricane to spin in one direction and not Coriolis. Talk about the pressure more.
Okay, let's talk about the pressure. If there's a low pressure system, there's no reason for it to rotate in a preferred direction unless there's another force involved, one that you haven't yet elucidated.
When have you observed anything different in a particular location? Let's say, for instance, you were land bound. Excuse me. Let's say that you were land bound on an island out in the Atlantic. You couldn't go anywhere else, but you have a weather station and you can observe everything about the weather. And all you see is this weather pattern, and it's always the same. And all you can measure are all of the variables that we've talked about: pressure, temperature. We haven't even talked about electrostatics, but nonetheless. So that's all you can see. You don't have anything to compare it to, so that when it goes in an opposite direction or does something different, that you can then say, oh, this variable just happened, right? So what we're trying to suggest, the simplest explanation is when we know what the temperature is, we know what the pressure is, we know what the wind speed is, all of the things that we can control in terms of our knowledge, we know that's what contributes to its rotation. That's it. That's how simple it is.
All right. So none of the effects that you listed, none of the causes are different between the northern and southern hemisphere. If I'm someone that's been in the northern hemisphere and someone that's been in the southern hemisphere, unlike most of the people here, I'll have observed that the rotation is a preferred direction every single time in the northern hemisphere and a different preferred direction in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, I need you.
And since you listed a bunch of things that are not different between the northern and southern hemispheres, you still need an explanation.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to follow you. Honestly, I am. So you started off by saying that you started off, I think, by suggesting that both the northern and the southern hemispheres have a uniformity to them. Is that what I heard you say?
Hurricanes and cyclones only form in their respective hemispheres.
Okay, that's not my question, right? Because you the first thing that you said
You want to ignore that part. Yes, I know.
I'm sorry, what?
You want to ignore that part. Yes, I know.
Okay, Doofus, I'm asking you for clarity. Why do you think I'm trying to ignore something?
Well, because the effects that you listed, you want to look at only the northern hemisphere and only that thing.
No. I put you.
You want to ignore the southern hemisphere and
put you in the Atlantic.
Thank you for butting in, dick shit. All right,
settle down.
You want to ignore the fact that the same thing that happens in the southern hemisphere happens in the opposite direction, and it happens every single time. Why?
Okay,
Doofus, I need you to stop yelling, please. Come on.
Well, you control your dipshits.
I'm trying
No,
to
all right.
get. I'm
Maybe
trying to
take
get
5 or something.
Yeah, I was just trying to be simple. I put you in the Atlantic. I didn't say which hemisphere we were necessarily in. I was just saying that you are observing a weather pattern. Then you said something about the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. I was just asking you to repeat that so I can hear it again.
He's muted.
Yeah, he's muted. And I like the way they say hurricanes and cyclones are different. They're not different. They're the same thing. It's the same weather creating a circular pattern.
Yeah, I mean, it's very
so stupid.
Sorry.
They are.
Yeah,
different.
I mean, I think
what's the difference, Blue?
Hurricanes rotate counterclockwise. Cyclones rotate clockwise. That's the difference.
Yeah, but they still rotate. There's still weather systems that rotate.
Oh, okay, right.
Oh, okay. So they're not really different, right?
No, they're okay. By your definition.
Wait. Okay,
oh, okay,
wait, hold on.
Good. Just created by
so,
weather then, high and low pressure.
So cyclones don't happen in the southern hemisphere?
No, only anticyclones.
Hemisphere.
Yeah,
Sorry.
not cyclones, anti-cyclones, but nowhere near a cyclone.
I'm sorry.
Opposite direction. Isn't
Hey,
it coincidental that all these
Xanax,
hurricanes?
shut the fuck up.
Let me
Shut the
say
fuck
one
up. I
thing.
was talking. No,
Let
I
me-
was talking to Blue. No, I was talking
I didn't hear you
to
talking to
Blue.
Blue. Okay, gotcha. I just was in the other room. I heard
Okay.
you guys talk. I had to say one thing though. Can I say one thing? Can I go back to the room?
No, 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 no.
It's
no.
one thing. One quick
Shut
sentence.
up. Go on mute. Go on mute. Shut up. Okay, Blue, you brought up the difference between a cyclone and a hurricane. Based on your answer then, and I'm not a meteorologist, I can Google this if I wanted to, but I'm talking to you. That seems to say to me that hurricanes only happen in the southern hemisphere and cyclones only happen in the northern, because otherwise your differentiation between the rotation is moot.
That made no
So-
sense whatsoever, Travis.
Okay, so yeah, it actually did make sense, but I will not slur you right now. So my question is, do cyclones only happen in the northern hemisphere?
I believe by the
Because-
definition of. Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I gave you a pause. Go ahead.
He doesn't want to answer.
Go ahead. What
He
the fuck?
doesn't
Go
wanna
ahead, Blue.
He knows
You're
they're full of
asking-
shit. Oh, here we go.
Look, you call these things anything you want to call them. Cyclones in the
No,
northern
answer my fucking question.
Cyclones are in the south. Hurricanes are north. Like I said, move on. It is the same fucking storm. Just one's called something different than the other. And they're
So
going
a
different directions.
cyclone. Wait. So a cyclone is a hurricane.
Yes, in the southern hemisphere, it's called a cyclone.
Yeah, typhoon is the same thing too.
Look, the point I was trying to make is this: hurricanes have this distinct different directions in different hemispheres. We get this. Jet streams all go toward the east, which is unusual, and Foucault pendulums determine exactly where you are on the Earth. It's
Why is it
rotating.
unusual?
Why is this? Why is this so hard? All these things, all these stars are totally aligned
Why?
for you. Hurricanes, cyclones, Foucault. Let me finish. Hurricanes, cyclones, jet streams, Foucault pendulums, all these things point to everything we say. Yet you guys are just in complete, utter denial because you think it's due to something else, electromagnetism or whatever.
Hey,
Rocky said.
Zanuck.
Hold on.
Zanuck, why do hurricanes not form over Louisiana? I have Earth rotation here, don't I, sir?
They don't, what do you know for? Hurricanes have hit Louisiana many times.
I didn't ask that. I asked,
Hurricanes
why
generally,
don't they
because
form
of the land masses, they usually form over the water.
in certain regions, right?
Well, the northern hemisphere, hurricanes form over the water. In the southern hemisphere, like the Indian Ocean, etc., the cyclones would form over the water. They don't form over land
pretty
masses.
much
They
come from
start
the same
because of
area,
the warm,
right?
because of the nature
Yeah.
of the atmosphere.
Yeah, there you go.
The warm, moist air and Coriolis, the movement of the air, affecting the movement of the air,
Not
will
Coriolis.
make those
Bullshit.
objects.
You had
Make
to throw
those
that one
objects
in there.
called. Why do you fucking gotta
No,
do
it's
this?
just the weather. Just the more.
we're just
the-
It's not
the-
just the
the
weather.
energy. No, the
It's
energy
just the
that
weather.
produced,
It's just the
that
weather.
The
It's
weather
just the weather.
systems coming off the coast of Africa,
Dude, like
and
a
places
Max
like
Headroom.
that,
Broken
cause
record.
these rotations, and they gain energy because they're over warm waters, and they move in a certain direction due to the trade winds.
But they always spin counterclockwise in the north because the forces are clockwise on them.
No, because
To the
forces
right.
of
They're
the
always to the
weather
right.
system that create them.
Oh,
Yeah,
why
the
do
forces of the weather-
the high pressure zones all move clockwise in the northern hemisphere? Always. We've never seen an exception to this, by the way, Rocky, ever. Low pressure always moves counterclockwise. High pressure always moves clockwise. And even over Louisiana, God damn it. What's wrong with you?
We have the sun rising in the east and going to the west. That probably has something to do with it. It never changes. So that probably has something to do with the weather and why things move and how weather patterns are formed. 'Cause
I
in
have a
my
question,
summertime, the high and low pressures come from different areas. In the winter, they come from a different direction. It changes.
Zanuck, I have a question. Zanuck, hold on. I just have a real quick. Hold on. I just have a real quick question, Zanuck. You said that the east trade winds. What did you say? You said, and that's unusual or something. Why is that unusual?
Well, because it's not unusual. It is a determinate factor.
That's what you said. That's
Well,
what you
I
said.
said, well, from your perspective, it'd be unusual. From speaking from a flat earther perspective.
No, don't
The
put
jet
words
stream-
into our fucking
the jet-
mouth.
the- I didn't. The jet
No.
stream. Let me finish. The jet
You
stream.
said from your
the jet
perspective.
streams all. The jet streams all go easterly, all of them, either in the south or the north. Yet the rotation of these cyclones.
That's because that's the way the sky moves.
And
Okay.
Zanuck, what way
That's
does
the
why
way
would
the
it go
sky
faster than the
moves.
sky then? And why would it go
Hold
faster than
on.
the sky?
Well, what is the Foucault
You guys are
pendulum?
such
spin?
idiots. I mean, god damn,
Hold
it's
on,
like the
Zanuck.
Dumb and Dumber hour.
Hold on, let one of the idiots talk. What direction do Foucault pendulums turn, Zanuck?
And that's the point.
Listen,
Also,
don't-
they all
don't do
go.
the
They all
personal
go
insults,
clockwise.
please. Hold
All
on,
of them.
Zanuck.
No, they don't.
Hold
No,
on.
they
Yes,
don't.
they
go
do.
counter.
One second.
And if
No,
either
they
if they're
don't.
moving or they
I'm just
don't
gonna mute
move, they all
real
go
quick.
clockwise.
Real
They
quick,
go
mute. Guys,
in the
don't
north.
hold on, Brian. Brian, don't do the personal attacks and insults thing, please.
Look here. Hurricanes go counterclockwise. Foucault pendulums go clockwise. Okay, so how is it Earth curve? How is it Earth turn?
Come on, Brian. And you're being silly now.
No, that's not.
Really?
That's not.
Am I being
silly.
silly?
That's not silly, but there's a simple. I remember Jeremy asked the same thing a little while ago. He
No,
thought
I'm being silly.
No, I know, dude. I know. I'm trying to tell you something.
Zanuck's arguing on a subject he doesn't even fucking know about.
Yo,
Dude,
let
I
him
do
finish,
know about
Brian.
it.
Stop
Let
for a
people
second, brother.
Hold on.
And I can explain it to you
We're gonna let
in mathematical
hold on,
terms or
Zanuck.
in just layman's terms.
I gotta
Which
mute
you want to
you.
hear?
Explain it, let somebody
You
else
hear me?
explain it. 'Cause to you, it's silly.
Yo, Brian, let's let people finish their sentences, please. Kosho was right in the middle of something. Thank you. Zanuck, when I'm talking, if I interrupt your son, just stop talking, please.
Yeah. Yeah. I made an image when Jeremy he thought he had something. Like almost every other time, he was incorrect about this. The reason is because those are two different. So when you see a hurricane rotating, right? It's rotating because of the rotation of the Earth, right? When you see a Foucault's pendulum, or imagine a line, a circle created by the precession of the Foucault's pendulum, it's going the opposite direction. Why is that? That's because it's a recording on the surface of the rotation, right?
So not conserving
It's
momentum,
going to be
right?
doing the opposite thing. It's going to be doing the opposite thing of what the surface is doing, right?
So not conserving momentum from Earth turn, right?
What are you talking about? No, what are you talking about?
So you're saying Foucault pendulums deviate counterclockwise?
No, okay. So
Deviate
one
counterclockwise.
is a result of the rotation, right? The other is a result of something happening in spite of the rotation, right?
No, they're both caused. This is the Coriolis effect for both of them. Do I need to pull up a citation for this?
I found the image. Here.
Do I need to pull up a citation that the Foucault pendulum and the hurricanes are both the Coriolis effect?
Right. Check this out, dude. Check this out.
Do we understand? Do we understand that? Right? They're both the same thing.
Well, yeah, they are, yeah.
So
Okay, but let me finish this explanation because it's almost done. The hurricanes you see are doing what is happening in the top of the picture. They're rotating. It looks like counterclockwise. It's like, okay, that makes sense.
That's
And then you go
silly.
down-
That's silly, Kosho.
And then you go down. Hold on, dude. Hold on. You go down to the Foucault's pendulum, and you're expecting it to do the same thing. However, it would be doing the same thing, but it's recording what it's doing in spite of the Earth's rotation. So it's going to appear to be going the opposite direction. The precession is.
Now let me speak my piece real quick. Okay, the hurricane is going opposite Earth turn. Okay, it goes
just explained
counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, and the Foucault pendulum they're both said to be conserving momentum, but they're not. It's not Earth turn because the hurricane goes counterclockwise and the Foucault pendulum goes clockwise. It's not silly, Zanuck. It's reality. Go learn.
Right. So as the graphic that Kosho presented to you also illustrated, I'll show you mine too. The high pressure air is moving clockwise. The low pressure system is moving counterclockwise because of the clockwise moving air. We expect the Coriolis effect to cause a clockwise deviation, which it is doing to the high pressure
momentum
air.
then, right?
In just a second, Brian. We expect the Coriolis effect to do clockwise deviation, which it is doing to the high pressure air. The low pressure system is inside of what's happening.
So it's not conserving momentum of Earth turn, right?
That's not an honest characterization of what I just said. The high pressure air is rotating clockwise in the direction we expect it to. The low pressure system is inside the air that is being deflected clockwise.
He asked you a question.
Yeah, that has nothing
And
to do
I
with
answered it.
my question is so not conserving momentum then, correctly?
No, it just momentum's always
He keeps
conserved. Listen,
answering every question.
things
with
are
that same
deviating to the
bullshit.
right. Now, sometimes things rotate counterclockwise. Sometimes things rotate counterclockwise, like the high pressure zones.
If they're
All rotate
conserving
clockwise.
momentum,
Hold on,
Janet,
I'm
in the
getting to
northern
it.
hemisphere,
I'm
they'll
getting
go
to it.
one direction.
I'm getting to it real quick. Then the Foucault pendulum is showing the actual with respect to a moving plane. This plane, everyone can agree that a pendulum will move in a plane and nothing will change that, deviate that path unless it's acted upon by another force, and it doesn't. So it's going in a plane. That plane will then establish a rotation of the sphere beneath it by where it's placed on the sphere. That's why it doesn't rotate on the equator. That's why it's once. Hold on, almost done. That's why it rotates once every 24 hours in the North Pole and South, and doesn't rotate at all at the equator. Yet you can dictate its. You can tell your latitude anywhere on the globe by its rate of precession.
Okay, so if it's conserving momentum, it's going a certain direction in the north. If
No,
they're both
what do you
if they're
mean by
going in
that?
opposite, let me finish. If they're going opposite directions, they're not conserving momentum.
Well, no, that's
It's
not what that.
simple.
When you try to reply or regurgitate
Oh, were you
information.
done? Were you done, Brian? Because I had Zanuck muted for the
Oh, well, I
first
just
part.
wanted to say you can't conserve momentum in two different directions if it's
What do you?
Earth rotation.
That has no meaning. That means nothing. What are you saying?
Yeah, it's
What do you
not in
can't
two different
conserve?
directions, Brian. As I already explained, the high pressure air is moving clockwise. It's doing exactly as the Coriolis effect says it should. Don't come back in here with it's going in a different direction, because it's not.
Foucault pendulum is deviating clockwise, and hurricanes are going counterclockwise in the same hemisphere.
Yeah,
It
the
seems like
reason
different
why they
directions.
do that,
I don't care about the reason why. They are going in different
I know you
directions.
don't care why.
But they are going in different directions, right? You're about to give me the reason why, so they are going in different directions.
Yep, that's not entirely true, because the high pressure air is going clockwise, just as the Coriolis effect says it should.
So you didn't just give me a reason why they're going in different directions.
Oh, I did. Because if the high pressure air is going
So they are
clockwise,
going in
the
different
low
directions.
pressure system must only be able to go counterclockwise.
In different directions.
Nope, the high pressure air, the thing that's moving, the thing that we're interested in, because it's the Coriolis effect, we're caring about the motion of stuff, right? When we care about the motion of stuff, we should look at the high pressure going to low pressure. That high pressure air going into a low pressure system is going clockwise, so it definitely follows what we expect of the Coriolis effect.
So the hurricanes are deviating clockwise or counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere?
The low pressure system is inside clockwise rotating air, which is causing it to appear to rotate counterclockwise.
So you don't know. You don't know which direction they're deviating.
No, don't say
It's
I don't know.
only one.
Don't respond
You don't
with
know.
that dishonest tactic of I don't know, because I definitely answered your question.
You didn't. You definitely didn't. You keep answering with the same bullshit for everyone's question. Even Leaky's question you answered with this bullshit. They're definitely going in the road deviating in a direction. Clockwise.
What
or
is it we're
counterclockwise?
concerned about in the Coriolis effect? Are we concerned about the
with
motion of
the
stuff?
direction of deviation. That's what I'm concerned with right now.
All right. So when we're talking about the motion of stuff and the stuff that's deviating in that motion is to the right. It causes a clockwise motion. We can observe that in Foucault pendulum. We can observe that in high pressure systems. Low pressure systems are inside air that's rotating clockwise, so it appears to rotate counterclockwise.
So you're saying that hurricanes aren't actually rotating counterclockwise. They just appear to. It's just an apparent thing. They aren't actually.
Why is it so hard to understand? Oh my God!
I don't know.
Spends
That's what
so much
Doofus
time.
just said. He said
Look at the doofus.
apparently.
Look at the crayon drawing.
We can have a fun discussion over the word apparent, because you guys love this one. If the car in my
with
garage,
bullshit.
if the car in my driveway is apparently sitting on my driveway, it is also actually sitting on my driveway. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Fuck your yes or no questions. You've obfuscated my question every fucking time, but you won't give me a straight answer.
So why does the word apparent mean something special just now?
I wanted to know if you meant actually or not actually. Is it are the
word apparent
hurricanes
ever
actually
required,
deviating?
not actual?
Listen, straightforward question: are the hurricanes actually deviating clockwise in the northern hemisphere? Yes or no?
The low pressure system is rotating
That's what
counterclockwise
I thought.
because of
Fuck off.
the low pressure system is rotating counterclockwise because of the clockwise rotating high pressure system around it.
I'm done with you.
There's your answer.
It's
You
obnoxious.
don't like it,
No,
so you go
I'm
away?
done with you fucking guys. I had a
Dude.
yes or no question for him. He wouldn't answer. He wants the
It's
yes
a
or no answer for
pinwheel.
me.
The
He will
hurricane's a
never.
pinwheel.
He will
The
never
hurricane's
answer yes or
the
no
cartoon. The cartoon
fucking
crayon
obnoxious.
shows it perfectly.
I started my answer with, yes, the low pressure system rotates counterclockwise, which I specified because of your specific misunderstanding. The high pressure system's rotating clockwise because that's what we expect it to do given the Coriolis effect.
So the Coriolis is
Coriolis-
affecting the high pressure and not the low pressure, is what you're saying.
The motion of the air
Oh my
moving into a
God.
low pressure is what's causing the effect to occur. The motion of that air into a low pressure system is what's causing that effect to occur. Do I need to say it for a third time?
Doofus, we can't let these guys get us
The
fooled.
pressure is moving
We gotta
high to low.
we gotta start ignoring these guys. It's getting ridiculous.
Yeah,
He's
I would
made
go
it
to
look-
another. I would go somewhere else, Zanuck, and pull all your tactics because
he's
what you're telling
being
us is
very
that
patient, and so am I
he's
about
being-
explaining
You're
this.
interrupting. Who gives a shit what y'all are doing? We're trying to get simple questions. So now you're
We're
saying
trying to
that
answer you. Actually, we should be
different high and low-
thankful to us.
Yeah, I'm thankful for you teaching me, Zanuck. Piss off. So what you're saying is the high pressure is actually affected by the Coriolis, but the low pressure air is not. Low pressure, rotating counterclockwise. High pressure on the outside, which is what you just said, rotating clockwise because of Coriolis. So the inside low pressure is not Coriolis affected, but the outside high pressure is affected by Coriolis.
They're
Pressure
moving.
is Coriolis Rockia.
That's not what Doofus just said? Specifically said the high pressure was in clockwise on
That's not
the
what it-
outside of the low pressure. Oh, it's not? Maybe you can summarize it then. You have two different pressures, high and low, one going in clockwise, one going in counterclockwise. One's affected by Coriolis and one's affected by the other pressure.
We have a pressure gradient, Rocky.
Now you're going to bring in gradient? We're talking
Well,
about rotation.
you call it what you like.
Okay. I'm calling it rotation due to a weather pattern. High and
Okay.
low pressure systems
I'm not
coming
calling.
together.
I'm not
to
calling
determine
pressure.
energy as you interrupted me.
Okay.
Again. Okay. So it's not weather systems. It's rotation of Earth that's causing the rotation of these high and low pressure systems.
Oh, I know you're
Cyclones and hurricanes, which are so different than each other.
Technically, there is no difference.
Exactly. Isn't that what I just said?
They just have a preferred direction.
So,
Due to what?
Let me guess, Rocky. Your answer to it is weather is what causes this, right?
Weather is what causes weather. Yeah, weather is caused by things that cause weather. Yeah,
Wonderful.
thermal input, high and low pressure, wind patterns. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
high and low pressure. We have that in the northern hemisphere. We have it in the southern hemisphere.
Yep, sure do.
The difference is we have that in the northern hemisphere. We have it in the southern hemisphere.
They
Exactly
come
the
from
same.
different directions. Yeah, they just come from different directions. Different weather patterns
Nope.
come out of different land masses.
But the rotation of hurricanes or cyclones, as you prefer, is opposite in those two hemispheres, and they
Yeah,
don't.
because the weather
form
patterns are
over land.
opposite.
They never form over land. They form over oceans.
Yeah, because that's where they get their energy. Warm waters. Yeah, weather, thermal. Yeah,
Oh, good. Okay, so the rotation is caused by weather. Gotcha.
I never said that.
It's effectively what you're saying. Air is being pulled or pushed is a better way to say it. Air is being pushed by the high pressure into the low pressure area. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, I was talking to a road maintenance guy. Yeah, I would say high and low pressure join together and can create rotation if the patterns are under a certain condition. Yeah.
So air is being pushed from high pressure into the low pressure area.
However you want to say it. Energy's being inputted, outputted, it's rotating. It can be just mixing. It can be going up and down. It can be doing a lot of things due to the thermal energy or input. And also ground temperature, water temperature, air temperature. Yeah, all that.
Up and down, up and down. Why does
Yeah,
high
up
pressure
and
go up
down.
then?
Yeah, up and down.
Why
You get
doesn't high
wind
pressure
shear.
go up then? Why doesn't high
But-
pressure go up?
What are you
All
talking
right.
about?
So we got high pressure. We got high pressure pushing air toward the center of the low pressure. Would that be accurate too? It's
I would
trying to
say
get
so, yeah.
the center of that, the lowest point, the lowest pressure.
Yeah, high to low, no problem.
Okay, got that. All right. So what if that air is being pushed from the high pressure toward the center of the low pressure is being forced to deviate to the right in the northern hemisphere? How does it get to the low pressure center? Unless it makes a left turn, unless it spins counterclockwise.
What the fuck
How
are you talking
else?
about? Yeah, well, high pressure can go on the opposite sides. I mean, high and low pressure come from different directions depending on the season. That's why hurricanes only form from like now until December, because of the high and low pressures coming out of the areas where they're more conductive, where hurricanes form the most, like in a very specific region, basically.
Yeah,
It's
it's
almost
called
amazing.
Tropical
Yeah,
Zone.
because the conditions are right. You
It has a
think
name.
there's not earth curve everywhere else? You think
It
there's not high and low pressure
has a
systems
name, Rocky.
everywhere else?
Oh, Unitropical
Yeah,
convergence.
wind. Yeah, I know.
Talk over me.
Not earth curve. Yeah, not earth rotation.
Oh yes.
Just in
Yeah,
certain regions and certain times of the
absolutely
year.
earth
That's
rotation,
why they
because
don't
without earth
form in.
rotation,
Yeah, that's why they don't
earth
form in
rotation,
May.
all the wind would do is flow straight toward the center of that low pressure. That's all.
All you're talking about is weather.
I've got a
You're
question
just
for
trying to
you.
introduce your fantasy model in earth rotation. It's just
Okay,
weather, man.
okay,
That's
on
why
your
north of me. That's why north of me is the hurricane, is the tornado alley. But I never get tornadoes really in Louisiana. I've never seen one.
Really?
Right? No, I think they had one in New Orleans a while back, but Tornado Alley is just north of me. And it forms, more tornadoes form there because why? There's more earth curve or turn? No, because the weather pattern in that area are conductive and can produce tornadoes.
You
mean conducive?
I've got a question for you,
Conducive, yeah.
Rakia. On your model, Rakia, why is the weather patterns making air spin opposite ways either side of the equator on the flat Earth?
I think it just has to do with the way the sun tracks.
Okay.
And the way everything's based on the sky, the thermal energy in the sky.
How does it make
Pulling
that
around,
U-turn?
pushing around.
How does it make the U-turn from like sunset to sunrise again? You couldn't figure that one out.
Hold
either.
on.
U-turn you're talking about. I'm talking about weather. You want to talk about
Right,
U-turn? I had to make a U-turn. I'm on the road trying to get to my job.
The
There's a
problem
gas leak.
the problem that was funny. The problem you introduced though is that if this is summertime for us in the northern hemisphere, we don't get cyclones north of the equator still. It's not due to the sun.
I didn't say it was due to the sun. I said if the sun is moving in and out of your area in different seasons, then the conditions are going to change. So you're going to get tornadoes in one season, you're going to get hurricanes in another. Like
But you
in
still
that
don't
area,
have an explanation for that separation at the equator.
I have an explanation. I just told you. When the sun is in a certain position, which is causing thermal input and output into the system, the cycle, and the high and low pressures are coming from a certain direction, then you're going to get these tropical storms forming off the coast and then heading into the warm waters and picking up energy and being driven into the Gulf a lot of times because of the weather patterns. Now, if it was just due to Earth rotation, they would always form in the same spot, same direction, come in the same route, and all that. You know it's not true. It depends on which way the winds are going, how hot it is, how warm the water is. That's the directions that these hurricanes take.
Well, that's actually a straw man because nobody on the globe side says
Not
that there
really.
shouldn't be any. That's actually a straw man because nobody on the globe side says there should be no deviation from month to month in the same season. Then the problem still remains during the entire summer. The dividing line is always the equator.
Whatever, dude. Hurricanes only form certain times a year, right? It has to be weather input. It has to be conditions, right? The
So if we
right
go the route of
conditions form
cyclones
a
are just
tropical storm. It takes more of the right conditions for that tropical storm to turn into a hurricane. It takes more of the correct conditions for that hurricane to become 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. It's
right,
condition
but if we
based.
go
It's
the route
weather
that
based.
cyclones are just backwards hurricanes. Those do
Dude,
form
it's
in
the same
other
damn
parts of the
thing.
year.
They're the same damn thing. It just depends on which way the weather patterns are coming from.
And they
So
always
of
go
course,
they always go one way in the south and one way in the north, always, without
yeah,
exception.
yeah. I'd say there's some been exceptions. That's
No
why I disagree
exceptions.
with you.
There are no
No, there's
exceptions
never
for
been.
high pressure zones
Yeah,
and low pressure zones.
anti-cyclone.
All the high pressure zones go clockwise north, opposite south. All the cyclones in the south go clockwise. All this anticyclones or hurricanes.
That's amazing. I think that's probably due because of the sun travels in the same spot almost every year. I mean,
Sun must
goes
go in and
around.
out, right, on the
Yeah,
ring
it goes
of
in and
the
out, I
Earth.
guess.
Keep on going around.
Man,
Input output.
Rack,
It's a cycle.
you can't be serious. You
I'm
cannot
very
be serious.
serious.
He could
I
be.
know how.
How
I
is it
know
possible?
that
Not
you.
serious.
How are
It's
you
not
Grown ass
disagreeing how
man
weather
talking like
forms?
this.
How are
Weather
you
just
disagreeing
causes
how
weather.
weather forms?
Dude, isn't
I
it just
kind of
coincidental? All these
I have
things
very
happen
warm
along with
water
the
off my coast.
why
Very
does the
warm
Falkland
water.
why does the Falkland
I'm
pendulum
asking you.
God
I
damn
don't
it.
care about
Just
the
stop talking
football.
over
I'm asking
people.
you. Why don't I have hurricanes forming off the coast of Louisiana? Very warm waters, high and low systems meeting all the time. I have Earth rotation, according to you. Where are the freaking hurricanes forming off the coast of
Well,
Louisiana?
I heard you
Sir?
5 times. I'll answer you if you just shut the fuck up. My God, because there's land around it. You need to have no land
What
for
the
them
fuck
to start
you talking
forming.
about?
Oh my God.
The
Rakia,
hurricanes
what is your
Hold
forming off
on,
the coast
man.
of other land.
Hold on. Zanuck wasn't done.
Just mute Rakia.
Are you serious?
Probably the wise thing to do at this point.
Just
Because
go
that mouth
ahead,
of yours
Zanuck.
just can't be stopped.
Say over and out when
Shut
you're done,
up.
Zanuck. Zanuck,
No,
say
your
over and
mouth
out when
is
you're
just
done.
out of control.
All right, let's
Shut
not
up.
personally attack people. Let's just
Listen
say
to
your
you.
Thank
point
you.
about the hurricanes or whatever, please.
Yeah, where do the hurricanes form off of? Land, right?
No, out in the middle
They
of the
don't?
ocean.
Well,
Out in the
tropical
ocean.
storms. Okay,
In
the
the
tropical
ocean.
storm. Okay,
In
the
the
tropical
ocean.
storm. Yeah, I heard you.
In
The
the
tropical.
ocean, they form. Stop.
Dude's nuts,
Stop
man.
trying to just do what you're
You're
doing.
nuts, man. Where's the tropical
I'm
storm form?
nuts.
Where's the weather
I'm the
storm?
nuts guy that
Of
understands
Africa. They
science.
form
And you're
off
the
the
one that
coast
thinks
of
everything is
Africa.
magic.
Where does the weather
You think
system
the earth is
form?
flat and I'm nuts? Really?
Dude, are you serious? Where does the
Yes.
weather system form that creates the hurricane out in the ocean? Does it come off the coast of land?
No, they start in the ocean.
All of the ocean is off the coast
The
of
weather
land.
system that forms the tropical storm that turns into a hurricane starts out in the ocean?
Yes, they start in the ocean.
Oh my. Okay, so why don't they form in the ocean near me?
Because land's around there.
Yeah,
The
it's
land,
it's
the
a
air
gulf,
currents
dude.
around the land, and the disruptions of the land
That's the
would
dumbest shit I ever heard.
preclude a hurricane. I hear you talking in the background. Would preclude those weather patterns to form it to turn into a hurricane. They have to be formed
Yeah,
out.
Gulf is a little bit different, Rakia.
They're formed out in the ocean where it's nice and flat. There's no mountains, there's no land, there's no weird currents, no temperature deviations. It's a very consistent breeding ground for hurricanes.
I repeat, they are formed off the coast of Africa and they head out, they head freaking west. And then when they make their turn, they could go either left or right. Earth rotation has nothing to do with it. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm not fucking kidding you. And yes, has everything to do with the rotation of those storms. The high pressure and low pressure zones are rotating due to Coriolis, a deviation to the right in the northern hemisphere, period. End of story. Don't be a fuckwit.
Right, and there's persistent air mass issues with the state of Florida, which can cause them to split in direction. The storm system itself, however, will always be spinning in the same direction.
The direction the storm is traveling is totally different.
Right.
It can go all
Because
kinds
Florida
of
fucks it all up.
Yeah, we're talking about the direction of the spin, the rotational direction.
The motion of the storm is always the same. The
Always,
direction it travels in.
always clockwise. You won't find a high pressure zone anywhere that's rotating counterclockwise. They're always clockwise, and you won't find a low pressure zone ever rotating clockwise. They're always counterclockwise, always due to Coriolis.
Actually, I do kind of like the flat Earth approach to this. We don't need to bother looking for why it happens. We just say shit happens, shrug our shoulders, and go on.
Yeah, it's not a bad attitude, actually.
It's actually a pretty simple way to live life. I like it.
Maybe that's why I'm goddamn happy here.
As long as we have weather, I feel okay.
Right. We should just have more of it here and less of it someplace else. Like Rakia's neighborhood. They don't need all that rain. We need the rain. But the question remains here, though. Why does the Foucault pendulum dictate and show where you are on this Earth latitudinally? Why? How is that possible? How does that work? I mean, with almost perfect accuracy.
It's the ether.
Well, if you can show me a prevailing ether wind that could cause that, and a method of operation for that, that'd be okay. I'd go for a model for that. Go ahead.
It's just a coincidence.
And why does this three-ring laser gyroscope in all modern aircraft now, airliners, why do they have to make sure the Earth is rotating 15 degrees per hour before they actually turn that plane on and actually go somewhere?
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah.
They actually verify the Earth is rotating before they leave. Is that also ether?
Verify that the equipment itself is functioning and that the other systems are reporting correct coordinates, at least latitude, because they will verify latitude that way as well.
Yeah, Bob did give us a gift there. You got to admit that one.
What was that?
Well, him and his gyroscope.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when you said 15 degrees per hour, I said thanks, Bob.
Right. Okay. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, that's a gem for sure.
That is a gem. I like because it's almost like they're like, "Hey guys, we have a problem here. Houston, we have a problem."
Yeah, exactly. Damn it!
It was Bob that also brought up the Honeywell video where they described an Aideru at the gate verifying Earth's rotation. He actually brought that forward to the community.
Wow. It just
so thanks again, Bob.
Astounds me the denial. Yeah, thanks again, Bob. Exactly. It's like, how are we gonna explain that, boys? I don't know. Okay, ether. Let's bring up that ether thing again. Who's the ether specialist? Where's Lemon? Get Lemon on the phone right now.
It's swirling.
Got to form a committee. Lemon, Dyslow, Grim. Even Grim's on. Even he's a hostile witness. We'll use him too.
If it was swirling, we should be able to find the place where the point of origin of the swirls is, and find where two swirls intersect, and we should be able to stop Foucault pendulums from swinging.
But yeah, well, more interestingly, every swirl has to be precisely wherever a Foucault pendulum happens to be installed.
Centered right on it.
Yeah.
Maybe ether is controlled by Foucault's pendulums.
Yeah, ball on a string is an ether control device.
Huh? Huh?
I mean, they just say they don't believe it. I don't know. I'd be curious to hear what Flat Earther has to say about it. I haven't heard too many explain their theory on why that works. I'm gonna take that as there are no theories.
Well, I mean, you'll hear Lemon try to describe it. I'll challenge him with why is it specifically a sine relationship with latitude? And of course, He's got no idea.
Who knows?
We'll have to look into that. And maybe it's fine for somebody to say they don't know. That's actually a very good way to go about this. If they say they don't know, that's fine. Let them go with that. But if they say it has to be the ether, then they don't know.
And when Lemon says that we'll have to look into it, it means that we will never look into it.
It would be nice if one of the flat earthers would actually entertain trying to figure out how something works. Yeah, just like, oh, I'm going to propose that there's little ether circles. Well, what would they look like in order to accomplish this task?
That's too much work. And to get it, I feel them, right? Like, a lot of us, believe in science, love science, and you got to admit, a lot of work has been done there. And the reason why I believe it's credible is every time I've checked it, it checks out. And the engineering principles and how they're applied, but it's a lot of work to build those theories.
Right. Well, when a flat earther comes in, it's not that much work. I mean, when a flat earther comes in and asks me a question that I don't have an immediate answer to, or they propose something, I look into it and I say, okay, well, let's see what the ramifications of that are. And then, from the best of my ability, I go from first principles to answer that. Like, when you assert ether wind, it's like, well, you can't have a prevailing ether wind because that would push on Foucault's pendulum on both sides. It would never process. It would deviate.
So analytical, deductive reasoning, and maybe logic. I wonder if that has anything to do with anything.
I would like to see them to not just look for confirmation for their idea, but to try to falsify their flat earth.
Either way, I think that the falsification comes in their analysis of their wild ass guesses.
Yeah, they never
flat.
test those.
That's all it. Yeah, it's flat. That's all there is.
Just
to
a
it.
hypothesis.
I mean, like I said, to the best of my ability, every one of these claims that the flat earther has made, if I can, kind of reason through what the implications of that are, I go through it.
It looks flat, so it's flat.
Right. And some criticisms of their own positions, like if you say the sun circles around the North Pole, that's the north, that the center's the north, all that, and you observe the sun in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, you observe that you could immediately falsify that presumption that the sun circles the North Pole. It doesn't make any sense, but they don't try.
I always get stuck with the conversation about sun rising south of east and setting south of west in a certain time of the year.
Yeah, and there's no reason for a north-centered flat Earth to ever have days with more than 12 hours of daylight south of the equator, but that happens every year.
Yeah, now, it'd be nice if somebody would go and reason through that a little bit.
Yeah, we got self analytical speedometers in our car for distances traveling east-west compared to north-south if it's a flat Earth.
Highly analytical devices.
Yeah, they compensate for the distances variation. And time dilation too, because it makes it feel like we're traveling longer north to south.
And we really do put way too much energy into trying to understand and explain things. It is so much easier just to shrug and say, shit happens.
We could do that and just say, nope, it's a globe. We probably would generate the same level of discourse.
Well, it's people like me that have learnt more in the last couple of years about the shape of the Earth than I did in my past before that, just from talking about all this. I've still got to get my head around some of the things, but I'll get there.
I was happy when I got my head around how Coriolis works. At least to my satisfaction. I'm not great at explaining it.
Yeah, I've got a partial understanding because I was just watching the video about the cyclones that one I posted, how it forms north and south and southern hemisphere. Don't get me into reference frames yet because I still haven't wrapped my head around that one yet.
Well, it's easier to look at which way the air is moving, because if it's going from high pressure to low pressure, that's where your concern is for how the Coriolis effect makes it begin to rotate in a specific direction. I explained this to Jeremy close to 6 or 7 months ago, I think. I never did draw the picture, though. The picture's pretty helpful, I'll have to admit.
Yeah, you got to break the crayons out to help. Yeah, but if that was a high pressure system, it would be rotating the other way.
Yep. Because you're concerned about the motion of the air, and in this case, which direction the air is moving, it is a rightward deflection. So that's what we expect to happen in the northern hemisphere.
I liked on my video they even had a satellite time lapse of hurricanes rotating. I thought that looked cool.
Funny, y'all. It's so funny listening to y'all ramble on and make excuses and act like, oh, we'd just rather turn our head. When we could show you a fucking perfect model of the heated ocean and how the heat comes from the center and how all the storms form off the coast of Africa in that one particular region. All the hurricanes form off the coast of Africa in one position. Okay, and then they start heading north. Okay, and then they sometimes go left. They sometimes go right. They usually go against Earth turn. So if they were conserving momentum, hold on, I just listened to y'all for 5 minutes, man. If they conserve momentum, they'd go in one direction. Y'all are admitting that it's not earth current, it's pressure. Okay. And no matter how y'all want to say it, however you want to draw it, you can give me explanations. That's fine. Y'all got plenty of them. But the fact of the matter is, I'll end it with this, is that if the Foucault pendulum spins one direction and a hurricane spins the other, they can't both be conserving momentum. And y'all just do not want to admit that. It'd kill you to admit that it's not conservation of momentum.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard anyone say
That's
here.
because
period.
it's not a lack of conservation of momentum. As I explained before, Brian, the high pressure air, where it's moving, it's deflecting to the right exactly as the Coriolis effect says it should. In addition, what direction the storm system, the direction that the storm system goes is highly dependent upon what it has to encounter on the way there. And Florida fucks all that up. Florida fucks all that up. It'll have a system go either left or right.
The hurricanes on Florida after a week after they form, you're full of shit. I bet you I'm the only one here who's ever pendulum or close. Have y'all set up any pendulums and watched them?
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, man. I don't know why.
Have y'all set up any? Have y'all set up any pendulums? I bet I'm the only one here who has. Y'all sure? Okay. Who else?
I have as well.
Okay, then, and you're saying that they track the same way every time? You're lying through your teeth.
I swear in my life they did.
Yeah,
oh my
we
God.
actually did this.
Let's see it, Kosho. Let's see it 5 times go the same direction, Kosho.
I did it 5 times and it went the same direction. But I made a video and
Let's
I showed
see that
people
then,
in here.
Kosho.
Hold on, dude. I showed people in here, but the YouTube took down my video since then. So.
Brian, you said there's some model.
Hold on, one more thing, dude. One more thing. Just on its face, they're said to go the opposite direction during eclipses, and globe earthers don't even argue that. Okay, so how is it Earth turn if during an eclipse it goes the opposite direction? I'm sure y'all have a fucking explanation for that too.
Yeah.
Well, one, because that's never been verified.
And 2, that's a paraconical pendulum. It's not a Foucault pendulum.
I've personally verified that they go in whatever direction they want.
Right. If you release it improperly, they can go wherever you want them to go. Cool. However, if you do release them properly, like I did in 3 runs, I only did 3 runs when I was in undergraduate physics, that did go the same direction every single time.
I don't believe you. Because every time I do it, I'm gonna set it up and show y'all dumbasses.
All right.
What's first off? That's toxic. You should be timed out. But that aside, how high is your pendulum?
Yeah, and how do you release it?
With about string, it's about 50 foot, 60 foot almost. It's at least 45 foot. I didn't measure it.
45 is good.
That's good. Yeah.
Jeremy, you're robot, bro.
There's about 4 or 5 things you need.
Like dumbasses or anything.
Can't hear
Please,
20
guys,
Joe
come
button.
Jeremy, you're robot.
About 4 or 5 things you need to remember, Brian, and that's the length of your string. That's good. The density of the material, the density and the mass of it. Make sure it's heavy. The gimbal or whatever, or the axle, whatever you want to call it, wherever it's coming from.
The pivot point.
The pivot point. That's right. Make sure that that's even.
And your release mechanism.
Yeah, your release.
A lot of variables.
Right,
a lot of variables, huh?
And what was the environment you released it in? Was this?
I'm sure if I set it up a bunch of different ways, I could get it. If I set it up a bunch of different ways until I got it just how I wanted it, I could get it spinning the same way.
Yeah, but Brian, the point is
the same way.
The point is just to do it the way that we're saying, because these things need to be made careful to make sure that there's nothing else affecting it.
Well, listen, the main point was if it's conserving momentum and the hurricane's conserving momentum, they're going to go the same direction. I don't give a fuck what you say. If y'all try to say pressure, then it's not Earth turn. Okay, so if they're going in different directions, they're not both conserving momentum. Can I at least get somebody to agree with me on that?
The high pressure air is going to conserve momentum in exactly the same way as a Foucault pendulum. It does, in our reality, do exactly the same thing, Brian.
Brian, you're confused what the conservation law even says, and you're applying it absolutely incorrectly.
Did you see this picture, Brian? I'm sure you saw it when I posted it before. But you can see the differences in what's happening. Like with you see the one on the top left. You see what the Coriolis would do if it was a single projectile or ballistic or whatever. You know, it goes one way, but the rotation is going the opposite of that, right? Of the hurricane, and you can see why. And same thing with the Foucault's pendulum on the bottom. It's showing you the direction of rotation of the hurricane and the direction of deviation caused by Coriolis. It shows you why one causes the other.
It can't be. It can't be. It's not round.
Dude, I got ridiculed yesterday because of somebody asked me if I saw a 1,200-mile shot from the airplane. Would I immediately say the globe was debunked? And I said I'd have a lot to think about and explore and investigate and all that kind of stuff. And I got shit for that. Meanwhile, we were
What?
showing
No, you know what they got angry at you for, bro. Come on.
No, they got angry at me for that, and then somebody put it in Stacy's head that I was calling her crazy.
Yeah.
But however, what was I saying? But but we show them these sort of evidences all the time, and nobody jumps ship over just one piece of certified evidence,
It's time for Larry's GPS to come in and say it's all an aggregate of information, several different sources. I mean, he's right, but I mean, he just says it every day.
Flat Earth is like a bunch of misunderstandings.
Shut the fuck up, cunt. Who are you? Don't say that. I'm about to go to sleep. I'm about to go to sleep, man. I'm not going to go to bed with hearing that flat Earth is misunderstandings.
No, but
I'm
Vanu,
sorry.
you're not a flat earther. You're saying that it's five-dimensional toroid or something.
Yes.
That was
That's not a flat Earth.
that was some bullshit, but we're still not gonna call. That was some bullshit, but we're still not gonna call names, guys. Come on, man. I don't know what to. I keep telling you guys every 10 minutes, don't call names. What is going on?
Yeah.
Well, when somebody
can't
puts
call
forward
Jeremy
the
anymore.
statement, somebody puts forward the statement, the flat Earth is full of misconceptions. There's evidence for it, is the thing. Like when SE Montreal says, is incredulous that there should be zero lateral deviation north-south at the equator. That's because that's how Coriolis is defined. It's a misconception on his part. There are many, many more examples, of course.
Heck yeah. Clearing up misconceptions makes me feel smart. Right, doofus?
Well, I mean, it's good practice. If anything else, at least it's a good way to practice your science communication skills.
Yep.
I can safely say I've never had to describe to anyone why a hurricane appears to rotate counterclockwise. But I mean, now I have. I guess I have that experience now.
It kind of feels weird to me that there are people who aren't working with weather that say that they know more about weather than meteorologists.
Well, it's not that they know more, it's that they say that there's more variables than we're accounting for. Like, essentially trying to make it so that we are more ignorant than them. I guess it's kind of the same thing. Instead of bringing themselves up, they're bringing other people down.
That's exactly what y'all are doing. Y'all are acting on